Alright, let me just make sure everything's working. This is going to be an interesting one. So, for context, for anybody watching the recording later on, I'm starting this stream at 8 p.m., which is considerably later than I usually start streams. Now, I had already planned for this to be a late stream, so this isn't like I hit a bunch of major delays. It was kind of like I already knew it was going to take me a while to get things set up, and I don't want to rush stuff. I want to make sure everything's ready when it's ready. So, what I will say is the main reason why I pushed the stream back from Saturday to Sunday is because there was a bunch of stuff that I needed to test. So, I've been doing a bunch of retail stuff on Tuesday, Wednesday, earlier this week. Because usually, I have raid, I gotta do all that fun stuff. And I only really started playing Cataclysm around Thursday. That's pretty much the first time when I actually got a chance, when I had a moment to sit down and begin playing the pre-patch. And I quickly realized a lot of stuff, especially after talking to some of my friends, that I'm like, okay, this is kind of important information, something that I might need to actually, test before I really sit down and do the stream. One of them was the whole archaeology thing, which I've already made a video on. That was yesterday. And there's a few other really interesting potential finds that I made. One of which will probably get a video either tomorrow or Tuesday. I'm not entirely sure which. Kind of depends. I still need to test it. Given how late I started the stream, probably not till Tuesday, but I guess we'll see. And the other one, which I guess I can say now because it didn't quite work out, is heirlooms. So I said before that the previous Wrath of the Lich King heirlooms do not work. They do not give the 10% XP increase if you're at the cap. And they cap at 80, so I get nothing by wearing them. However, one of my friends pointed out to me is that the head and cloak heirlooms are actually currently available on live servers, because previously they required guild level 10 and 20 to actually unlock, which would normally take weeks, but because they've removed guild levels entirely, you can just buy these. Every single guild has access to them. Unfortunately, you may notice, hovering over the tooltip, it caps at 80. And this was... It said it scaled up to 85 all the way up into very recently. It was even on the live servers saying it scaled up to 85, and they changed the tooltip. So what I'm unsure is if these will once again scale up to 85 when Cataclysm officially launches, or if they've just nerfed the heirlooms. If Blizzard has just nerfed the helm and cloak heirlooms because they fucked up and they forgot, whoops, by removing guild levels, we've made this accessible right out of the gate, well, that really sucks. And I hope that at the very least, bare minimum, later on into Cataclysm, even just after the first week, they re-enable these going up to 85, because it would just really suck for these to just not scale when they always did back in original Cataclysm. I just don't know why they do that. Hell, I think they should edit the other heirlooms while they're at it and make all of those scale up to 85, because it's going to really be annoying for alt leveling if we just don't have any bonus XP at higher levels. Little bit of a disappointment. Unfortunately, as you can see on the PTR, well, this is beta. On beta, we don't have access to that. We're not allowed to use those heirlooms, and that was one of the things that I was running around trying to test before starting this stream. Didn't pan out, so I'm not going to be able to use heirlooms for this. By that, I mean, I got this, it still scales to 80, and I did test it. There's no XP difference wearing the cloak heirloom, and I would imagine the same applies to the helm. I didn't get a chance to test it, but if the cloak is not working, the helm is most likely not working either. So that was unfortunate. Spent a lot of time getting that, only to realize it didn't work. But the only other thing that I will say, real quick, because I do want to get this run started ASAP, because, well, it is already 8 p.m., and this is going to take me many hours, so I'm probably going to be done at 4 a.m. at this rate. So I need to get this cracking super duper fast. I'm not going to sit around and wait for people to trickle in like I usually do. ZND Petyov said, good evening, good luck in your speedrun, perfect background stream to farm Lore Masteron. Awesome. I do hope you enjoy it. But yeah, what I will say is there is one other really, really, really important trick that my friends and I have found, and it is so potentially game-breaking that I am worried about saying too much about it until I release my video on it, because if I talk too soon, there's a chance that Blizzard will realize and will nuke it before I can really do anything. That being said, as a little teaser, a little preview, what I will do is I will go ahead, go into the Mount Journal. We'll leave this guy up for a few seconds. This is your hint as to what the super duper game breaking thing that I found is. This is the only clue you get. And if, with this single clue, you manage to figure out the topic of my next video, congratulations, and you get a head start on doing that super duper broken thing before I make a video covering it. And with Blizzard, it's a coin flip, right? You never know. They might let something ride. They might say, this is too much fun, nerfed into oblivion. And it might still happen. So what I can say for sure, though, is it is not an exploit. Like, I never cover exploits that will get your account banned. I will never cover something that could potentially put you at risk, because I have always said I dislike that behavior. It is an intended game mechanic that is, as with many things currently in Cataclysm pre-patch, an oversight by the developers. I see SG is on the right train of thinking. So I'm not going to say much about it, but I will say, SG, I honestly don't know if I'm going to go for any realm firsts. I've thought about it, but here's the thing. What I will say is this. It is something that enough people who are super duper hardcore already know about, to where there's enough people who would potentially be competing for realm firsts that already know it exists. So realistically speaking, if I wanted to go for realm first, it would be pretty much entirely down to execution anyways, because, you know, everybody kind of already knows who is probably going to exploit this. The video that I'm going to make isn't for the people trying to use it for realm first. It is for the average player, because it is still something that everybody will be able to benefit from. And, you know, they aren't going to be going for realm first with it, but they will still get some small benefit from it if they have spare time in pre-patch and they want to get a little bit of a head start, right? That's who the target audience will be. So there's already going to be people doing the exact same level of prep as me, and I will be completely honest, there are going to be one or two little tidbits specifically for the realm first race that I will probably leave out of the video, because nobody who is just an average player would benefit from it anyways, and that way I, at least if I decide to go for it, have one ace up my sleeve. But I would not really try to do that. Maybe for fun, I'll take a crack at it. But I've said before that at least day one of Cataclysm launch, day one for any expansion launch, realm firsts are not my priority. I am mostly just trying to do chill leveling to have fun and do it as efficiently as I can. And if I am just killing myself trying to get a realm first, wouldn't really be fun. The only situation in which I would go for a realm first, if it's something that I could do in like 5 minutes tops, and just boom, knock it out, and then I could go about my day and get traditional launch day leveling. The only reason I expanded upon that, that's more than I wanted to say, but it's because, SG, you did kind of hit the topic a little bit close, and I wanted to at least acknowledge that, but I will not be addressing that any further. Everything else, you got to figure out on your own. And of course, within the next 48 hours, I will have a video, of course, going into detail on exactly what the trick is and, you know, how you can use it, etc., etc. Mizzy MK said, yo, good luck in the run. Thank you. Hello, Zach. Good to see you. One thing I'm going to quickly do before I start is I am going to reforge a few pieces. Nothing major, but I have a ludicrous amount of hit rating on my items right now. And I want to get some of it off. I technically have... I think I could get like maybe a little bit more expertise, but it's not a concern. I also want to reforge all of my tank stats off as much as possible. So I'm going to take some mastery because I don't have any right on my gear. It's not necessarily like... It's not a damage stat, but I have like all these generic tank stats that aren't really going to help me a ton. And mastery rating is really nice for survivability. It'll be decent for leveling. So I don't really need tons of dodge, tons of parry. Just going to take all of that off. And that way I have slightly more balanced stats. And I should note oh no, you will not see it in the run. You will not see it in the run. So I should note, the last thing I will say on it, it is not leveling related. So it is nothing to do with leveling. It is a completely separate trick thing that has nothing to do with character leveling. It is entirely related to the pre-patch, and it is completely unrelated to this particular speedrun. The only reason I brought it up here is because I will be making a video on it soon, and I'm, for the people watching the stream or watching the recording before that video goes live, I wanted to give you like a little bit of a sneak preview. I'll get rid of some parry here. What is my haste and crit at? I don't really have a ton of haste. Let's get a little bit more. This is, more dodge parry. I might get some DPS gear. That being said, I don't know, like, the thing about my Paladin is my Paladin was what I mained in Wrath. And obviously I have some good gear on it right now, but a lot of it is tank gear. And I am not currently planning on having my Paladin be the first character that I level in the new expansion. So I don't really know how much I'm going to min-max the gear prior to the expansion launching. I definitely have way too much hit. Let's go with crit here. Get rid of parry, let's take more crit. Lots of hit rating here. Just get rid of some of that. And what do I want? Yeah, let's go for more crit. This, get rid of a bit of dodge. No, let's get rid of parry. And haste, crit. Let's take a little bit more haste. This is dodge and parry. Get rid of parry. I'll take a little bit more mastery here. I'm just trying to get like a nice balance across all my gear. And, oh, this is interesting. Hit chance. I still have way too much hit. If I get rid of hit rating here, would that affect me at all? I don't think it would. I think I'm still fine. I have lots of ways of increasing my haste. I think I just go mastery here. Yeah, I still have 100% hit chance. Could I change anything else? Crit rating? No, I'm kind of fine with that. Dodge and parry again. And... you can't... Oh, I can reforge the trinket. Okay. What do I want? I think we're just gonna go with a little bit more mastery. Yeah. Because only against level 83 mobs is my expertise not maxed out, which I'm not going to be fighting enough for it to matter. Hit chance, okay, yeah, perfect. So now my hit is exactly where I want it. Not really going to be fighting many level 83 mobs, so that doesn't really matter. And... yeah, I think I'm quite happy with that. And the reason I should note I haven't started the timer is because this is all stuff that I would normally do before the expansion launches. So we're simulating, like, launch day leveling. I'm going to get food buff, going to get flask, and then we're going to start the timer and go. First hit is free. Yes, exactly. I think that is everything. Normally I explain my build and stuff, and I will be doing that. Let me just quickly... I don't know why it's tracking Bloodsail Buccaneers rep. Just get rid of that. I have a lot of RP that I'm going to do at the start of Vashj'ir, so I'll have plenty of time to explain some of my gearing choices and my talent and glyph choices, all that stuff. So we will get that. Then flask up. Yep, get that. Alright. Kyle Simpson said, "Love your videos, first time catching a live stream. Good luck." Thank you. I'm glad you like the videos. Alright, I think I have everything that I need to start. Let me just check. Alright. I will start the timer and pick up Warchief's Call Vashj'ir, which I believe, yes, sends me out there. There's some other stuff. So also, quick note, just in case you did not see the Blood Death Knight run. In that run, I did Mount Hyjal, and I promised that I would do the other zone, which is Vashj'ir, of course, in my Paladin run. So, the fact that I am doing Vashj'ir, do not take this as a sign that, Vashj'ir must be the better of the two zones. I actually believe Mount Hyjal is, generally speaking, considered to be the quote-unquote better zone, though there is some subjectivity there as far as launch day leveling, because, well, the subpar zone might end up being faster because it's less bottlenecked, and who knows. There are certain classes that are maybe better in Vashj'ir than others. You hate Vashj'ir? Yeah, a lot of people can't stand Vashj'ir, and they would rather level in Mount Hyjal with 1 million people than with, you know, less people in a different zone. So, for that reason, Vashj'ir might honestly be a good option launch day for people who can stand it. I honestly don't think it is quite as bad as a lot of people seem to think, and I guess we'll see. One of the nice things about this run is we'll get to kind of figure out if that is the case. You're going to do dungeons with guildies? I suspect that that is going to be one of the better options, yeah. The only problem for me is I don't really know that many people who play Classic. So I have been desperately trying to convince a bunch of my friends to play Cataclysm with me. I've told them, like, I will literally power level you up to 80 if you will level with me on launch day. So I'll see. I kind of want to do that as well. Because in that case, if you are able to dungeon farm really efficiently, yeah, Zach, I've already tried. I've given up with you. But right now, I'm trying to convince Amar and some of my other friends. Speaking of Amar, by the way, he got sucked into Honkai Star Rail, so I finally know somebody who plays that game, and I finally have, like, a fellow, I guess, weeb, for lack of a better term, to discuss the game with, and he has been obsessed with that. I'm like, okay, if you could pull yourself away from it for, like, a week later this month, please try Cataclysm. So we'll see. I don't know. I would also love to do dungeon leveling, is all I'm saying. And I will probably test some random dungeons as we go. But, you know, we'll have to see. I don't know exactly how it's going to pan out. Reporting you both, yeah. Let's see. Hello, Cloak. Good to see you. Vashj'ir's peak cata leveling. Vashj'ir's a good story. Yeah, I like Vashj'ir. It's not one of my favorite zones of all time, but I don't know if that's picking up with the mic. Tucker! He's barking very loudly. I suspect one of the neighbor dogs is also barking, and I can't hear it. And he's in a barking contest. That's usually how it goes. I hear him pacing upstairs. Yeah, my noise cancellation is generally pretty good. You can only hear the faintest woof. Yeah. Normally, it wouldn't pick up, but I have my door open, and it is very loud barking, so you never know. Because, one of the other reasons why it took me a while to start the stream... Well, let me... I can't hear anything. Yeah. One of the other reasons it took me a little while is... I'm the only one here watching the pets, so I have to, you know, feed and take Tucker out and my cat Finn, so I let Tucker out just before starting the stream. And, you know, I've made sure they're set. And I'm sure at some point in the middle of the stream, I'll have to go and refill my coffee. And at that point, I will probably let him out again whenever that is. But yeah, he should be good for quite some time. Let's see. Anyways, let me read chat again. You want to play Cataclysm, but with 0.7 coming out and Mop Remix? Yeah. I mean, there's still time for them to delay Cataclysm. Knowing Blizzard, I think they're going to still be stubborn and say they're going to release it when they're going to release it, even though it really does need to be delayed. I haven't really played a ton on the beta ever since free patch, so I don't know if we're still getting frequent crashes. What I can say is that the crashes haven't been happening on the pre-patch, which is good. But yeah. Am I going to do some amount of pre-questing? I don't know. What I will say is I'm not going to include pre-questing at all in these test runs. That's for sure. I don't want to, like, muddy the waters, right? Because definitely pre-questing is not a thing outside of expansion launches. So I might do, like, some personal test runs for, like, the first level with pre-quests, which I'd probably do on my own. I don't know if I'd stream that, but I'm definitely not going to do it here. Yeah, I saw a lot of the pre-patch bugs, like the missing spells thing. That's one of the other reasons why I wasn't too keen to hop onto the pre-patch until Thursday, so I was like a few days behind there. But it's like they've fixed a lot of the major issues. I'll give them that. But it is still not perfect. And it's not like we need to rush out Cataclysm this early, so I do really hope they delay it. We'll see. We'll see. Back when Cat was out, your buddy leveled 80 to 85 just by killing mobs. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely an option. It's a little bit interesting the way that things work with these expansion launches. Like, I did Borean Tundra on Wrath launch, and I was bottlenecked a little bit early on. But at a certain point, the thing about knowing the quests and whatnot is you find that if you just understand the route, and you're doing everything relatively efficiently, it's never going to be as fast as if you're literally in the lead and nobody is behind you. But it cleared up real fast. The moment I started getting through those quests, and like I have all the spawn points memorized, and I sit in an area where I'm like close to 3 of them and quickly snatch up the items whenever they spawn, and I'm just moving ahead of everybody else who's just sitting there desperately trying to tag stuff, you eventually get to a point where leveling starts to speed up a bit. One of the other interesting things about Vashj'ir, which is why I think Vashj'ir may be an enticing option, and one of the, on the topic of pre-quests, because this is something that a lot of people overlook. A lot of people obsess about pre-quests, and it's like, so in modern WoW expansions, I can tell you one thing, pre-quests are almost never worth it. Like, in Dragonflight, the pre-quests that I did were only the ones in Orgrimmar, while you were doing the introduction stuff getting to the Zeppelin. And then my server crashed anyway, so it didn't matter. But the point is, in like the context of Dragonflight leveling, I needed to make sure that I got on that very first Zeppelin. And I did, and it crashed, but moot point, if it had worked, if I had done enough pre-quests that I had gotten on the second Zeppelin, I would have been completely fucked. And that would have massively slowed me down. So, back in the day, back in, like, Burning Crusade launch, in Wrath of the Lich King launch even, like, I did get a few pre-quests for Wrath launch. I got a lot of the elite quests in Netherstorm that I hadn't done. Because in that case, you already know that leveling is not a sprint, it's a marathon, right? And you're going to be sitting there for a while, and it's going to take you a lot of time. So getting ahead of the pack and just blitzing through the quests in order isn't necessarily the fastest way to level. If time efficiency really matters. So if you can get pretty much an entire level just by doing pre-quests, well, that is a big help. But that's just really not so much the case in more recent WoW expansions. Cataclysm kind of falls in this weird middle ground, where leveling for the average player, 80 to 85, is considerably faster than like 70 to 80, and definitely faster than 60 to 70, etc. So pre-quests start to lose value, but I would say that they are nowhere near as bad as they are in like Dragonflight. Where in Dragonflight, the way that experience scales, you want to get to the newest content as soon as you possibly can. If you are spending time in the old content, you are getting exponentially less experience from pre-quests than you would by just getting to Dragonflight faster. And it has worked like that for a little while. It worked like that pretty much since MoP. Like, MoP going into Legion, I suspect that it will work the same in MoP. And the other thing about MoP is I am relatively confident. I should also note... yeah, I want to move some of this stuff down, because the questy tracker is, like, right up there. Unfortunately... let's just move all of these things down here so I have more room to see everything. I am not quite as familiar with the Vashj'ir quest. It's been a while. I did not really get a chance to refresh my memory before jumping in here, so I will be trying to... I need to find a conch shell. Where is that? Conch shell somewhere over here. Yeah, so I will be trying to focus now at this point a little bit more. E-Turtle kind of OP in this scenario. Actually, that's something to consider. If you don't have Sea Turtle, maybe Vashj'ir is not a great option. If you do have Sea Turtle, that puts you at a major advantage, at least early on. Because I think, is Sea Turtle faster than... yeah, Sea Turtle's definitely faster than just the regular Sea Legs buff. And it's not even close. So, until you get the Seahorse, during this initial zone, Sea Turtle's going to be really strong. There you go, just downloaded Classic. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, so... how do I put this? Obviously, it's a much more complicated subject, and I'm more talking in hypotheticals right now, purely because I have not done a lot of research into pre-quests and stuff. But I think it's possible for this. The only thing that I think for... like, I can say with almost absolute certainty that by the time of Miss Pandaria, you're not really going to be doing Cataclysm pre-quests before hopping in here. I think that's a pretty safe bet. But some Wrath pre-quests maybe wouldn't hurt, especially if you are planning on doing dungeon leveling. One of the other things, though, is Vashj'ir. Since there's the mandatory RP at the start, which, as we saw, it takes like 4 minutes for the ship to actually set sail. You have 4 minutes to do whatever you want before you actually set off in Vashj'ir, if that is your zone of choice. So, who knows? You could absolutely opt to do a few various activities, including turning in pre-quests, while you wait. What I'll say right now is something that I plan on doing, is I am going to... I have alt accounts that I've been using for, SOD and other stuff, and I plan on... oh, shit. Got a world drop trinket this early. It's not something I can use, but whew, imagine if that happened on launch. Throw that shit up in the auction house right out of the gate. That would be big. But yeah, I'm planning on posting warlocks at key locations on my alt accounts, and whenever I need a summon, I will do that. So, I don't know how many pre-quests I'm going to do, but there are a few things that I will do within the first few minutes, and if I end up going with Vashj'ir first, and that's a big if, because I haven't 100% decided on it yet. But if that is what I end up doing, then I will summon myself to the docks, and obviously I will know exactly when the ship's going to leave, because I will have my warlocks sitting there watching it. And does Consecration... Yeah, Consecration, unfortunately, doesn't affect these mobs. That's one of the issues with playing, you know, Paladin, Death Knight underwater, is Death and Decay, Consecration, unless you fight mobs, like, on the ocean floor, fighting them up in the air, you're going to lose value out of that. Okay. Sea Turtle back. But yeah, I guess all I can say on that topic for right now is I will do some testing on prequests and I will get back to you. But the other TLDR on it, on that whole thing that I just explained, is that evaluating how efficient prequests are can be quite difficult because you're not just looking at the value of the experience. If all you're looking at it is from a perspective of, you know, how much experience am I getting for the amount of time that it takes me to turn it in, then prequests will tend to look pretty good, but you also need to consider how far behind you're falling in comparison to everybody else in the zones. Whether that is going to be a big factor or not kind of depends, but it is something that you definitely need to take into consideration. Anyways, does Consecration damage them here? Let me check my damage breakdown. I am getting... Okay, yeah. So if they are close, even if they're hovering above it, we'll deal damage to them. So that's cool. And... Okay, the Plunderers drop the stuff. I guess there's not really much of the items on the ground, so my best bet is to just round up as many as I can. You know, actually, I'm curious what the range is on Consecration. So are they still taking damage from Consecration here? No, it doesn't look like it. It did some damage when they were close to the ground, but at that distance, it stops doing anything. Let me quickly scroll up, read what I missed. How are you playing, Cat? Yeah, no, it's, this is the beta. You wish you could level Catazones at level 10 on retail? Yeah, it is kind of weird that you can't. That being said, they would never be efficient relative to, you know, the actual speed leveling route, but it is strange that Blizzard doesn't give you the option. It feels kind of antiquated, because their logic, as far as I'm aware, is that the low-level Cataclysm zones are the old revamp zones, but they're just kind of completely different. Where? Yeah, it's... I feel like it is just a waste of time to try and look for this stuff, unless there's only one that I need. Or if it, you know, in that case, pops right out to me and I can see it clearly. I got... One weird thing about Vashj'ir is depth perception is really hard. Like, obviously that Gilblin was directly in front of me, but I thought he was much further away. Okay, so I have 5 out of 5 for everything except 1 out of 5 for helms. Maybe can I only find helms on the ground? Seems inconceivable that they just haven't dropped. Oh, there we go. Alright, well, one more. It says I can drop it. Come on. It's so finicky. Like, figuring out the melee range. Where am I allowed to hit him, or am I not? Okay, come on, helmet, helmet, helmet. Oh, there's a quest here. I guess it's just I turned that in. There we go. Alright. Yeah. But you can see, I know I've said it already, but oh my god, this is nice. I don't think I've ever used the sea turtle while leveling in Vashj'ir.
Blood and thunder.
Also, one thing I'm curious about. Yeah, Nitro Boosts does nothing if you're underwater. There's no upside to it. It's a little bit of a bummer. Oh shit, did I miss a quest? No, it's... I don't know if I missed a quest or not. Questy's really inconsistent sometimes, but I'll trust it this time. Sea Turtle swim potions and other water mounts. Don't know if you get Blastoise in Classic. What the hell is Blastoise in the context of this? No, okay, yeah, Questy lied to me. I'm gonna just stop trusting Questy and just, if I think I picked up all the quests, I will trust my judgment. Because I got baited a lot during the Death Knight run, and I wasn't sure if they fixed a lot of the ghost quests here. Well, it's a real quest, but I assume that it's a follow-up that I just haven't done yet. Probably the quest that I'm on right now. Okay. So this I remember. There is a quest that has a chance to show up when you have killed an eel. Yeah, you automatically pick it up. And then you have to kill a bunch of additional eels. Probably drop Consecration here and get away with it. Yeah, this works. Alright. Gonna just refresh this before I forget, and then we can grab all the equipment. Cat and Mop when Blizzard were like, you must watch our RP. Yeah. That's the thing. Mop especially, it is very much a, you need to do the intro stuff, and you don't really want to fall behind. They're probably going to fix it, but anybody who played Mop back in the day will remember the notorious bottleneck of the Alliance boat quest intro. And yeah, while that will definitely be fixed, the idea is the same of the Mop introductions are very bottlenecky. And you want to get that done as soon as you possibly can. I need one more eel aside from this one. Come on. There we go, Slitherfin eel. Okay, the one that I passed by was actually closer, and I just couldn't tell because fuck depth perception underwater. Oh my god. Wrong button. See, before I started this run, I actually spent a lot of time preparing grenades and stuff like that. You can see here I have 160 Serenite bombs, I have 80 global thermal sapper charges. I got all that set up, and I'm not going to be able to use most of them until level 82, because it's just impossible to use this shit underwater. But I will try my best. Okay. The quest turn in? I assume it's just, yeah, it's roleplay. Okay. Defense of the Immortal Coil. Do I just kill shit? I guess I just kill shit. Want to get all of them rounded up, at least as many as I possibly can. Chuck a grenade for a little bit of extra damage. This, yeah, I'm not sure. What I wonder is if this is just a time-gated thing, or if it's one of those quests where you have to kill X number of mobs. Probably X number of mobs. You have characters on Fairlina, but none of them are Holy Paladin. Ah. Unfortunate. Oh, shit. Where? Mobs all disappeared, then reappeared. What is going on? I'm very confused right now. Okay, it looks like whatever roleplay I just did failed. So that's always a very spooky sign whenever roleplay like this happens and it doesn't complete. That could be just a bugged quest. And if the bug quest is literally within the first 10 quests of the zone, oh, that would be really bad. I really hope that doesn't happen. Oh. Oh yeah, I completely forgot until just now. Holy Wrath is now an AoE spell for everything now. It doesn't require undead or demon. Yeah, that should be everything. Okay. Right, now I can finally read chat. Holy Wrath costs a lot as well. I have a lot of mana regen as prop. Cost isn't really a concern. This zone is more theme over effectiveness from what I remember, yeah. Did I just take fall damage underwater? That feels wrong. Just for lore, you want to do the zones on retail? Yeah. It's mostly because you're not able to fly at level 10, which is why you can't go into Cata zones yet. Well, I believe you'll be able to fly at level 10 in the War Within, so perhaps they change that. Who knows? Where are the sea turtles? Oh, they're over this way. Huh. Yeah. I should also note, I'm gonna just stop responding to, is this live or is this beta? You know, that... Obviously, I know most of you guys understand, but... I assume... Oh, this sucks. Oh. Nice, I don't need to do the entire quest. That would have sucked. Yeah, I'm sure most of you guys obviously know. Oh, interesting. Swim speed potions don't actually work as an increase. You can see there, my speed completely unaffected. So that does not stack. Huh. Looks like you missed the XP buff. Well, I mean, yes and no. But they also did an XP squish with Cata. So you missed the buff in the sense that during Wrath, yeah, it was faster, but the zones themselves without the buff were also much, much slower. I would say it is roughly comparable now. You still don't feel it's ready for release in less than 2 weeks. I guess Blizz wants to revive the tradition of releasing content before it's ready. Yeah, also, what the fuck is going on? This quest seems really buggy. Oh my god, look at the turtle go! Oh my god, look at it go! It zooms. Okay, is Adara gonna bug out this time? Maybe? Oh, man. Well, I'm gonna be honest. If every single quest in this zone is going to repeatedly bug out and just take, like, 5 minutes to complete, I'm not going to do this. I will just be straight up with you guys. I'm willing to test Vashj'ir if it is working, but if the beta is just bugged to shit and these quests are just repeatedly giving me issues, I'm not going to spend like 4 hours on just level 80 to 82. That's, no. I think I can just run it over and get it early. No, guess there's no point. Okay, what do I do? Sorry, I'm focusing. I don't want to fuck this up. Oh my god, how long do I need to do this? Oh. Okay. There we go.
How may I aid?
Well, I suspect the seahorse is... It's considerably faster than the turtle, I think. Yeah. The turtle's at least good for these early levels. Unfortunately, I believe that at this point I need to do the Adara quest, and if it's just bugged, then I don't know. But I tried to do that multiple times, and it was not working. Okay. Now it gives me credit. What? Okay, fuck. If it works, it works. I'm not going to question it. I assume I need to trigger this RP again. You started Classic this patch, it's so buggy. Yeah, unlucky timing to start. Okay, please work. Now it works, alright. I guess I can use my nitro boosts in that one particular situation of jumping into the water ever so slightly faster. I'll take what I can get. It's a shame that everyone playing Kata is gold maxed and turn their Wrath tokens into Kata tokens so anyone starting fresh will never catch up. I mean... No? What? Like, okay, what do you need gold for? Obviously, you need a decent amount of golds, like, in general, to get certain things, but, like, why does the amount of gold that another person has really affect you? It doesn't really. There is to a certain degree, right? Like, if you... how do I put this? Also, where the fuck are these guys? If you are trying to play the game without interacting with the economy or without selling anything whatsoever in the economy, and only buying things, and you know, a lot of people have existing golds, then yes, that's a problem. But like, if you just sell some shit, well, you're going to make a lot of gold too, and more than enough gold to buy the things you need, or just make it yourself. Pretty much the only thing that really matters, if you are trying to like play this game, and the fact that a lot of other people have gold impacts you, is buying BOEs. Really, that's kind of it. And does that kind of suck? I guess. Yeah. But I mean, there's a reason why I just don't give a shit about BOEs in WoW, even in retail anymore. Like, could I theoretically buy a Mythic Raid BOE on week 1 and get a slight advantage? Yes. And I don't, because fuck that. It's way too much gold. And it's just one of those things where it doesn't really matter. But like, I mean, if you want to act like the gold's difference in Cataclysm's bad, look at fucking retail. I know people who have gold cap on multiple characters, and that doesn't impact me. You know, I'm still able to afford consumables in retail, despite the fact that, you know, I have friends who have 50 million gold. So it's literally only for those really expensive collector's items where, yeah, if I wanted to buy a really expensive mount, you know what? Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to afford that, because that's going to be millions of gold. And if I want to buy something in the black market auction house, also probably not going to be able to afford that. It's millions of gold. But, like, everything else doesn't fucking matter. It's not going to matter for you if you're just trying to play the game. And I mean, quite honestly, if you are trying to get into WoW Classic and your top goal is to buy a really expensive mount off the auction house, then, I mean, I would personally say you're playing the game for the wrong reasons. But that's just me. Too much gold? That's obviously not what I said. I know that it's like half a joke about the "do you guys not have phones" thing, so. You got into Inscription literally to make yourself glyphs. Sure, they don't sell a lot, but they're useful. Yeah, but like, I mean, you can make money with any profession if you just know the market. Like, I make a shit ton of money the start of every single expansion just doing something, right? I find some gap in the market, and I make a lot of gold through that. Every single time there's a new expansion. Hell, every time there's a new patch. Right, Emerald Dream. Even there were chances to make gold. And the same is true right now. There are plenty of things you could do to make gold. Hell, you want to fucking make gold? Go back earlier into this stream and decipher the clue that I put within the first 5 minutes of the stream. You want to make gold? There are ways out there. And here's the thing. The best advice that I will always give is to stop fucking watching gold farming videos and stuff like that. To stop letting other people tell you how to farm golds, right? Which I know is kind of an oxymoron, considering I'm telling you a trick to make gold, quote unquote. But one of the reasons why it is something that I'm planning on covering is because it is not a gold farming strat. It is something that if you play your cards right, you could use to make a lot of gold. But that is not the reason why I am interested in it personally. But a lot of people will only follow like the basic gold farming methods. They'll never do any thinking for yourself. Like I never like follow other gold making guides or whatever. All of my methods for making gold is I play the game. I'm like, gee, what is something that I really want? And if there's something that I really want, well, I'm sure that there are a bunch of other people who want the exact same thing. And if I'm able to provide that, there you go. It's really all there is to it. It's really that simple.
Hey there. See you later.
Hello.
Good day to you.
Those quests were actually relatively good. Whoa, okay, that backfired. Good thing there's a cave. Remember that time you looted 2 mythic BOEs in raid? Yeah. Gold, much like real life, is mostly a status symbol. Yeah, exactly. I mean, take my friend, for instance, who has millions and millions of gold. What does she do with it? Honestly, not that much. Like, she's not going to spend it on much. Like, she gambles with us in raid with, like, the /roll thing. And whenever she wants a mount or transmog or something like that, I'm sure she's able to buy it. And like my friend Paul, who back in the day had millions and millions of gold, my friend Paul, this is what he did with all of his millions of gold. He bought 20 Spectral Tigers, I shit you not. And he just, did he flip the Spectral Tigers? I mean, I'm sure that was probably his plan long term. But no, he kept them in his bank. And then he would take a screenshot of the 20 Spectral Tigers in his bank. And then he would show it to people, or he would just screen share, just to make people jealous. That's what he did with all of his gold. Because what was he gonna fucking spend the rest of it on? At a certain point, you just don't need gold. So, like, that's why I said at the start, I understand that there's like a basic entry level of gold that, yes, I recognize it does help. But beyond that, it doesn't fucking matter. Unless you're planning on participating in GDKPs, which, like, yeah, that ship has sailed for you. If your end goal is to join Cataclysm GDKPs, yeah, you're probably never going to get in if you're just starting now. But here's the nice thing. GDKPs are fucking stupid, and you don't need to join them. If your end goal for this game is playing GDKPs, find a new end goal, because I'm gonna be honest, it's just, like, it's the dumbest way to play this game. Like, you know, play Classic, if you're here, by the way, just to have fun, right? Just to see the content. Join a guild, play with friends. Don't just, like, run the group in an optimized toxic setup just so you can make slightly extra money that, like, you're either going to funnel back into the same GDKP or never use again. Like, yeah. I don't know. 20 Spectral Tigers is a massive flex. Yeah. God. That was definitely the dumbest flex that Paul ever did. But he would do stupid shit like that all the time. I mean, like, you see the guys in Valdrakken who have, like, all the feasts that they put down, and Paul would do that daily. He had, like, hundreds of feasts in his bags, and he would just, like, spell out, you know, random words that I probably can't say here, just because, for reference, YouTube gave me, like, a little warning because I used advertiser unfriendly language in one of my other streams, so and I'm not going to repeat it here, but I will tell you right now, it is the dumbest shit ever. Like, it's like Weenie Hut Jr. shit. And, you know, YouTube's like, oh, you know, blah, 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 that goes against your advertiser policies. It wasn't like, I didn't get demonetized, but it was like, you know, this content may be mature for some people. And it's like, my fucking videos are flagged as not for children. Like, what else do you want from me? So I am at least trying to be a little teensy bit more conscious about, like, oh, maybe somebody can misinterpret this as being a little bit too offensive. But yeah, Paul would spell out, like, stupid words like that with, at the time it was Savage Feasts because it was WoD. Back in whatever the Horde Warsphere was the place. Shit like that. He would do that all the time. You were talking shit to people and throwing 100k at them? Yeah, shit like that, too. I know you definitely... You did that shit, too. So, gold is handy if you want to buy every mount and transmog. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, honestly, just speaking from experience, like, in retail, I have a decent amount of golds. So, when I said earlier, those, like, really expensive Mythic BOEs, I can actually afford those Mythic BOEs. And yet I'm still not going to buy them because they're just fucking overpriced. I have no, you know, incentive to spend all of my gold just for one Mythic BOE. And there's shit tons of ways to make gold. You know, I already described others. Obviously, it's less of a thing in Classic, but like carries are another way. Obviously, if you're just new to the game, you know, telling somebody, oh, just sell carries is not really the most effective way, but it is, at the end of the day, a very nice way of making money. How's the day going so far? It's been busy, but it's going. I assume there's some RP and stuff. And there's no greater tragedy in WoW than the level 2 Paladin in Stormwind begging daily for 10 golds. Yeah. That's what you did? God. Spending half the gold cap on a piece of gear that'll be unusable next patch is mad. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. It depends. Because the one time when I could kind of understand it is, like, corruption. Back when, obviously, corruption was really good and stuff. Yeah. I can totally understand wanting to get your BIS corruptions early. Now, there's a limit, right? Some corruptions were selling for quite literally, like, 10 million golds. That's excessive. But spending like 1 million gold or even 600k on a BIS corruption that you know you're never going to replace for the next like 8 months, yeah. Speaking of which, my friend Paul used his gold on that. I remember even checking the auction house for him because he was looking at prices on multiple different servers to see not only which, how do I do this? Oh. Interesting. But because corruptions were hard to find, Paul wanted, I forget what it was, but it was a specific type of corruption on his offhands from Nyalotha. So I checked a lot of different server auction houses for him, and I eventually found one, I think it was for like, Jesus Christ, what is this quest? But I found one for like 600k that had the corruption that he needed, and then he literally made a level 1 character on that server, moved, whatchamacallit, like, moved the character over after buying it, because the thing about selling carries is you tend to have a lot of gold left over on different servers. So it wasn't like a small server, but it was a server that like his main wasn't on. And he just took a lot of his gold, literally character transferred a level 1 bank alt with the corruption thing in its bags, and then equipped it on his main. And that's the kind of thing that, like, yeah, it definitely excessive, you know, a normal player isn't going to do that, but that's the type of shit that you're going to do if you have, like, ridiculous amount of gold. A lot of bugs right now in Cata? Yup. Yep. It definitely needs to be delayed. Oh, come on, why? Now, this quest is... What the fuck is this quest? Oh, this is bad. Oh, come on. Why are we doing this? Oh my god. This is awful. Half the mobs just, they despawn and I get no quest credit. Please. Oh my god. Why? This is like the most painful quest so far. Fucking Christ. Yeah, I'm there's a button I think that returns me back because it said return to safety. I'm gonna just fucking go there myself. Fuck relying on the AI for that stupid pet. That quest is still a buggy mess in retail? Oh, well. At least I guess we can't attribute that to the classic devs. God. You paid for carries to top me. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Oh, that was such a flex. Paying for a carry and then intentionally just beating the people who are carrying you on damage just to say that you can. Yeah, that is the ultimate flex. I guess it's technically not a complete waste of gold, though, because at the very least you get a semi-decent group to clear the content with without having to, like, look for one or form it yourself or something, so... That's something that Paul used to do. That's, not quite exactly that, but he would buy heroic Archimon carries for his alts just because he just wanted to get extra... I think it was... He was going for, like, the heroic class trinkets. He wanted to have every single heroic class trinket on, like, all classes and stuff. And there was one time where he bought a heroic Archimon carry, and then he just didn't feel like going. It was either he didn't feel like going, or he had, like, some conflict or something where he couldn't make it. And then he just told me to go in his place. So I just got a free heroic Archimon carry because he booked it, like, days in advance and then just couldn't show up on time. Worked out for me. But, yeah, you know, some people just do that. So what is this? I need to use this on an imprisoned soldier. I assume we're talking horde soldiers. Alright. That's all of that stuff. Where are... I don't see any imprisoned soldiers. Maybe they're in a different area? Pretty sure there was a solid surface between you and that Naga. I mean, like... I don't really... I'm not going to try and understand why that quest is bugged the way it is. All I know is there were multiple times where I pressed the button to do the thing, and it didn't do the thing. And that's frustrating, to say the least. You remember someone spending over $1 million for boot transmogs for a troll? Yeah. I mean, I will be completely honest. So, I've started selling carries again on and off in retail. Like, my guild that I joined recently, we started selling Mythic Thra carries. And it's a decent cut. And, like, I don't know, I don't have anything that I really need to spend gold on. Because one of the biggest gold sinks that I've had over the last few years has been the speedruns. And, like, at this point, obviously, whenever a new expansion comes out, I usually need to invest a lot in... Oh, that's where the soldiers are. I usually need to invest a lot in whatever the new stuff is. Like, for instance, getting, Frozen Devotion enchants in the early days of Dragonflight for all of my heirlooms and stuff. And, well, actually, before the heirlooms were even a thing, it was even more expensive because every single time I did a speedrun, I had to buy the crafted weapon to use, and then I had to enchant it with Frozen Devotion. So I was spending, like, 50,000 gold for every single 60 to 70 run that I did, which, that kind of sucked. The fact that heirlooms are now a thing makes that a little bit easier because I can just enchant the heirlooms and I'm covered there. But as far as consumables go, I currently have, like, a guild bank on actually 2 different servers now, both Alliance and Horde, because, you know, initially I had 1 guild bank for Alliance, 1 guild bank for Horde. Nowadays, everything's cross-faction, so it doesn't matter. But I effectively have such a massive stockpile of all of the retail speed leveling things that I need that I just... What am I going to spend for that now? Unless there's an important thing in, like, the War Within that I need to buy, which I'm sure there will be. But, for, like, gun shoes, gliders, if I ever need those for a run, and I'm not doing the run on the PTR, which is another thing, a lot of those runs I do on the beta, so the cost doesn't actually matter. But whenever I do a live server run, I just go into my bank, pull it all out, good to go. And I've invested so much gold in just stockpiling that over the years, all my heirlooms are upgraded, whatever. All that to say, I have more gold in retail than I know what to do with. And I've just started buying random transmog pieces. Which, I've kind of said before, I'm not really much of a collector. Like, I only go for stuff that I personally feel I could use. But even now, I've just reached a point where it's like, what am I going to spend this gold on? So if I see, like, a transmog piece that I don't have collected on the auction house for 5,000 gold, I'm like, oh, sure. Maybe one day I'll use it. Who knows? Why are some of them, like, the questing marker is completely wrong there? I'm pretty sure that I think I remember this quest, and it's like I have to go into the cave, and then I go up here, and there's a little alcove in the center. Yeah. So, okay, at the very least, the World of Warcraft, like, in-game marker indicates where the cave entrance is, and then Questy is just fucking confused. I don't know. Hello, Mantis. Big fan, you're great. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my videos. Do I move? No, it's a cutscene. Questy's so fucked right now, yeah. I would imagine they're probably not too concerned about people using it on the beta. And honestly, the only reason that I'm even using Questy is because the in-game, like, World of Warcraft quest thing is also bugged. So I played around with it a little bit in some of my earlier testing runs, and I said this during the Blood DK run, but the least bugged combination that I've managed to find for now is using the overworld map indicators for, like, the in-game stuff and the Questy tracker, because the World of Warcraft, like, in-game tracker is bugged to fuck. But generally speaking, the map indicators are working correctly, whereas the Questy map indicators are just super lost. Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I have to kill the Fathom Lord. I assume this is yet another one of those things where it's just like, kill X amount of mobs, and then eventually the thing you need spawns. Would be nice to know. Jesus, how many do I need to kill? Oh! I didn't even notice. Ah, yeah, multiple people saying tracker. Oh my god. Oh, for a second, I thought that... Ah. There we go. I misread it. I thought it said I had 50 left. Okay, that's not too bad. All right. I'm gonna hold on to most of my stuff for now. I'm not really going to replace any of my gear until it's like a sizable item level boost. How is more bugs than a Soviet hotel room? That's good. Usable WoW mounted. Okay. In that case, this is something I want to keybind. Just button mash. Boom. You're on live, it's still bugged as hell? Yeah. I mean, pre-patch is definitely very bugged, don't get me wrong. And Questy as well, since I know that's what it was talking about, but... yeah. Fun little fact about Vashj'ir that I remember hearing years ago and always thinking was pretty cool. If you're ever trying to find the little cave entrances, these little yellow wavy things are only found around the entrances to the Flight Path caves. Like the main quest hubs that you go to for stuff. They never, I don't think they ever directly tell you that, but it is absolutely true. And once you know it and look out for it, it's like actually a nice way to quickly identify where is the cave entrance that I need to go to. Just look for the gigantic thing. That said, this is not the cave I wanted to go to, so I debated myself. Let me get food buff real quick while I'm on land. That and the bubbles, true, yep. Planning on doing a priest run tomorrow. Holy Nova seems OP as fuck. Any tips on best dungeons to do during questing? I assume you mean for retail? Yeah, pretty much. Blood Furnace, Ramparts, yep. Honestly, anything except Escape from Durnhold and the Arcatraz tend to be pretty good. So you can't really go wrong with most of the early TBC ones. And yes, Holy Priest is definitely very, very strong. Okay, where do I turn this in? I'm just going to follow the question mark. It's just a generic dude. Now I go into the cave. Okay. Fight the whale shark coward. I think I'll pass. Maybe the last thing that I'll do before I exit Vashj'ir, I'll fight the whale shark. How about that? If I can find it. I'm not going to spend like 30 minutes looking for it, but that being said, it is usually easy enough to find. No problem, Mantis. Good luck with your priest run. Thanks for the tip, Vashj'ir. Feels really mind-numbing for you with the underwater exploration. Yeah, you can thank Ghostcrawler for that. He said something along the lines of the reason you see the yellow vines near cave entrances is because that's where O2 is. Yeah, interesting. I guess it was probably the Ghostcrawler thing that I remember seeing. Oh, there's Velskar. I remember that being, like, kind of the other Fel Reaver of this zone, along with the Whale Shark. How's Prot feeling so far compared to Blood DK? It's good. It's good. I think Blood DK... One of the other things that you need to consider is my Blood DK, that was a template character. I had no consumables, I had dog shit gear, no enchants, anything. This is my Prot Paladin's gear. You know, I'm going to take a moment to go over this because I said I was going to at the start and then I completely forgot, so apologies for that. I have, like, a lot of heroic ICC stuff. So I have, like, Broken Ramskull Helm, which is pretty much Abyss, I think. Infected Choker, this is just a DPS necklace. I have 2-piece. Hammer of the Righteous, dealing 20% increased damage, is not insignificant. I have the Tribute Cloak from Trial of the Champion, another Trial of the Champion piece, Trial of the Champion piece. I believe this is 10-man Heroic Lich King, Frost Giant's Cleaver. Really good weapon for Prot Paladins. Definitely better than most of the other starting things that you'll get. Though I will probably replace it eventually. Really good shields. Not the best Librum, because obviously back in the day you would run the Librum for the effects, and now it has stats. So if anything, I might try to get a better version of this before the official launch. This is something that I just got from one of the quest rewards, but up until then I was using... Where is it? I have no idea where it is. Oh, here we go. Pirate Infuser. I also brought along Juggernaut's Vitality in case I need it, but I probably won't use it. Darkened Card Greatness, despite the item level, very powerful trinket. Then I have the Exalted Ashen Verdict Ring. I will probably get the DPS one before live servers. Band of the Traitor King. Dawnbreaker Sabatons. This is another Heroic TOGC piece. Another 2-piece item. Heroic TOGC, and this is Heroic 25-man Blood Council, another really good piece of gear. So I have really good gear on this character to start off with. And I also have flasks going, I have food buff, and I have other like movement speed consumables, and of course all of this stuff is gemmed and enchanted to boot, on top of being generally high item level. So, point being, while I am enjoying Prot Paladin, and I just like it in general, like I've never disliked Prot Paladin, it's going to be really hard to do a one-to-one comparison between, you know, how quickly am I killing things in my Blood DK in the previous run and my Prot Paladin until we're like level 84. At level 84, by then, my Death Knight had much better gear relative to what I have now in my Paladin, and we'll be able to get a better idea on the killing speed. I believe Blood DK is just going to be stronger as far as how quickly they're able to finish things off. Blood DK damage is kind of crazy. And the fact that I was able to survive nearly any pull on my Blood DK, despite having effectively dogshit gear, is crazy. Like, my Prot Paladin so far, I haven't really ever been in danger. My health has dropped to like 25-ish%, but it's not like it was spiking down there. I was watching it, and if I needed to, I mean, I have Lay on Hands, I have Word of Glory, I have numerous tools that I could have pressed if I was ever seriously like, oh shit, I'm going to die. So, they're both really good. As for which one is better, I suspect Blood DK will be better. And I don't know, it's a tough call. The other thing is, like, Blood DK has relatively poor mobility, but, you know, Paladin mobility isn't necessarily amazing either. So they're about comparable in that sense. I don't know. I'm straying a little bit too far. Also, when I hit level 81, I'm going to start queuing for dungeons. I'm still going to do Vashj'ir, but I do want to run Throne of the Tides at least once, and I want to run Blackrock Caverns at least once, just for the quests. And because I do want to get a feel for how they're like at this level. Worgen Blood DK? Worgen's good. I'm personally not going to be playing Alliance, but Worgen is definitely a very good race. I wasn't sure on the racials, but after doing a bit of reading, it does seem like both Goblin and Worgen are relatively good compared to other stuff, though Horde has a lot of really good options to choose from. Because Horde has good racials across the board, and like, while Blood Elf may not be the craziest race in terms of damage, Arcane Torrent is ludicrous utility. So Blood Elf is the best race in dungeons all the way up until BFA when they nerf Blood Elf into the ground. It is by far the best race, just because of how powerful Arcane Torrent is. It was so broken they had to completely change the racial. That is just how strong it is. I don't know Cataclysm raids to a T, so I can't say for sure if it's going to be really good in Cata raids, but obviously there were many instances in raid bosses over the years where Arcane Torrent was also very strong there as well. Just a very, very good racial. Where is this quest? Dead Xin-Shatar Raiders disposed of. I genuinely have no idea how I'm meant to complete this quest. Oh. Drop him into the trench, I'm guessing? Drag him far enough and then just drop? Probably. Yeah, this is one that I apparently need to read. Just over... Oh, I see. The eastern exit of the cave. So I need to drag it over the place with all the red stuff down there. Is Survival Hunter worth doing? You have a few hunters and survival looks fun, but non-ranged hunter seems to defeat the purpose of hunter. What are we talking? Survival and retail? Because survival in Cataclysm is still very much a ranged spec. It's not a melee hunter. Survival was not an actual melee hunter until Legion. If you are talking retail, it is entirely up to you. So it also depends on the content you're talking about. Like, saying, is Survival Hunter worth doing is vague, so Sticky Sauce, if you can, like, elaborate on that. I will quickly say that Survival Hunter for leveling, absolutely, in retail. It is, in my opinion, the best hunter leveling spec. For endgame, it's a very complicated question that the simplest way to answer it would be play what you find to be most fun. But there are more complex strengths and weaknesses to it that I would be able to discuss if that is what you're curious about. Is it normal for people to kill Hogger in Stormwind Stockade and just leave? Yes, because Hogger is the final boss of the dungeon. So the thing about old dungeons is, the thing about dungeons in general, when you're leveling, the vast majority of your experience in dungeons is going to come from one of two things. a combination of both. The end of dungeon experience, after you finish the dungeon, you get a big chunk of experience, get a little bonus. That is going to contribute to a big chunk of your experience from said dungeon. I kill crabs and I... So I just need to find those little vents and then inflate the balloon. And I don't know how many I need. Probably a decent amount. The other major source of experience is from quests. This applies to Cataclysm, it applies to retail. Pretty much, actually, Cataclysm onwards is when this really starts to be a thing. Because that is when they add dungeon quests to every dungeon. Random Dungeon Finder, technically this was the case at the very end of Wrath. But ever since the existence of both the Random Dungeon Finder and the Cataclysm Dungeon Revamp, where they added quests to all of the old dungeons, including TVC and Wrath ones, dungeon quests, end of dungeon completion. And most modern dungeons are kind of, you follow the bosses in a line, where you go from point A to point B, and point B being the end of the dungeon, and you have to go through all of the bosses in order to reach the end. And when you kill the final boss of the dungeon, that is when it will give you credit. That is when it will say, you have completed the dungeon, here is your bonus experience for completing said dungeon. And generally speaking, with some exceptions, most quests will only require you to kill the end of dungeon stuff, and all the other stuff you can do along the way. So certain older dungeons with weird layouts like Stockades, Hogger is the final boss, but you you get credit for finishing the dungeon, quote unquote, by killing Hogger. But there are still other bosses at different points in the dungeon, and if people are just trying to level efficiently, they're just not going to stick around for those bosses unless there's a quest telling them to kill it. I don't know what the case is for Stockades, but I do know there are a lot of optional bosses that don't have quests attached to them, and you just, generally speaking, don't do them. Yeah, exactly. If you are used to Final Fantasy XIV, then I can completely understand why you'd be confused. Yeah. And generally speaking, modern WoW dungeons are designed like that. Even Cataclysm dungeons are designed like that. It is specifically the older ones, because Stockades, while it was updated in Cataclysm, now like Hogger's the new final boss as of this expansion, it is still using a dungeon layout that was from vanilla WoW. It is a very non-traditional format. And all Blizzard did was add new bosses within that dungeon. They didn't completely redesign the dungeon itself, which leads to weird little quirks like that. What do I need to do? Drill sample? Plant one of the... Okay, it gave it to me in my bag, so I just drop this on the ground? Can't use that here. What? In the sand. Is this not sand? Where is sand? Fucking... Is this sand? This is sand. And then I just need to defend it. Alright. Are people running dungeons in the beta? Surprisingly, yes. I get Throne of the Tides and Blackrock Caverns quite a bit. The later ones, not as much. So I will probably do what I did in the Paladin run and repeatedly queue for dungeons. And once I've already done Throne of the Tides and Blackrock Caverns, if I get it again, I will just leave. And I will just do it every 30 minutes until I get the dungeon that I need. Apparently this is sand. If it lets me plant the totem, then I guess by definition, it is sand. Let's see. Working will have the speed boost for DK. Yeah, that racial is definitely nice. I mean, that is a nice racial in general for leveling, especially in Classic. or speed boosts are a little bit harder to come by. Even in Cataclysm, we don't get insane mobility. Like, warriors don't even get heroic leap until level 85, so... Okay, have to go back to that place. I'm really tempted to use my Hearthstone as, like, a teleport around the place type thing. And I probably will while I'm actually questing, because I will have a Warlock stationed in Dalaran to summon me there, so I won't need to put my, you know, Hearthstone there. For the purposes of this run, I am not going to have the ability to just teleport all over the place. Alright. Let me scroll up a little bit. Read the messages I missed. If you wanted to learn how to tank in Classic, which tank class do you think would be easier to learn? That's a really hard question to answer. For Cataclysm, I honestly, I couldn't really give you a great answer yet. I mean, I don't really think one would necessarily be easier or harder than the other. Because it also depends on what you're approaching it from. Like, if you're trying to learn how... If you're already familiar with tanking, right? Like, you've tanked in retail, and you're just trying to learn how to tank in Classic, I really don't think it would matter. I think it's just a question of understanding how tanking is fundamentally different in Cataclysm than in retail. And just go with that. And I haven't played around with Prot Warrior and Bear at max level enough to say exactly how they play at this point, so I don't know if they're easier or harder. It's, I don't know. Cataclysm is also a major difference. I would say the biggest difference by far in terms of gameplay in Cataclysm, I would maybe say, is the difference in tanks. While TBC and Wrath start giving tanks a little bit more control, and tanks feel very strong from a, like, damage-dealing perspective already by the time you get to, a second, grab something. By the time you get to Wrath, like, I'm already topping damage in Gamma Dungeons and stuff during Wrath on my Prot Paladin. But I am still mostly reliant on a healer on basically every single tank, with some exceptions. Cataclysm put a lot of focus on tanks being these, like, you know, solo demigods that, didn't need help from other people and can pretty much solo sustain themselves. Blood DK especially, but Prot Paladin already gets a lot of cool tools. Warrior, maybe not so much. Warrior, is on the lower end. Guardian Druid gets some cool tools already. Or it's still Feral Druid at this point. But this is when that switch starts to happen. And by the time you get to Mists of Pandaria, you have tanks literally soloing challenge mode dungeons. You have Blood DKs solo tanking Heroic Garrosh, right? Mists of Pandaria was the point where tanks became ridiculously overpowered demigods, and that continued into WoD. And then in Legion, Blizzard panicked and tried to rein in the power of tanks somewhat unsuccessfully, especially considering we had... is my quest complete? No, I literally need one more, and it just somehow dodged both of those serpents. Jesus. There we go. And we had, like, Blood DKs doing dungeons without a healer, etc. So, ever since tanks have been very strong, BFA is maybe the weakest tanks have been. We're already back to being pretty good in BFA. So, Cataclysm was the first time we really started to see that shift. Didn't happen overnight, but it really started at this point. In Wrath, I struggled much more to solo things than I have been struggling in Cata so far. Like, if you look at the dungeons that I did on my Blood DK in the run last weekend, there were multiple times where I had a group of 4 deadweight players and I was effectively soloing the dungeon, despite that being a template character with, like, really no gear or consumables or anything. If you just know what buttons to press, you can kind of already do ridiculous stuff. So tanks change a lot, which is one of the main reasons why I am very excited for Cataclysm Classic, as somebody who pretty much exclusively plays tanks. Where are my next quests? Huh. Okay, I guess I'll go back to the little cave and see if I missed something. You're gonna make a Goblin DK when this tune hits 55. Nice. Goblin's definitely a good option, yeah. As a largely solo retail player without focus on dungeon raiding, you've had enough raid dungeon tunes and a dedicated PvPer, so you wonder if Survival Hunter would work as a casual tune for solo retail stuff. Well, for solo content, you know, soloing old raids and stuff, I probably don't need to tell you that BM Hunter is not only the best spec for Hunter, but one of the best specs in the game, period, for doing things like that. So, while Survival Hunter is not bad, in fact, I would say it is one of the better specs in the game for doing solo content. Where do I go for this? Find a way to communicate with Nezvra. So I know I have to go inside here, but I think this is the entrance and it's blocked off, and I have to do some... This is one of those quests, isn't it? Where you have to hit the invisible checkpoint. Ah, fuck me, I hate these quests. Oh no, is it this? Ah, that's what it is. I misremembered where the entrance was. And then... up here, okay. Gotta have the revamped dead mines? Yes. Also, I guess, yeah, at this point I'll probably put myself in the random dungeon queue. Random Cataclysm dungeon? Yes. And it can give me... right now... my item level's not high enough. Okay, shit. Oh, fuck, when did I get that? Oh, that's annoying. I mean, realistically, the way that I fix this is... I just replace Darkman card Greatness. Wait, really? That's not even enough? I actually don't have enough item level to queue for these dungeons? Oh. That sucks. Huh. Okay. Well, hopefully I get more quest rewards soon-ish. Also, what the fuck? Clearly this is how I'm supposed to communicate with Nezvra, but... oh god, Oh. Excuse me while I faceplant my desk in despair at terrible fucking Cataclysm quest design. Some of these are just so opaque. Where do I go? Please tell me this is not yet another touch an invisible checkpoint. Right, we jump in circles until it gives us quest credits. Okay, I'm Googling this. Nezvra. Don't mount up. Fuck me. Yep, that's just shitty quest design. Alright, well, it's a good thing I looked it up, otherwise I'd just be walking in circles. Oh. Is that it? I just need to get some drops? Yeah, probably. That's good, at least. I'm glad that I can use greatness and it's not going to punish me for it. Also, obligatory once-a-stream reminder, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to throw it a like, because likes affect stream recordings the same way they do YouTube videos where, you know, the algorithm, blah, 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 boosts it and stuff. Let me scroll up and read the messages I missed. I scrolled down to the bottom of chat to see if anybody knew how to fix it. I do see a few people had suggestions. Obviously, I figured it out from the Wowhead comments I read, but I do appreciate it. I have all the buffs I need, right? Yeah, I have all the buffs I need. But yeah, Sticky Sauce, to finish answering your question, Survival Hunter's good, so if you're just looking for, like, solo content stuff, it absolutely can work, but it is not going to be better for solo content than BM Hunter. Just because BM Hunter is arguably the best spec in the entire game, period, at doing solo content. Survival Hunter is also very good, just, you know. Nobody is a BM Hunter. Everybody else wishes they could be a BM Hunter when it comes to solo content. You still have to leave dungeons with a script? Yeah, unfortunately. I cannot believe that bug actually made it to live servers. That's actually something that blew my fucking mind when I saw that it was still there. That's the kind of thing that, you know, I do beta tests a lot. I expect to run into that shit. You encounter weird, quirky bugs like that all the time. But for that to happen on live servers, Blizzard really fucked up. That should never, ever be occurring on live servers. Grab the Pearl Miners. Sorry if you sound like a scrub. You literally just started WoW 2 weeks ago, and then, as Yami Abyss said, yeah, never apologize for trying to learn. Absolutely no problem at all. I mean, that is what I am here for, honestly. I like helping new players get into the game. Well, I like helping all players. I especially like, you know, giving advice to people like around my same level too, and trying to find like little optimizations and stuff. But, you know, the leveling guides, the gearing guides, a lot of that is also directed at new players as well. And a lot of times when I'm making them, I'll ask some of my friends for help who are new players, so I get an idea on, you know, what they're looking for, what kind of stuff would help them. So definitely I do not mind at all. In fact, it's always good to ask questions like that. Can't believe it's almost the end of the week and the cache of the Researchers Under Fire still gives 250 item level gear. Yeah, I don't really know what's up with that, because it gives 250 item level gear, but then it also does give another piece of gear on top of that. So it's not just the 250 item level piece. At first, I thought I was just getting, like, an extra piece. I don't know if you're supposed to get both items, and the 251 is supposed to be higher item level. It is definitely weird, though. I think the biggest surprise to me is that, like, basically everything that Blizzard is doing lately has been really, really buggy. Like, more buggy than usual for them. Because you gotta wonder, like, how bad is it when every single release that they've put in recently is riddled with bugs? And it can't just be that, like, oh yeah, all the retail developers are working on The War Within, all of the classic developers are working on SOD Phase 4 or whatever. Like, no, like, that's not really an excuse. I'm kind of not terribly surprised with Season 4 bugs to an extent. I get that Blizzard kind of thought that it was a throwaway season and that not a lot of people care. And that one, for better or for worse, I think they are kind of right. while I am enjoying Season 4, the raids at least, I am not playing Season 4 nearly to the level that I would a regular World of Warcraft season release, because just not quite as much to do. And I think a lot of other people who aren't serious about the game like I am are playing even less, or maybe just doing keys for fun. So I can kind of understand why they wouldn't put as much effort into it, but at a certain point, there is like a level of quality control that we kind of expect. And it's, you know, a little bit annoying that it's not reaching that. But the stuff with Sod and Cataclysm lately, that is just kind of egregious. Just in general. Deep Seeker Crab. I guess they're still within this area. Can I mount up in here? Oh shit, I can. Well, wish I knew that. That would have been nice to know 5 minutes ago. Is that all I need to do? And then what? Do I just wait the timer out? Evidently no. What the hell? Oh, I'm supposed to loot it. Okay, it just didn't show up for some reason. Alright. Sure. Okay, that's it. You don't like sand, it's coarse and rough and irritating and gets everywhere. You got jump scared by Nomergon? That bitch, oh yeah. And Nomergon is definitely a not very tank-friendly dungeon, if you don't know a lot of the stuff. Feel like everything you look at for like minor racial optimizations just has Worgen for Alliance. You played some Blood DK in retail. Is it as easy in Cata? No. That much I can say for sure. Blood DK in retail is piss easy and boring as fuck. It is not interesting at all. It's lame. Blood DK and Cataclysm, you know, you don't need like a PhD to play Blood DK and Cataclysm. It's not some insanely hard spec to grasp. But it is considerably more involved in terms of resource management than retail, which is literally keep Bone Shield above 5, press stuff to generate runic power, Death Strike when you take damage. And like that's literally Blood DK in retail. It's piss easy. Bear, if you're completely new to tanking, least amount of abilities allows more thought on the dungeon. Yeah. I guess, I don't know, I'm like familiar with the way Blood plays right now because I used to play Blood all the time, and Blood plays now how it used to when I first started playing it back in MoP. So I'm really comfortable with the rotation, and I really enjoy it because that was my favorite version of Blood. So it wasn't that hard for me to grasp, but it is definitely harder, as I said, than retail Blood. And Proud Paladin, I would say maybe isn't like the best new thing to get into. Maybe just because it does require you to, like, you know, manage your block, and block is maybe not the most intuitive thing, especially if you're used to playing like a Blood DK, which doesn't need to worry about block at all. And it has like now the Holy Power thing, which Holy Power is, once again, not the most complicated resource system ever created, but it does require some management and knowing when to press which ability. It has a few different procs that you need to be mindful of. And I mean, if you played Proud Paladin in Wrath, the changes aren't going to be super hard to understand, but if you've never played Proud Paladin before, it might be a little bit overwhelming. And one of the other things about Proud Paladin, which is something I really like about it, but can be a little bit tricky if you're not familiar with it, is Proud Paladin has a lot of utility. One of the main reasons to bring a Proud Paladin in many cases, they do good damage, they have good survivability, but they have very powerful utility spells that trivialize certain boss fights. Again, I don't know how impactful that's going to be in the context of Cataclysm, but speaking historically, across all different expansions, and definitely still to this day in retail. Prot Paladins have a lot of really good blessings, like Blessing of Freedom, clears roots and stuff like that. It's called Hand of Freedom in Cataclysm. Same exact thing, though. Hand/Blessing of Protection is the ability that makes people immune to physical damage, and in many cases it clears otherwise unclearable debuffs. They have Divine Shield and Immunity. It's the only tank with a true immunity like that, so that is very, very, very powerful. And I mean, I'm sure there's other things. They have Salve, because Threat is still kind of a thing now. That's important as well. And there's other, like, niche things where they have, like, stuns in Cataclysm for, like, undead and whatnot. But understanding how to use their utility... Oh, yeah, of course, silences. At this point, Avenger's Shield now in Cataclysm finally gets its classic silence that most people know it for. And if there's ever mobs that you need to interrupt, one of the best options is putting a Prot Paladin on it and having them fish for Avenger's Shield resets and then just constantly chain CC mobs. Very, very, very powerful. So, while it is really nice, and I like playing it, it can be a little bit hard to get used to playing Prot Paladin because you need to understand... block, I guess, these days block is a little bit more in Cataclysm, like, done for you. And you don't need to, like, constantly manage Holy Shield and stuff like that. And gearing for block is not anywhere near as complicated as it was back in Wrath or earlier expansions. I think killing these mobs should be good. But it's still something that's a little bit less straightforward than, you know, Death Knight. If I'm taking damage, I'm going to press Death Strike to reduce that damage taken. And understanding, you know, how to build threat, how to do damage, and then also your utility could be a lot. I think, yeah, Bear... The thing is, Bear and Prot Warrior, while they are probably easier to understand, fundamentally, they are also not necessarily the strongest tanks. No tank is bad in Cataclysm, but right now, there is a clear divide between Blood Decay and everything else, really. But... Paladins are also pretty good. The other thing about Bear is, while Bear is, at surface level, much simpler, in older versions of WoW, and this includes Cataclysm, if you want to be a very good Bear tank, and if you plan on trying to get into raiding and want to optimize it as best as you can, you will be expected to understand... I'm going to grab this, so I think it gives me bag item level. Yeah, that gave me 1 bag item level, so we're closer to being able to queue for the other dungeons. I wonder, can I do... I can. Ha 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 ha. Okay. I don't think that was a big save, but it looked fucking cool. That's what's important. Where is the mob I need to kill? Overseer Idrikes. I'm worried that I fucked something up tremendously. I think I've fucked something up. So I do not see the mob I need down here. I think it's actually going to platform up there that I didn't see, and I fucked myself by jumping down here. I'm going to read the quest now. Yep. Fuck. Well, that little maneuver looked really cool, but was ultimately pointless. Unfortunately. Damn it. What TBC and Wrath content can Blood DK solo at 85? I have no idea. Probably a good amount. Maybe not as much for Wrath. You could probably solo most heroic dungeons. TBC? Hard to say. Where is the top of Nespera? I'm guessing there's a tunnel over there. But yeah, oh, so, yeah, on the topic of Bear, while bear is really easy surface-wise, understanding how to really play bear requires you to catweave in this version of the game. And, like, if you're just looking to have fun and you like bear and you don't want to catweave at all, sure. But that's kind of one of the deceptive things about saying that bear is easy. A lot of people say, oh yeah, bear's really straightforward. And, like, it is if you're playing it non-optimally. And again, never want people to feel like they have to play, you know, as optimal as possible. If you just want to play bear and you don't give a shit about the rest, go for it. But do keep that in mind, because I know there's going to be some people maybe who really hate catweaving, and they're going to be disappointed to hear, like, oh, I have to catweave, and I don't want to do that. And then they're just going to be disappointed because they picked bear, and now it's a playstyle that they don't actually enjoy. So it is just something important that you need to keep in mind. If you do have your heart set on bear, and you want to play it at, like, a heroic raid level in this case, in this version of the game, be expected to catweave. And if you are not catweaving, bear is probably going to be the worst tank. So just heads up. I think I just go back to the entrance. I did enter queue, right? Yeah. I mean, it's right now it's 10 p.m. my time. It's probably going to be hard to find people in dungeons. I guess right now we just need a healer. Not terrible. Tank scaling is super weird with leveling? Yeah. A little bit. Oh, I can do it again, but with mounts. I almost landed in the pit. That actually would have been really bad. I would have kind of fucked myself if I had overshot that ever so slightly. I think... Can you even get out there? There must be some way to climb out of the Pearl Pit, but it probably requires, like, face planting a wall and just, like, jumping up against the little ledge over and over. But I would be very surprised if it's impossible to get out. It would still be a pain in the ass. What's my item level now? Still 270. Been a few days since you've had a chance to tune in. Well, I haven't streamed since last week, so you don't need to worry about it. I don't stream daily, so. Have you happened to test Vashj'ir, and is it a... I'm literally doing Vashj'ir right now. I don't know if that was clear. I guess it's probably hard to tell because, you know, I'm inside the thing, but I'm literally testing Vashj'ir as we speak, so... you will find the answer to your question at the end of this stream, effectively. If you're asking whether I've done any Vashj'ir testing aside from this stream, no. I was going to do a little bit of it, but basically I went into Cataclysm Classic pre-patch expecting it to be rather uneventful, and I found a few really important things to do that I will probably make videos on, so that's probably an important thing to say. I've talked about this on my Discord, but I'll repeat it here for anybody who didn't follow my Discord, because I'm sure that I'm going to be asked questions about it. Here's the plan as far as videos go. So I have, as I mentioned, some stuff to cover for pre-patch. That is currently the top priority and is basically the thing I'm going to do immediately after I finish the stream. I will continue testing that. And what I will say is real quick, I won't respond during the stream, but if you have a level 80 character and you are not, I hate to say this, if you are not on Faralina and you have a level 80 character in Cataclysm Classic and you want to help me test something that is potentially really powerful that I will probably make a video on, shoot me a DM on Discord. and I will get back to you after the stream with details. Like I said, I don't want to talk about it a lot, but it is actually something where I could use additional hands to help test for it. And, you know, you'll get slightly advanced information on that. But that is the current top priority. So I want to make sure I get that figured out as soon as possible, because it is the type of thing where, assuming Blizzard doesn't nerf it, I want to give people as much time as possible to take advantage of this trick and use it during the pre-patch. After that, probably the next top priority is going to be not a Cataclysm Classic thing. It is going to be my retail 60 to 70 leveling guide that I have said I'm going to finish for a while, and I've been chipping away at it. I'm going to try and finally finish it. I think before I said it would either be on Monday or Tuesday, it's probably going to be on Wednesday, just because I want to get this first Cataclysm Classic video out as soon as possible, because it is kind of time sensitive. Beyond that, I don't have any major things to cover. So I will have, like, at least a little bit of leeway. And I want to finally get that leveling guide out there, because obviously when Cataclysm Classic actually launches, I'm going to be swamped with other things to cover, so I want to get that guide good and out of the way now. What the fuck? The fish can eat me? What the hell? Oh my god. Is it going to clip me into this rock? It did clip me into the rock. Okay. It's about to do it again. Jesus fuck. I'm just gonna lay on hands. Might as well use it. That is what it's there for. I do not have War Within Alpha. And honestly, I'm kind of glad that I don't, because I would not even be playing War Within Alpha if I had it. There are way too many other important things that I need to test right now. And the way that they generally do the alpha is, like, they test it zone by zone. So I really would not be able to get any good testing done right now that I couldn't just do when it's in beta. Because in beta, you have access to everything. In alpha, they're trying to get, like, individual feedback on specific things. So it's only really good for people who really, really, really want to play it as soon as they possibly can and test it, which I don't really give a shit. I'm going to do it eventually. I'm probably going to level through the War Within zones like a fucking billion times, so I am in no rush to get started on that until I can do actual full-length testing runs and get an idea on what the experience will be like from start to finish. So, yeah. Don't have alpha. Even if I had it, would not be playing it right now. The only way that I would be playing it is if I had it and a bunch of my friends had it and they managed to guilt trip me into doing dungeon testing. But none of us have it, so yeah. But I'm sure that when we all eventually get access to beta, because beta, they invite way more people. So I've gotten into every single beta. I'm not really concerned about that. I need one more of these items. You're wondering about 10 to 70 leveling? I see, I don't even know if you can test that right now. That's the other thing. And there's also a chance that even if it is eventually going to be a thing, where they will eventually let you do that, like level in, what's it called? Shell Survivors, okay. Even if you will eventually be able to level 10 to 70 with flying and stuff like that, it may not even be enabled on the alpha. The alpha is extremely limited, which, again, is why I don't plan on testing it. And just for reference, right, to, like, this may sound like cope, I know, but I actually did test leveling in the Dragonflight alpha. I would imagine most people here did not see that, because it was honestly not one of my more popular videos. It didn't do very well. And it's partially why I have zero plans to really touch an alpha again. At least I will never make videos on it, that's for sure. Because when I did my testing runs on the Dragonflight alpha, when I got in, like, in the last... I got, like, the last third of the Dragonflight alpha towards the end. and I may still get in towards the end of the War Within alpha. But it was such a absolute buggy mess, and the run took an extremely long amount of time. Like, Dragonflight right now is 2 to 3 hours. On launch, it was maybe 5 hours. It took me 14 hours to get from 60 to 70 on my first run in alpha. That was not normal. That was not just like, oh, it takes me slightly longer because I'm not used to it. Things were just fucked. The entire thing was fucked. 69 to 70 took me something like 5 hours alone just for that one level, because so many things were bugged at the very end. And then talents completely broke, so I had to do the rest of my leveling with literally 0 talents. It was bad. So, yeah, I had a miserable time doing that test run in Dragonflight. And then the video didn't even do well because it's a really long, really poor video of me. I tried to make it fun. I mean, I know some people enjoyed watching it, but most people who are looking for an accurate representation of what leveling is going to be like probably didn't get much out of that video, because half the video was me trying to figure out how to get the game to not break on me. And that's kind of why, like I said, if I get into alpha, just not gonna bother, because it's probably going to be relatively similar. I have heard that it's working a little bit better. I've had a few people in my Discord who have alpha telling me about, you know, what the questing experience is like. And, you know, that's been nice to know, but I'm honestly not even too concerned with, like, keeping up with it, because, as I said, I'm going to level 1 million characters already. I'm sure I will figure that stuff out when I get to it. Oh, Bergie Blackheart. I remember this guy. And I get the hat. Wait, it's not a toy? Huh. That's weird. It didn't become a toy until many expansions later. Interesting. I did not remember that. Well, at the same time, though, keep in mind, Goose Comics, we didn't have toys at all back in Cataclysm. So, a lot of the things that are now toys, Blizzard had to manually turn into toys. So I'm kind of surprised that they didn't make this one a toy. There's no reason it shouldn't be. There are a few weird things that are not toys that I've noticed. Like archaeology. A lot of the archaeology items are toys, but there's like 1 or 2 random items that are not for some reason. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, yeah, I can understand it's probably not top of their priority list. I guess if it is an intentional decision on their part, then I'm surprised. But you raise a fair point that there is a good chance it is not an intentional decision on their part, so, you know. I think that's all the quests. Yeah, now I just go back in here and turn it in. What was I saying before? I know I talked about War Within Alpha. You'd rather learn Blood Decay than dance with a cat? Or stance with a cat, yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't mind cat weaving. In fact, one of the main reasons why I am very excited for the War Within Guardian Druid is they're actually bringing back cat weaving. It's going to be like a big thing where there's an entire hero talent tree dedicated to cat weaving. And like you shift into cat, you maintain like a lot of your survivability while in cat form. So you could even tank as a cat briefly, which means that theoretically you could cat weave while actively tanking a boss, and it wouldn't necessarily require you to be off tanking for portions of the fight. It's basically all of the really big quality of life stuff that we've wanted for cat weaving, and then some. So I think that when done well, cat weaving can be really fun. And the nice thing about Cataclysm is you're playing effectively 2 specs in 1. You have access to the entirety of Feral's kit, more or less, at this stage because they're the same spec. It's not Guardian and Feral, it is Feral DPS and Feral Tank. They're one and the same. It's just you run slightly different talents and, of course, you know, different gear optimizations. But you can do both. So that's kind of the weird thing about Feral Druid tanks, where pure Feral tanks could be argued to honestly not be that strong. But if you look at, like, the top end of guilds, even in Wrath of the Lich King Classic, this was very true, where a lot of people considered Feral tanks to be just kind of okay in Wrath Classic, and yet many of the top speedrun guilds were running a Feral tank. Why? Well, because Feral DPS was very good. And if you just dedicate one of your tank spots to basically being a hybrid DPS, that's just really, really, really nice. But then the expectation is, of course, that you are able to pull that off. And if not, then you're just worse than a tank that does really good damage. Oh, hey, Ashley. I did not expect you to be here. Are you in Europe still, or are you actually on United States soil for once? Where am I going? I have to check a bunch of statues? I'm guessing I just walk up to the statues. You have to be in the US for work? Ah, I see. Ancient Elven Etching. Ah, I thought that might be the case. This item begins a quest. Speaking of which, I never turned in that quest back there. Pearl of Wisdom. I should probably do that. You're sure if they have people working on Cataclysm at all to prevent these bugs and launch it at a stable rate, they would have went back in quality of life something? Yeah. Okay, so I have to interact with this stuff. There we go. All right. Obviously, I should have done this quest before, but I'm just going to run over and turn it in before I forget. How would we get 80 to 85 as a Holy Paladin? How do we get items we need still to rep... Zolbu Nami, I'm not sure I understand the question. Like, what I should say is, for starters, I would not recommend leveling as a healer, like, ever. Retail has some weird exceptions, like Holy Priest. But other than very specific exceptions that really only pop up in recent versions of WoW, you should generally be leveling as a DPS or tank, even if you want to play a healer at endgame. The only reason why you should ever level as a healer is if you're leveling with a group of friends through dungeons. At that point, sure. Or I guess, if you're leveling only through dungeons and you don't really want to quest in between dungeon queues, which... I mean, that is a way to level. It's not efficient, but you can do it. You could also, if you really wanted to, queue as a healer for dungeons and level as a tank or DPS. It's going to be a little bit annoying just because you'll need to switch things around as you enter the dungeon, because a lot of times it won't swap that for you, but if you have dual spec, right, you could just, the moment you enter the dungeon, quickly swap your dual spec. So that is something. But... that is, like, the only situation I'd recommend doing it, and generally speaking, it is just easier to level as a DPS or a tank. Obviously, tanks are better, especially because they still get fast dungeon queues, unless it's the beta at almost 11 p.m. at night, obviously, you know. I'm not in the most opportune situation to find dungeon queues. For the record, if anybody has access to the Cataclysm Beta, and you want to hop on and queue as a healer, or dungeons at level 80, then that would be much appreciated. But if not, I understand, and I would imagine there aren't too many people who are on the Cataclysm Beta right now. What do I still need? Controllers. I need one more after this one. The long-awaited Heirloom Enchant Guide, yeah. Well, admittedly, Goose Comics... I'm probably not going to make the heirloom video anytime soon. Because, like, the heirloom video, it's one of those things where... that, obviously, I wish I could have made that video half a year ago. if it had been fixed, I absolutely would have. But they kind of fixed it in a really weird spot where it's not even necessarily the case that, you know, I don't want to do it because I have too many other things to work on right now. Like, that's kind of true, but it's more so the case that I just don't even think that video would perform well if I released it right now. Because I think that the vast majority of people who care about optimizing their heirlooms for speedruns already know that information, because they've either asked me on stream or listened to me talk about it or something. Because I have discussed it, of course, and I've posted the doc. You have classic beta, but you have no idea how to heal any classic version? Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. But, like, basically, the target audience for that guide would be people who are just trying to get into leveling their characters and aren't really sure about heirlooms. And that's something that does much better, like, on a new expansion launch. So, what I will probably do... Yeah, I know that you're joking, but I figured since I kind of started the whole subject of videos that I was going to make soon and then kind of forgot, I do think it is a good thing to point out. Because I'm sure that there's going to be somebody else who is genuinely curious about that. And I believe that we're getting... I heard a bark. It was a singular bark, though. I don't know what he was barking at. I assume this is where I go to get quest credit. No, maybe I have to go down below. Probably. What was I saying? Yeah. There we go. Okay, that's what it wanted me to get. Cool. I think we're getting at least one new heirloom. Yeah, the new heirloom ring, right, with the War Within. So whenever the War Within pre-patch comes out, that is like the perfect time for the heirloom guide, because then there's a new heirloom, so I can include that information in there, and that way it's up to date for the rest of the expansion, and there's going to be a lot of people who get that new heirloom and then go, oh, gee, I wonder what else I need to do if I want to optimize heirlooms for leveling, and then, you know, boom. So I just think that is probably a better time overall to release that video. And I know, like you said, you were like merely poking fun, but just figured I'd at least address that. Honestly, it is unfortunate that my other video, the, what's it called? Are any of these better than what I have? Yeah, that's not even better than Taldaram's Plated Fist. I guess I should swim down there. It is a shame that it took me so long to get this leveling video done. I probably should have finished it earlier, but yeah, is what it is. But I want to have that at least done before, you know, the end of Dragonflight, so that some people can get it. Data mined SOO Garrosh weapons from Mop Remix. Wait, is that new? I'll check Wowhead. Where was this data mined? Because obviously there's no new Wowhead posts about it, so unless it's somewhere else. This was months ago? Well, yeah, but then I think there was like... Didn't Blizzard say that, you know, oh no, that isn't correct or whatever, so, I mean, I'd love for it to be a thing. I don't know. I don't trust them. I don't trust them to make a decision like that, which is smart and every player would want, but... who knows with them. Assert said, hello, just leveled with your 1 to 60 guide from not too long back. Thanks, was smooth. Awesome. I'm glad you found it helpful. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so... There were... Huh. What do I need to do? Tune yourself with the past vision of the Najjar Battle Maiden. I guess I need to go over there and through this. I vaguely remember these quests. You have to, like, go into the past or something like that. It's been a very long time. What was I saying? Yeah, so once that initial guide is done for 60 to 70 leveling, my main priority is going to be a combination of, well, the stuff that we're doing right now, of 80 to 85 leveling, but also, of course, the dungeon guides.
I could hear the sound of your trident breaking from the gardens. The
Oh.
skulls of these kelp'thar are as strong as rock.
A single prong, hardly enough to stop me from slaughtering hundreds more.
Indeed, I doubt much would.
Alright, I finally finished my coffee. Okay, so... I have to kill 10 kelp'thar. Yeah, well that was completely pointless because it immediately leaped back. Date is 7/25/2023. Yeah, like that rings a bell, and I remember seeing that and thinking it was like basically confirmed. But apparently there's a good chance that they aren't actually doing it. Somebody mentioned to me that they said in an interview that they're not actually sure if they're going to bring the Garrosh heirlooms back. So unfortunately it's at this stage I would say it's more unlikely than not. Ooh, a little bit of a skip there.
Sound of your trident breaking from the
That said, I hope it doesn't lock me in place for too long. In that case, it wouldn't be quite as helpful of a skip.
A single prong, hardly enough to stop me from slaughtering hundreds more.
Indeed, I doubt much would.
Hard to say. I think that was actually about as much time as it would have taken to swim back. You have most of them, and you think they should bring them back for everyone. Miss Remix is the perfect place to do so. Yeah, completely agree. I hope that they are going to do it, and it's just them keeping it as a surprise. Oh, this is interesting. As long as she remains unencumbered by combat, she can swim faster. Cool. Into new ability. Charge at a target. Alright. Where the fuck is this mob going? Where is this mob going? Activate wards and kill more kelp'thar. Alright, I think the terrace is up this way. What was I saying before? Oh, yeah. I remember. Yeah, so one thing that I know... I've already told a few people, and they're, like, mildly disappointed. And, you know, just a heads up, I will not be making a 1 to 80 leveling guide anytime really soon. That's not to say that I don't plan on making it eventually, because I would very much like to eventually finish that. It's just... I mean, I only have so much time, right? There's barely 2 weeks left before the launch of Cataclysm Classic, and, like, I am human. I cannot finish, like, a million videos in the span of 2 weeks. I have to pace myself. Because every single time there's, like, a new launch, I always tell myself, oh, I'm gonna make, like, a million different videos. And the problem is, there are, like, content farm channels that will make all those videos, and they will make, like, 3 uploads a day for, like, weeks on end, where it's just covering all this stuff. Like, they'll make, like, 5 different leveling guides that are just regurgitating the same information, and I mean, most of those channels tend to be operated by, like, you know, a group of people who are, like, you know, all... Either it's somebody paying a bunch of people to do all of the assets for the channel, and they're just, like, pumping out videos that are, like, low-quality content, which, once again, I don't do. or it's, you know, somebody just not even trying and like literally just making shit up and just slapping clickbait thumbnails. And I'm going to do neither. There is a certain level of testing that I want to do for every single one of my videos, no matter, you know, how certain I am personally of the information. Like, I can do 1 or 2 testing runs and already have enough information to level my characters efficiently, for instance. Because I know, based on my testing, yeah, this feels the fastest. But there's a very big difference between something feeling good enough for me to use it on my own personal time and me taking that information and packaging it and sharing it with people, because inevitably, if I do that, people are going to say, well, how do you know for sure it's the fastest? Have you tested all the other stuff? And there's going to be people who will just blindly listen to YouTube videos and not care about that stuff, and like, for them, they're not my target audience anyway. But the people who do care about that stuff, you know, I want to make sure I actually do testing. You're only human? That sounds like an excuse a puny human would say. All you hear is excuses, lazy human. Yeah. I should just outsource my video creation to ChatGPT. But yeah, so all joking aside, all that to say, while I do really want to make 1 to 80 leveling guides for Cataclysm Classic, it's going to take time. There is a lot of ground to cover, and I guarantee you, absolutely 100%, none of the people who, where is the turn-in for this quest? I'm gonna exit and, what? Oh, here, right. I'm gonna re-enter because it said the turn-in was around here, so I'm assuming this is going to be a slight time save. But yeah, I guarantee you, like, 90% of the people who are putting out, like, these 1 to 80 leveling guides for Cataclysm Classic did absolutely zero testing. And the people who did cursory testing and are just calling it a day. And, like, the thing is, I could make a guide right now, and I could basically string together a list of zones and say, this is the most efficient thing. This is, like, what I tested, blah, 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 blah. And grab 5 minutes of footage of my character leveling through each one of those zones and string it together in a thrown-together video and bing, bang, boom, call it a day. But, of course, that's not what I'm actually going to do. And if I am going to dedicate myself to thoroughly testing everything... okay, so I need to kill mob at the end of this. If I am going to dedicate myself to thoroughly testing everything, well, the reality is there's like a shit ton of 1 to 80 things to cover. And one of the reasons why I'm not in any major rush to do that is because any testing that I do now will be applicable for all future classic expansions, however long they go. I mean, I have no idea if they're actually going to do WoD Classic, right? But they're definitely going to do MoP Classic, and all of that testing will still be perfectly relevant for MoP Classic. So, I am going to thoroughly test most of the zones. There's obviously going to be exceptions where we all already know that XYZ zone is really inefficient, and I'm not going to bother testing it. But anything that is remotely competitive on the leveling route, I will test. I will find the fastest route for both Alliance and Horde, and you will get that video, I don't know, a few months from now, whenever it's ready to be published. In the meantime, I still plan on doing, like, speedruns, like I normally do. Also, why is this mob not dying? Oh, I see. I need to defend the casters, so they channel into this guy, so that he takes increased damage. And otherwise, he won't take enough damage to die. Okay. I see. Alright, well, I'll go all the way over here. You kind of hope they do a WoD Classic? Oh, I absolutely hope they do WoD Classic. I hope they're smart enough to realize that WoD Classic could be very successful if they do it correctly. The problem is, up until a few months ago, I was saying, oh yeah, absolutely, WoD Classic could be very good. But considering how badly they've been fumbling the ball with Cataclassic, I honestly don't know if this just rookie developer team actually has what it takes to make WoD Classic good. Well, I've hit the threshold needed for Stone Core and Vortex Pinnacle, so that's nice, I suppose. Anyways, yeah. So, all that to say, I am fairly confident that what I can reasonably achieve in 2 weeks is I can do additional testing runs of 80 to 85 to optimize this process, because, I mean, there is only so much that you really need to test, right? It's not like 1 to 80 where there is like a million different, for lack of a better term, like permutations of zones that you could do, where I need to test various different orders to make sure that it works. I also need to test like all the different starting zones and stuff. Southern Naga forces. Horde lookout restocked. I assume I just... Yeah, I can do it while mounted. Nice. Yeah, so it's going to be easy enough to test all of that stuff for 80-85. So I am relatively confident that I can do the testing I need, you know, with this run, and I'm going to do a bunch of others. And as long as I focus on that and just save 1 to 80 for later on, I will be able to get a really polished 80 to 85 leveling guide out before Cataclysm launches. As for when exactly that'll be, I don't know. It might be literally the night before, if that's how long it takes. I'm going to start making the guide when I've determined that all of my testing is complete. And as for dungeons, I need like one more lookout, right? Where are they? I was finding a bunch of them, and suddenly this entire area, there's like no Horde lookouts. There we go. Alright. Bloated Kelp Bulb and Naga Forces. You want WoD Classic with all the cut content? See, they're never going to do that. I don't expect them to do that, but I just think if they streamlined it, and maybe not necessarily did cut content, but like, I'll give you an example of something cool that they could do. They could absolutely do Mythic Plus in WoD dungeons. And like, I still want us to have challenge modes, don't get me wrong. I love challenge modes, and I don't think that Mythic Plus is a suitable replacement for whatchamacallit. Oh shit, my seal fell off. I don't think Mythic Plus is a complete replacement for challenge modes, but I think if you had like both, and you had scaling dungeon difficulty to get like better rewards as an alternative to WoD raid gear, I think that could be really cool. We'll get all the cut content in WoD Remix, yeah. And I do think there are a few improvements they can make. And it doesn't need to be this gigantic thing, but there are definitely many different ways that they could make WoD Classic good. And a fun experience for a lot of people who didn't play it. And definitely a fun experience for people like me who played it and loved it and just were disappointed by the fact that it was almost a full year of absolutely no new content, which was by far the biggest issue. Oh, there's a lot of Naga out there. Oh my god. Well, that's definitely the most efficient way to get the kills I need. I wonder if I can survive it. Okay. Swim down here. Grab this. And... one of the other things I'm realizing is I'm actually getting relatively close to level 82, and I haven't even entered the final zone yet. So, I have a feeling that Vashj'ir may actually get you farther than Hygel does. Hello, Wall of Death put in for aesthetics, yeah. Well, I'm going to test myself against this wall of death. I mean, like, I used Lay on Hands, but at the same time, that's kind of what Lay on Hands is there for. Doing insane pulls and full healing yourself when you're on the brink of death. So, if it works, it works. Thoughts on Wrath versus Kata? I liked Wrath. So far, I love Kata. Pretty much all versions of Classic thus far. I've played them all. But I have played all versions of Classic thus far purely for sightseeing purposes. I've always considered myself to be less of a Classic like player and more of a tourist. That changed a little bit in Wrath. Like, I played 2019 very briefly at the start. I'd say briefly is maybe a bit of an understatement. I played significantly more than like the vast majority of people. But compared to some super hardcore Classic players that I knew, I played Molten Core and I pretty much quit after finishing Molten Core. TBC, I did all of the raids except the end of Sunwell. I only did like the first 2 bosses in Sunwell. I wasn't in like a good guild. I joined later on and I just tried to like experience all the content and it was fun, but like it was very much one of those things where like I was not loving TBC. I was not playing it because I'm like, oh yeah, this is like the peak of content for me. I think this is a vehicle quest, right? Yeah. Like, I was playing it because I just wanted to see all the stuff I missed. And I had one character in, like, original vanilla. I played my Prot Warrior, because, duh, that was the only tank you could play. In TBC Classic, I only played my Guardian Druid, or Feral Druid. In Wrath, I pretty much only played my Paladin. I messed around with alts a little bit. Definitely more than I did in previous versions, but not by a lot. I've only just recently, towards the end of towards the end of Wrath, started to play around with my Death Knight, and that's really more because I want to play Death Knight in Cataclysm rather than, you know, playing it at all in Wrath. So, basically, I was not really involved in previous versions. I did a lot of content, way more than most people. I did all of 25 Heroic ICC outside of the Lich King because I just really didn't want to get into that. It was way too much of a time investment considering I'm already raiding on retail. Half these mobs are gray, which is really annoying because that means I can't reliably get quest credit for them. I don't know why they're bugged. So basically, I played Classic a lot, but I've never really been like excited to actually play Classic. It's always been like an afterthought of like I'm curious to see how things worked back then. I'll do the raids once or twice just to see. I'll play like the tank that I am most excited for, which like I just outlined what it was every expansion. This is like the first Cataclysm expansion, or the words. This is the first Classic expansion where I'm genuinely excited to play the game, and I could see myself playing this a lot, and I'm probably going to play multiple characters because I'm just that excited about how they play. And it's also going to be the first version of Classic where I've actually done speedruns. Technically, I mean, I've already done an 80 to 85 speedrun. Even if it took 2 parts, I finished it, which is more than I can say for any other version of Classic thus far. Even if it is only one specific level bracket, namely the Cataclysm levels, it is the first time I have ever done an actual start-to-finish speedrun in Classic at all. Just because I was never really interested in it before. I mean, it's a combination of 2 things. I don't really enjoy speedrunning Classic, like Classic. And like mainly because it's just really long, right? It's a massive, you know, slog to get through the entire thing if you're trying to go efficiently. And the way that a lot of people speedrun the older expansions of Classic, by necessity, and, you know, I don't fault them for that. They're doing the only thing they really can do, is they do it in parts. And, like, I didn't watch the entire way through, but I looked at, a video of somebody who did a 1 to 80 speedrun back in Wrath Classic, and they had like a playlist of, it was 60-something parts. It took them 60-something videos to level the entire way up from 1 to 80. And now, admittedly, most of their leveling was done in short bursts. They did like a 45-minute video, a 1-hour video. But even if I were to optimize that and do back in Wrath Classic a 1 to 80 speedrun, that would have been like a 5-parter if I'm doing 10 hours for each one. It would have taken some fucking time. And that is a really big time commitment for something that I'm not necessarily really enjoying. Because the way that I prefer to level in older versions of Classic is, because it is a long process, slow and steady, right? I'm still leveling efficiently, but I'm not trying to speedrun it. I'm just going at my own pace, and I'm usually watching something on my second monitor. But by the time you get to Cataclysm, like, a lot of these quests are fun to speedrun. Personal opinion, of course. But obviously, I really like doing a lot of the Cata revamp zones in retail. And a lot of them are really optimized and really good to, you know, get practice with and just boom, boom, get it done. And because the entire thing is faster, you can get everything finished in a much more timely manner, which is also makes it much more approachable from a, you know, video format. This area reminds you of a video you made when Cata was first out. You made a rogue video of lockbox farming. Want to check it out? Yeah, sure, for sure. If saw you post another, you linked my video in my Discord. Yeah, I will definitely check that out later. Obviously, I'm not going to watch it in the middle of the stream, but I will take a look later on. I guess I just need to talk to all the mobs. TBC felt like everyone was stoked to get there, and when we did, everyone was like, oh yeah, this actually sucked. See, personally, I will say, I did not really enjoy TBC Classic that much, but if I'm being honest, if we're comparing TBC Classic to original vanilla, I think TBC was better. And, like, if you put a gun to my head and said, like, you need to pick one of the two to play, and you can only pick either TBC or original vanilla, I definitely pick TBC. I enjoyed my time playing TBC considerably more than the end game for 2019 Classic. Like I still, don't get me wrong, I had fun playing 2019 Classic, the leveling experience. That is something where I think anybody who actually leveled to 60 in the Classic re-release can agree it was like, it was honestly pretty magical. It was a fun as fuck experience, just because it was, for most people, completely new. It was just a really crazy experience where it's like, holy shit, we're actually getting to play this old version of WoW. Like, a lot of people, definitely me, I never thought I'd be able to do that. So I was really, really excited. I stopped playing retail for like 5 months? Maybe not that long. Maybe it was more like 4-ish months. Though also, I will admit, not all of that was Classic. I played Classic, and then when I stopped playing Classic, I played Final Fantasy for a little while. And then I went back to retail for Nyalotha. What's it called? Like, I had a lot of fun in the re-release, leveling up and just experiencing that. Like, I was grinding Scarlet Monastery, and I was having a blast. Just because it was so different from the versions of WoW that I had played for such a long time. And also, a lot of people set me up to expect that I would absolutely hate it. I mentioned this, you know, before whenever I've told this story similarly, but I had a lot of friends who were, like, really critical of Classic. Like my retail friends at the time, who were telling me, "Oh man, I know you're excited to play Classic, but I'm telling you, you're gonna hate it." You know, especially because like I wasn't necessarily like a speed runner or anything like that, but I still liked leveling characters for fun, and I had like a bunch of alts by that point in time because this was BFA, and I would like do little leveling competitions with my friends, and my friends do that. So a lot of them are like, "Oh, you're used to leveling really efficiently, and you like playing tanks in Classic are so weird, and you only have Prot Warrior, and they're very limited in what they can do, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're going to hate it. You're going to try to play a Prot Warrior, you're going to hate how long it takes to level, and you're going to complain that tanking is miserable, and you're never going to enjoy it again." And then all of those friends who told me that I was not cut out for Classic, they all quit, and I ended up being pretty much the only person in my friend group who played and enjoyed Classic, because I went in knowing what to expect, and I enjoyed it for what it was, and I didn't try to, expect that I was going to magically be playing retail WoW and Classic. I knew it was going to be a different experience, and it was fun. That being said, many people have asked me, do I have any interest in playing Classic Era? None whatsoever. I mean, SOD is obviously a completely different story, right? But I have negative interest in ever playing Classic Era again. And quite honestly, unless there is a SOD-like thing, again, where they have something different that's... Also, what the fuck is this? Valdir High Shaman. I guess I need to read. Oh, it's this guy. Unless they do more SOD-like stuff and, obviously, SOD stuff aside, where I made it clear in many cases that I'm not happy with the current state of SOD, but ignoring that, if they continue doing things like SOD and it ends up being really fun, then I would continue trying it, but I'm never going to just play a Classic Era re-release at this point again. Even if it's like 5 years from now and they're like, "Hey, you can play on Classic progression servers and start off in Classic Era and make your way through." My response will be, okay, I will wait until bare minimum we get to like TBC. I'm just not doing that shit again. It was really, really, really fun to do the first time around, but I did not level a single alt at all in the 2019 Classic release. I leveled my warrior up to 60. I played my warrior a bit at endgame. I did like Blackrock Depths farming. I did Molten Core. I did some other dungeons with friends for stuff they needed. I almost exclusively needed Blackrock Depths. And then I got bored and I quit until pretty much TBC. I played very, very, very briefly at the end of Original Classic, and I was planning on playing TBC launch, and then for a variety of reasons, I was not able to play TBC launch, so I wasn't able to play until much later into TBC. But it just, honestly, it's not fun. I hate to say that because I know there's going to be some people who absolutely did love Classic, and you know what? If you love 2019 Classic, good for you. I know one other person who really enjoyed 2019 Classic, and then they quit for TBC, and they haven't played Classic since. But I'm sure there are a lot of other people who really, 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 really liked Level 60 Classic, and that's great for you if that's the case. It just genuinely was not for me. I played it once. I am very glad that I played it. That's another thing that I think a lot of people struggle to understand that and kind of take that into consideration when judging how, like, whether they had fun or something. Like, a thing that I hear a lot, not necessarily just in Classic, but across a bunch of other things, is like, I regret investing time into XYZ thing because I don't enjoy it now. And, like, I'll give you an example, right? Like, I'm really not happy with SOD right now. I really do not enjoy pretty much anything about Phase 3. I hate what they did with Warlock Tank, which is the class that I'm playing. I hate Sunken Temple. I hate the raid changes. I hate the leveling changes. I hate the way they handled incursions. I hate just about everything with SOD P3. And I think the developers are doing a dogshit job with it. That being said, do I regret playing SOD P1 and SOD P2? No. I had fun. I had fun playing SOD up until now. I'm no longer having fun. I stopped playing. It's that simple. And as long as I enjoyed the time that I had with the game, that's really all that matters, and it's really all I care about. And while, like I said, I would not want to play 2019 again, I definitely enjoyed the time that I played it. And yeah, would not do so again, but don't regret it. What's up with the XP? What do you mean up with the XP? Like, do you think this is slow? I mean, it is Vashj'ir, right? It's not going to be necessarily the fastest thing ever, but I mean, we can double check. I think my Blood Decay run, honestly, wasn't too far off this for High Gel, which is a considerably more efficient zone. You enjoy Classic as a break from retail. It's slower and is a good way to unblind. Yeah, and see, that was kind of my opinion of Classic pretty much all the way so far. It was just a second game that I played in my free time. I viewed Classic the same way that I would Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, etc. Just some other secondary game that I play for fun. And that's why, like, I kind of steamrolled through 25 Heroic ICC. And I really didn't have trouble with any of the other raids. I will admit, I am a little bit privileged in the sense that while I didn't necessarily have Classic experience going into a lot of those raids, retail logs will get you very far. And I heavily used my retail logs as a crutch. Now, I think that I still played really well, and I had, like, really good parses, and I did a good job, obviously, with Classic tanking. But I would apply for guilds that were already, like, clearing Yogg Saron 0 lights and stuff with basically heroic dungeon level gear. And they would be like, okay, so why should we take you as our tank when you have no experience with these raids and no existing gear? And I would link them a full log of, log page of 99 and 100 parses on retail and be like, because I know what I'm doing. And while some guilds were like, oh, we expect people to have, experience in Classic, blah, 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 it really did not take long to find guilds that were like, oh, okay, we will gladly gear you up so that you will tank raids for us. And I did that for pretty much all of TBC and all of Wrath, and that's how I got into guilds. And obviously, if you're like a brand new Classic player, it's not necessarily that easy. Like I said, I came back and I jumped straight into a Black Temple and Sunwell guilds despite having no experience in my Guardian Druid. And admittedly, you put out what you get in. Like, these guys weren't willing to completely carry me, but they were like, hey, if you need help with something, let us know. And I'm like, okay, well, I've done the research. I know that as a Bear Druid, I need XYZ things. And they would, like, help me farm dungeons and help me farm badges and stuff for stuff that I couldn't do on my own. A lot of it I would try to pug, but if, they were... Generally, I got into guilds with fairly nice people, and if I needed help pugging, like, an old raid, for instance, if I was trying to do, what was it called? Tempest Keep, or, what's the word? Serpent Shrine Caverns or something. When we were already in Black Temple, a decent amount of people from the guild would help me out because they knew, like, hey, we helped this Bear Druid get in here and he's gonna blast, right? So they already kind of have that expectation, so it helps. Same thing in Wrath. Wrath I did play from the very start, though, so I wasn't too far behind, but going into Ulduar, the same thing where I joined a guild that was much further ahead, and they brought me through a lot of their Ulduar alt runs and funneled me gear so that I could eventually tank Algalon and stuff for them. And I did... Trial of the Champion, I went in already geared. Because the guild that I was doing Ulduar with, I stuck around with for, what's it called? For Trial of the Champion, and did 50 chests with them. Honestly, that was one of my biggest regrets with Classic. I actually really liked the guild that I raided Ulduar with, and then later on Trial with. It was purely a scheduling thing where I could not raid with them anymore. I forget exactly what it was, but I think it was like... When was Trial out? I think whenever Trial came out, it was right around the start of... it was right around Aberrus, I think. And the guild that I was in... Yeah, I remember now. The guild I was in at the time, which... was Occasional Excellence still. we had to change our times for that raid due to some scheduling issues, and I wasn't able to raid in my classic guild anymore. And also, you know, new season, I had a lot of work to do, so I really wasn't able to play much classic at all outside of raid. So I ended up just not being able to meet their times anymore, so I couldn't raid with them any longer, which was unfortunate because they were really cool. I didn't really keep in touch with those guys, though. Partially because I kind of felt bad because, like, they had helped me gear up all throughout Old War and stuff, and they were nice enough about it. Like, I explained the situation to them. They weren't, like, mad at me or anything. But I did kind of feel bad that, like, you know, I wasn't able to stick around with them all the way till ICC. But then, kind of similar thing, I did join an ICC guild that funneled me gear. And then, that story I haven't mentioned before, that was the guild where the guild leader was, like, kind of an asshole. And I was, like, really busy one weekend, and I was sick, but I needed to do a stream because it was, like, one of the final leveling runs that I needed to do for, before, like, patch 10.2. I think it was, like, the sub-rogue run. One of the very last ones. I had promised I was going to do it, and I wanted to finish it even though I was sick. And when I did that stream, which was, it wasn't even during our raid time. It was the same day that we raided, but, like, a different actual time. He, like, sent me messages on Discord saying, like, oh, so you have time to stream, but you don't have time to show up to raid. And it's like, fuck you. I literally told you a week in advance that I wouldn't be able to raid. Like, guy was just a fucking dick. So that guild I did not feel bad about leaving. But yeah, that was kind of my classic experience. Glad you met some chill guilds. Yes, some chill guilds, some non-chill guilds. Definitely a little bit hit or miss. But there were some good ones, for sure.
Move it. Go, go.
I think I just hold spacebar. I missed a lot of messages while rambling about that, so let me just catch up a little bit. Where is it? Oh, this thing. And I assume, can I? Yeah, I can fly. I think it's actually faster to fly along the surface if you're already up here, right? It's definitely, while you're underwater, it's faster to go by the thing. I'm going to quickly vendor some stuff because I'm starting to run out of bag space. I'm going to keep at least one item just for bag item level for everything, but yeah, we'll keep a necklace. This is a relic. It's an intellect relic, so I'm not going to equip it, but it probably counts towards bag item level. This is a trinket. Yeah, just toss that. One-hander. I can't dual wield, so it's not going to count towards me. Anyway, actually, we'll take the strength one, just in case. Put the helmet over there, put the ring over there. Plate boots. Yeah, I don't have any boots in there yet. Already have a helmet. That's a trinket. Another trinket, just in case. Don't need that. Chest piece, don't have yet. And I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to find a dungeon. Maybe, like, towards the end of the run, a bunch of European players are going to wake up or something. I don't know. What are, I think that's probably a future quest that I'll need to grab. I'll head back down underwater. Keta is very fun. Most people quit before they got to experience it. Yeah, I completely agree. I think there's a lot of people who are playing Classic who, back in the day, succumbed to, like, the stupid hype of, like, either, oh my god, they're ruining the old world or whatever, and, like, you know, it's ruining everything, and, like, this expansion sucks, blah, 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 blah. And will now realize that the game was actually much better than they realized and gave it credit for. And I especially think I cannot wait to see the posts from people saying, oh man, back in the day I quit because lol pandas and everybody said it was going to be super stupid, and now I realize that I was actually a complete fool and I missed out on like the greatest expansion ever. There are going to be so many boomers who quit because they're like, oh, baby game pandas, blah blah blah, and then they're going to realize, wait, I'm a fucking idiot. This expansion's actually fucking amazing. So I can't wait for that. But I still think Cataclysm, yeah, a lot of people were really harsh on it. I really enjoyed Cataclysm at the time. But the thing is, I am not playing Cataclysm to, like, relive nostalgia. Like, none of my experiences in Classic have been purely to relive nostalgia. I've always been enjoying playing the games that I played as a kid, but playing them in a different way. Like, I was a giga casual back in Cataclysm when I first played it, and I had a lot of fun as a giga casual. I have very fond memories of, like, Molten Front, and doing the dailies there and collecting the pets and stuff like that when I was, like, dog shit. And I remember dungeons being hard and stuff like that, and I almost never set foot in raids. I barely did Firelands, and I did, like, Dragon Soul LFR. So I'm really looking forward now to getting to do all of the other stuff that I didn't do in Cataclysm, in the original thing. You know, I've seen, or I've heard stories of all of the, I guess this is on the top floor. I've heard so many people talk about how good the raids were in Cataclysm, and how it was like when raids first started to really get good, and I'm very, very, very curious to try that out. And I played a Hunter in original Cataclysm, so I never got to play like Blood DK and Prop Paladin at this time, and I've been really enjoying it. There we go. What makes Cata stand out for you compared to prior versions? I mean, the game is just very different. This is, like, it's no secret that I enjoy retail WoW. Like, duh, I make a bunch of videos on it. Anybody who knows my channel knows that. But I think a lot of people view... I put this... I have to gather the Tide Priestesses. Is this in here? No. The markers aren't exactly very clear. I guess I just have to fight these mobs. Yeah, I think I just use 4 and 5 on cooldown and then spam 1. Use 3 when I need a charge. Talk to you. Charge down here. Nice. Yeah, that seems efficient. A lot of people view Classic and Retail as, like, very black and white. As, like, you either play the modern versions of the game, or you like the old school version when everything was hard. And it's like, one of the things that I can't stand about the discourse surrounding Season of Discovery is there's a lot of people who are like, oh, we can't have this quality of life feature because it's going to go against what Classic was like and what made Classic classic. And, like, there's so much that made Classic classic, as a lot of people like to put it, and made it different from Retail. And you could make a million quality of life changes and the game will still feel fundamentally different from Retail and will still feel very unique. And to me, the things that make Classic fun, that make Classic enjoyable and fun to play, is that, you know, things in the world felt more important and, like, exploration was bigger. The game was much slower and more methodical and stuff like that. But, like, a lot of people think that the game being slow means that it needs to be grindy, that everything needs to take forever. Look at, like, the rep grinds that they've added in Season of Discovery. It's like, you know, this is what you guys want, right? Extremely tedious rep grinds. Like, no. And especially not in a fucking seasonal server where there's going to be ridiculously fast-paced content updates. Like, I'm all for a really tedious rep grind. Like, I did the rep grind to get my stupid fucking augment rune in patch 10.2, which still Retail, right? But I did that because I know that this is pretty much the only rep grind I'm going to have to do in Retail for the next year. And I finished it in a week of serious grinding. Was it miserable? Yeah. Did I want to die by the end? Yeah. Did all of my friends question my sanity and call me insane for grinding out my augment rune before Beardristle came out? Abso-fucking-lutely. But I did it because I know, hey, I'm going to have this augment rune and it's going to be relevant for the next literal year. And I am still using that augment rune every single raid, even in Season 4, on my monk. And that's value that I've been getting for the last God knows how long. Like, it's been at least half a year at this point, I think. Yeah, it's been half a year because that came out in November. So I've gotten definitely my value out of that rep grind. But like in SOD, they're expecting you to do all of these rep grinds every single phase when they're launching phases in like a garbage unfinished state every few months and rushing it out the door. And it's like, I don't want to have to farm a new level of the fucking waylaid supplies thing constantly just because, oh, next phase there's going to be another grind that I need to do. Whoop-de-doo. And there's going to be an even bigger bag that I have to farm. Oh boy, I cannot wait. Like, it just, where's the motivation, right? And then they add fucking nightmare incursions, and you just have to grind the nightmare incursions over and over. No. And like, that's the thing. That's the stuff that in Classic, I'll admit, I did it a good amount in 2019. It's not like I did every single grind, but I did a lot of the really tedious grinds in 2019 Classic because, you know, I wanted to experience it at least. But I definitely am not going to do it again. And the stuff that I fondly remember from 2019 Classic is not the tedious rep grinds. It's, you know, doing Blackrock Depths with my friends and doing, like, really big pulls and seeing if we can handle it. And leveling, like, probably if I could pick out my single most fond memory from 2019 Classic, it's leveling in Winter Spring for like 8 hours straight from levels like 51 to 53, just grinding furbolgs and farming chests with nobody else around. I mob grinded for 2 levels straight, completely on my own as a warrior, and I had a fucking blast. Like, I've never been more just like locked in the zone doing something than I have been farming those furbolgs in Winter Spring. And I was just like listening to music, just jamming out for 8 hours straight. And that was a fun experience. Do I want to do it again? No, but like as a one-time thing, it was a vibe, right? No better way to describe it, really. And that's like the kind of stuff that I did, that I like doing. But that being said, a lot of my other fond memories, like getting Iron Foe and the experience around like that with my friends, where we had been doing a bunch of Blackrock Depths runs, and both me and one of my rogue friends really wanted Iron Foe, but like I wanted Iron Foe more, and he kind of knew that. Because I like going into like 2019 Classic, the one item that I really wanted was Iron Foe. It was kind of like, there were other items where I'm like, yeah, it would be cool if I get this. But I remember telling all my friends, I am going to farm the fuck out of Iron Foe when I get to max level. And that is like the one item that I really want. And after, it was like, we got it relatively early, all things considered, like within the first 20 runs. And my rogue friend had been jokingly saying, oh, I really want Iron Foe too, I can't wait. But then when push came to shove, when Iron Foe dropped, he was actually, you know, super cool thing of him to do, he passed on it. And he said, like, I know that you want it more, like, it might be good for me, but it, you know, it's probably better for you, so I'll just let you have it. And then I rolled on it, and I rolled a 100, so no matter what, I would have gotten Iron Foe. It was meant to be. So that was, like, you know, a really fun experience. That's the stuff that I fondly remember. 5 minutes remaining? Fucking Christ. Okay. Jesus. Well, I guess I'm gonna be here for a while then. It is interesting, Vashj'ir. It's like there were like a few little questing hubs that honestly felt pretty good. Some of those caves had really good quest density beyond like the initial section. But then there's so many of these like wave-based things where it's just like, oh my god, this is slow. I honestly think like anyone serious about leveling in Cataclysm, or like trying to get to 85 efficiently, dungeon grinding through Throne of the Tides and Blackrock Caverns might genuinely be your best option. Because this is... Oh, this is big oof. Big oof indeed. Obviously, like, for speedruns, I'll probably use High Gel just because it's not a bad zone, but it's gonna be so packed. And, like, unless you're just doing it for fun, this is, like, slow as fuck. Anyways. So I guess I kind of, like, spiraled off a little bit, but the main question I was trying to answer there is, what makes Cata stand out to you compared to prior versions? Well, like I said, a lot of people like to view it as black and white, but there's retail, and there's classic, and then there's something in between. And to me, Cataclysm Classic is that perfect middle point between retail and classic. It has a lot of the fun aspects of like older versions of WoW that I really like, and more importantly, I really like the class design. But it's not all the way into retail, and it doesn't have a lot of like the shitty systems in retail that I don't really enjoy. And I enjoy retail more than like 90% of classic players. You know, a lot of them use retail as the boogeyman. Obviously, I play retail all the time. So there's a lot of stuff that for them is terrible and quote-unquote killed WoW in their minds that like, I deal with it. But there are still things in retail WoW that I wish wasn't there. They've dialed it back quite a lot over the years. But to me, World of Warcraft peaked in MoP and WoD and kind of Legion. And it's been downhill ever since. I would say Legion as an expansion, as like a, was it fun, is probably where WoW peaked. We still haven't gotten back there with Dragonflight, but I think Legion was definitely the beginning of the end in terms of system designs that they have now in Dragonflight had to like undo and fix the damage of. And while we didn't really notice it in Legion, it definitely started to be a problem. You know, we all know what I'm talking about with like Azerite grinds, which started with the artifact power. You had, of course, can I just kill this guy and does that like end the quest? Okay, well, I'm gonna guess no, considering I'm doing no damage to him, so I'd assume you have to kill him with some roleplay thing. So I'm gonna get out of here before I die. Yeah, okay, so we get, like, deep beams to help, etc. But yeah. To me, obviously, I think MoP is where I'm going to be most excited to play. Because MoP is definitely, in my opinion, like, the peak of WoW in terms of content and class design coming together. The best possible version of WoW for me would be the content of Legion, or content in a similar style and delivery and like cadence to Legion, but with MoP class design. As much as I enjoyed Legion, I really hated the changes they made to a number of classes in Legion. The biggest one being Blood DK. They murdered Blood DK in Legion, and it has never been the same. Blood DK peaked in WoD, and it has been downhill ever since. So if they did something like that, that would be my favorite version of WoW ever, and I would pretty much exclusively play that outside of, like, new retail raids, just because, you know, I like fighting new bosses. How's the talents working out? I mean, fine, I guess. There's really not, There's really not a lot of diversity. I guess I didn't really go over my talents, but at the same time, there's not a lot to say. Like, these are my talents. Really, the only difference is that I'm running Reckoning. Instead of running Judgments of the Just, I'm running Improved Hammer of Justice. And instead of running Divine Guardian, I have a second point in Reckoning. And it's purely because, like, you don't need this for leveling. and you don't really need this for leveling. Having more frequent stun on the off chance you need it is definitely going to be more useful than this, and slightly more damage is more useful than a raid utility spell that you are not going to press at all while leveling. Everything else, there is like absolutely no choice for Prot Paladin. This tree kind of builds itself. Like Blood DK, there were some points that you can move around. There were some nice things that I wanted to take, but I just didn't have enough points for. It's really, really, really straightforward for Prot Paladin. Pretty much all of the talents that I've taken outside of the few that I outlined are like core class mechanics. Grand Crusader, this just increases the damage of your abilities by a lot. Increases the damage of your abilities. Core defensive thing. Reduce cooldown on important abilities. Your abilities hit harder. Important ability. Like, it's just pretty basic. The only thing that maybe is like a little bit more confusing is what do you do with your next few points? But at the same time, it's like, you probably don't need me to tell you that increases the damage of your main rotational abilities by 30% is good. And also improved judgments, being able to judge from far away to round up mobs, very good, especially for tanks rounding up enemies. And I'm going Pursuit of Justice because 15% increased movement speed is pretty good. That's kind of a no-brainer. Really, this is, right now, my next 3 talent points are the only ones that are, like, a little bit, you can kind of put them wherever. Like, I could take Rule of Law, increases the critical effect chance of, for all intents and purposes, just Hammer of the Righteous. Not bad. I could take Eye for an Eye. There are situations, like that big Naga pull I did, where I'm getting hit by a lot of spells. This could be good. And then over here, Judgments increase your casting and melee haste by 3%. Not bad. And increases the critical effect chance of your judgment. And, yeah, it's okay. Personally, just for leveling, I honestly don't think any of these final 3 talent points matter whatsoever. I'm going to be putting them in Judgments of the Pure, and that's it. But you could put them here, you could put them here, you could put them here, and it would really not matter at all. Hell, you could take like a few more talents in here for utility if you plan on doing dungeons. Really, these talents you see here are the only important ones, and it's pretty bread and butter. Like I said, it really builds itself. Talents are way more straightforward in Cataclysm. I think that was like one of those things where back in the day, I remember that being a thing that a lot of people complained about, right? Where they said, oh, Blizzard oversimplified talents, and, you know, now it's just really straightforward. You don't have hybrid builds. But I think with hindsight, we can understand that, generally speaking, the only difference between the talent trees now and the talent trees in Wrath is that now the talent trees kind of build themselves, and you have a very obvious complete kit that anybody can just look at and piece together. It's pretty straightforward, and it's the best playstyle. In Wrath and like earlier versions of Classic, there was usually a very obvious talent build that most people ran, and the only things that you would sometimes switch around is like, maybe you want slightly different utility options, but by and large, it was all the same stuff. Board the Vern once it arrives.
I got a deal for you.
Okay, I guess I just have to wait for, I think it's the submarine that I need to wait for. Yeah. But yeah, like, talent trees kind of build themselves now, but that's fine. I think, honestly, the Dragonflight talent trees have really grown on me, because I think that's, like, the best happy medium between the systems. It's not oversimplified like the Kata and later on the Mop talent trees. I don't hate the Mop talent trees. A lot of people seem to. I think they're fine. They're very simplistic, and I don't think that you need to have highly customizable talents and stuff for the game to be fun. Final Fantasy XIV proves you don't need to have any talents whatsoever, and as long as the class itself is fun to play, that's all that really matters. Final Fantasy, everybody has the same stuff, and it just kind of works because everything plays well. And Mop, in many cases, was like that. Everybody had kind of the same stuff, and you just got to pick like specific utility options, and even then, most people picked the same talent nodes. And it was pretty much like that the entire time the system was active for many, 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 many expansions. With some exceptions, right? But Dragonflight, I actually think it's pretty good because there is a generally accepted build that you run, and at endgame, I think the Dragonflight talent tree system ends up kind of feeling a lot like Cataclysm, where there is a very clear setup that you run with some mix and match. But from a leveling perspective, I think the Dragonflight talents are much better because it lets you approach the order in which you want to pick everything. Huh. So for some context, I've almost never gone this far into Vashj'ir. I've done what's it called? Kelp'thar Forest a lot. Like, oh, we're moving. Ooh, I can see out like the front porthole. Ooh. Yeah, so I've done Kelp'thar Forest a bunch of times. There were many times where, like, on one of my characters, just for fun, I would want to do, like, the introductions just because. And I've done Shimmering Expanse a decent amount of times. I think I have done Abyssal Depths a single time. Once ever. My memory of this zone is really, really, really poor. And I've never ever done the final quest in the Abyssal Depths campaign, because I vividly remember the first time I got there, it bugged out, and I got credit for it, and I didn't complete it whatsoever. Like, my game crashed, I restarted the game, and I was sitting outside Throne of the Tides, and I just got quest completion. And I was kind of disappointed at the time, because it was like this big submarine battle or whatever, and I was really excited to see what it was like, and as a kid, it was really disappointing being like, wait, that's it? The quest is over? I can't even redo it? And then I remember Googling it and figuring out, like, oh, it's bugged for a lot of people. So I never really got to do this final part, so I'm curious to see what it ends up being like.
We're approaching the cavern, Captain.
Is this water? So if I were to jump in here, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to jump in the water and have it fuck me over. Captain Jules Verne.
The reports were accurate, sir. The beast is here.
Oh, I can see tentacles.
Eddie, number 2.
Was that Azamat?
Fire! Fire! Blow it out of the water!
Ooh. Where do I turn in this quest? I guess we're still moving. Where are we? It's like so disorienting. I know that I'm moving, but I don't know where I actually am.
By Gallywix's gut, it was fast.
You really like that Classic happened? It really showed that the game can be fun for most even when the stuff is simple and casual friendly? Yeah, for sure. You were sort of interested in SOD when you saw Warlock tanks, but it seems kind of not good for a new player like you. Yeah. They really need to fix up SOD stuff. And also, I agree with you about Warlock tanks. I was really excited, and they have just mishandled Warlock tanks completely. I mean, it is a crime against tanks that Warlock tanks still use hard cast abilities. It's like, and it's one of those things where I've been trying to like dance around the issue whenever I make my Warlock tank guides and talk about, like, I always acknowledge that it sucks having to hardcast, but it's one of those things where, like, if that is the best way to play it, that's the best way to play it. And how do I do this? What is fuel sampling station? Okay, yeah. I'm kind of in uncharted waters here. No pun intended. Actually, yeah, pun kind of intended. I guess I need to swim out of the cavern and then just start murdering sea creatures. Oh wow, this is a big cave. But yeah, like, I always dance around it because I'm not going to sit there and in the middle of, like, a Warlock tanking guide complain about the fact that Incinerate is meta. But Incinerate feels like fucking dog shit to use. It is absolutely miserable to continue playing Warlock tanks with Incinerate. And I talked about this on my Discord just earlier today. But if I actually come back to SOD for Phase 4, I am not going to be playing Warlock tanks. I've already made up my mind. I said going into Phase 3 that if, if Warlock tanks were not using a different build, that I was going to stop playing it. And I kind of just didn't follow through on that, and I regret it. Because I made the game feel a lot worse for myself because I tried to stick with Warlock tanks. And it was like a combination of a lot of the other Warlocks in my guild at the time just didn't really want to continue playing Warlock. So I was like kind of one of the main Warlocks, and everybody was like, you know, you should probably just stick with Warlock because it's like, you know, that's kind of thing. You're good at it, right? So why don't you just keep playing it? And it's like, well, I don't enjoy it. And a lot of people have trouble understanding that. It's kind of the same issue that I tend to have in retail with Brewmaster Monk. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy Brewmaster Monk, but Brewmaster Monk is not necessarily a popular spec, and I am good at Brewmaster Monk. I don't hate it, but there's a lot of other tanks that I'd rather play, but so often, whenever I'm like, you know, in a guild and they need to, you know, decide what tank we're gonna assign, they're like, yeah, we'd rather you play Brewmaster. And I'm like, oh boy, I can't wait to play Brewmaster for like the, you know, fucking 6th tier in a row. I really want to try this other thing, but I guess I'm back on Monk. Fun. And that's kind of how I felt this tier with in SOD, in Sunken Temple. Jesus, this is really annoying, actually, because I'm trying to carefully round up these mobs and keep them from going outside of their, Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ, what is this? I know it's hard to see, but I was stunned there. Nothing was really indicating that I was stunned, but something was completely stunning my character while I was ticking down rapidly. These mobs are fucking brutal. If I didn't bubble there, I was just dead. I couldn't cast Lay on Hands, I couldn't cast literally anything, it's just... Thank God that bubble breaks all stuns, and... yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's, that was part of the issue. I really hated the way that Warlock tanks played, and I continued playing them anyway. And I should not have done that, and I will not continue doing that. It also, to an extent, there was a certain amount of, like... God, can it stop knocking me back, please? This is what it is, Strangling Rope. It's the Alliance Sea Scout. Fuck, that is brutal. Holy hell. Yeah, there was a certain amount of, like, a lot of people responded really well to my Warlock tank guides. And, like, I had a lot of people joining my Discord and asking me questions about Warlock tanks and, you know, saying they really enjoyed my guides and it really helped them out. And I had this feeling of like, man, you know, I did not expect my Warlock tank guides to be quite as popular as they are. I guess kind of out of a sense of obligation for all the people that I had been helping in Phase 1 and 2, I wanted to continue playing it, even though I didn't really think I was going to enjoy it. And I ended up being correct, and I think it's the wrong decision, because, like, the unfortunate reality is I played Warlock tank this phase to continue making guides for the people who liked my videos, and I ended up just burning myself out, and pretty much none of those guides got finished. The only Warlock video that I ended up finishing is my Rune guide, and all of my other Warlock videos I just didn't do. In fact, I've said this a few times, but I still I have my Warlock dungeon tanking guide almost ready to go. It's 99% of the way done, and I'm just not going to finish it because I just have literally negative interest in anything related to SOD or Warlock tanking right now. Just even thinking about editing that makes me sick to my stomach. And if I were to try SOD again, next phase, I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to play the thing that I am genuinely excited to play, and I'm not going to let anybody, like, strong-arm me into playing something that I am not excited for. And on that note, the thing that I am actually excited for is Rogue Tank. I've been constantly, like, eyeing Rogue Tank as, like, you know, this seems interesting, and it has never really been, like, considered to be meta until now in Sunken Temple. It actually seems quite good. Obviously, right now, everybody's like, the big new hotness is a Gladiator Warrior and stuff. Everybody's talking about that. But if SOD P4 is not a complete dumpster fire and it doesn't overlap with something big, like, the reality is, if SOD P4 tries to snipe Dawn Trail, get the fuck out of there with that. I'm just going to play Dawn Trail instead. Okay, is that all I need to do?
Quickly, quickly!
That's it? Alright. Okay, yeah, if it works, it works. Go.
Yo, can I help you with something?
Just jump in the water and swim. Anyways, rant about that long enough, but yeah, I guess TLDR, if I do play SOD P4, I will play Rogue Tank. I am very interested in trying it out, especially at level 60. The only thing is, while I am excited for the idea of Rogue Tank, I'm not necessarily excited for the idea of SOD in general right now, so P4 really needs to sell me on it for me to actually play it, but yeah. You enjoy... Oh, I read that already. Classic is okay, having some fun in there at the moment, yeah. Your biggest issue with Kata is the talent tree. Yeah, I think I have thoroughly gone over that since... that's how you felt during Wrath. You got to 80, did the endgame content, got bored, and quit. Yep, I feel that. I stuck around for Wrath a little bit longer, but it definitely got a little bit old, for sure. Dante Mac said, hit the likes, guys. This guy is based. Thank you, Dante Mac. I'm glad that you think I am based. I've never really understood what based means, but I think it just means, like, cool and, you know, that's a cool opinion, right? But either way, I'll take it as a compliment. I've missed a lot of messages. Okay, let me try to speed through some of these so I'm not super far behind chat. Apologies that it's taken me so long to get caught up. You know, I like to take my time and read all the messages. Y'all know the drill. I guess I can dispel that. I'm gonna try to leave the dungeon queue and rejoin to see if, now that I'm able to queue for... Why am I not able to queue for this dungeon? I have a high enough item level. Either way. Oh, these also have a chance of dropping glow juice. Do I have a favored cheese? Interesting. Well, unlike Charlie Kelly, I am not a cheese connoisseur, but I do like cheese. I would say, for me, maybe just cheddar. Because, like, when I think of cheese, my normal interaction with cheese is, like, when I'm getting it on a burger. And generally speaking, my favorite cheese to have on a burger is cheddar cheese. So, probably that. You like the journey in Classic, you love the endgame in retail? Yeah, I feel that. That kind of describes my feelings on it, too. Also, Goose Comics, I think you were the one saying earlier about, like, mana and stuff. I think you'll notice my mana bar, like, absolutely never dips, even when I'm firing off a shit ton of spells. So, yeah, mana as, like, a prop paladin is just never something that you need to worry about. Would be nice if I could get, like, 1 or 2 dungeons done, but if I can't, oh well. So be it. And I'm not going to try to solo dungeons just for fun. Jesus Christ, can I please get the last glow juice that I need? Yeah, unfortunately, this is where questing starts to slow down a lot. When you get quests like this, where it is a singular quest, you're not even completing multiple at once, that requires you to just get a rare drop. This is like... This is Stag Witches, except you can't skip Stag Witches in this case. Fucking hell. Cold Light Hunter. Apparently, this drops a quest item? I guess we'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that this is just Questy trolling me. And that, realistically speaking... Okay. It says it can drop from either one of these mobs, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna round up 2 of them. I'm going to Arcane Torrent this guy, and we're gonna try to group them all up. Lay on hands, just so I don't really need to worry. Alright, if Questy's not lying to me, 3 mobs should be enough to get the item. If it doesn't drop, it probably is tied behind a prereq. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn in this quest. People who say stuff like, do you regret your time because the game sucks now, are the type of people who say, do you regret doing content now because gear is going to be replaced? Yeah, exactly. That's another really good comparison for sure. Funnily enough, after your main time in retail WoW, you took to Hardcore Classic to wind down. I mean, I respect being able to do that. I can never use Hardcore Classic as a wind down experience. It is way too stressful for me. I guess at the same time, though, like... if you're not, you know, really concerned about dying, then I guess it's probably, like, chill, because, you know, whatever happens, happens. I am always, like, super worried about not dying. I try to really do everything I can to stay alive, and the end result is that I just end up really stressing myself out. Especially, I mean, I guess it's... Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, it was exactly that. I needed the prereq. There we go. It's definitely worse when I'm streaming it. I think now that there's less of an expectation surrounding it, like if I were to go back to Hardcore Classic, I may enjoy it more, but it was definitely really stressful in that scenario. I think one of the other things, though, is I like the idea of hardcore content, but, like, for me, Classic isn't necessarily the most fun way to experience it. Like, honestly, one thing that I was thinking about is just for fun, I might honestly do, like, hardcore Cataclysm leveling. Because it feels just way more fun to play these zones. And it's like, well, Cataclysm isn't hard, per se. I mean, you saw earlier, I just got my teeth kicked in by that one mob that had, like, the strangling net. Doing this without dying is fucking brutal. And then think of, like, the Deathwing flyovers where, like, if Deathwing just chooses your zone, you're just fucked. But also, imagine if, like, Deathwing does fly over your zone and you, like, know the fire patterns or something and you're able to survive that. That would feel sick. Like, basically having Deathwing fuck you over and still managing to recover that. Oh, so I have to, like, fly over the Underlight Nibblers to collect them. Ah. That's cool, I guess. So I thought about doing that just for fun. And, I mean, there is precedent, right? Also, what the hell? Why am I not collecting these ones? Okay, I must be doing something wrong. Because I'm sometimes flying over them and getting credit. And other times not getting credit. Okay. I think it's just a quest being finicky, as usual. Okay, that gives me credit. Sure. Oh, there's a bunch over here. But, like, if anyone played back in the day, or there was, like, the whole Iron Man challenge, which I guess, if I were to do it, I probably should do the Iron Man challenge, right? That could be fun. You know? It's, like, hardcore, but, like, that was a big thing back in the day, I remember. And I never actually did it. As a kid, I always thought it sounded like a cool idea, but I was way too shit at the game to actually try it. So, who knows? Maybe I will try that again. I wonder what would be, like, a fun class to play through it on, though. Like, I guess Paladin would be nice. I don't know if there's any restrictions against it. Rogue, yeah. Rogue would be interesting for sure. I guess anything that doesn't have, like, self-healing could be really tough. Paladin at least has, like, you know, you can cast heals on yourself. Warrior would be really interesting. I had a lot of fun leveling my Warrior, honestly. Like, I just did earlier today, on live servers, I leveled up my Goblin. Because I did the Goblin leveling stream on the beta, but obviously I still want to level up my Goblin at some point. And my current plan is, whenever my friends, if they actually try Cataclysm, I'm going to finish leveling with them using that Goblin. Also, Jesus Christ, it's just not giving me credit for half of these fucking mobs. Warrior has Victory Rush? Yeah. Yeah, so Warrior has something, but it's definitely very much a, you need to be really good at, like, killing mobs, but also, if you're struggling to kill mobs, that could be kind of tough. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say, I don't know if you're just joking, but that's, like, kind of rude. So, if it is just a joke, that's, like, a little bit too aggressive for my taste. So, you know, like, gonna put you in timeout for now. I'm not gonna outright ban you, but, you know, obviously, if you are just, you know, being an asshole troll for no reason, then, well, yeah. Don't. Should be pretty straightforward. Anyways. Good thing I scrolled down to read that and caught that in time. Because who knows, if they are actually one of the, you know, typical trolls, that could have gone way worse. But let me scroll up and read the rest of the messages that I missed, because I don't want to miss anything. Also, this quest is fucking terrible. Holy shit. This is, like, the actual worst quest I've done so far. These mobs are just fucking impossible to catch. Catching 30 of these little fucking things, where half the time they just don't work. Yeah, it automatically puts the fish hat on. Jesus. Then, yeah, this... Based on everything that I can tell, this is literally the intended way to do this quest. It's just a shit quest. What do I do to get those? Oh, you just need to fucking... In underwater, tag their hitbox almost exactly to get credit for them. Fucking hell. Like, these are the types of quests where you have to wonder, like, how did no developer test this thing and say, this is excessive. Because there's absolutely no way any human did this quest and it took them less than 3 minutes, bare minimum, to run around and collect all these fucking things. Even if they were working perfectly and just immediately touching it worked. Okay, I got credit, it's just it hasn't updated because Questy's weird. But there's absolutely no way that any actual person did that in a reasonable amount of time. And there's no way that you can do that for 3 minutes and say, yeah, this is good quest design. That is awful. Ah. Eel explosive device. Is that it? Oh, do I have to kill the eel? Okay. To actually kill it after the fact. Let's see. Blurred Sturm said, I caught a stream. Poggers, awesome. Glad to have you here. Is Vashj'ir quick? No. No. So far, the Abyssal Depths has been awful. I would not recommend anybody level here. Honestly, I don't think Shimmering Expanse... Like, the end quests with super heavy RP was obviously really... one second. My friend just messaged me something interesting. I'm curious about this. Interesting. It's related to the thing that I was talking about at the start of the stream, so I won't explain what I just found out, but there is interesting information that could potentially change the strat that I was discussing. Anyways. Let me scroll back up. Do you think leveling with a friend would be faster or slower? Like anything, it entirely depends on you and your friend. If you're leveling with somebody who is brand new to the game, it is just going to be slower if you are an experienced leveler. Like, for instance, if I were to level with my dad, who has really never played Classic before other than the times when I played with him, and it has always been slow when I play with him, well, then my Cataclysm leveling would be greatly slowed down because I'd have to basically hold my dad's hand through the entire way. But I'm considering leveling with some of my retail Mythic friends because they are good players, and I know for a fact that if I were to teach them, you know, the classic differences, they'd be able to pick up fast and we would be able to level efficiently. But unless you are confident in your friend's ability to level, it would probably be slower. Now, of course, if you want to level with your friends, but I know a lot of people ask that question of, like, is it just faster to level with multiple people? And I guess the thing to take away from that is it is never definitively faster to level with another person. The one exception to that would be if you are leveling, like, a rogue or something, and your friend is playing a Blood DK or, like, a Prot Paladin. If they have even a small sense of what they're doing, they should be able to help you level faster. But at the same time, it could be argued that they are slowing down their leveling by helping you. So it's, you know, trade-off, right? That being said, when we start adding, like, a lot of people, is it faster to level with 5 people or with 1 person? Well, at that point, probably with 5 people. As long as none of them are completely new players that have absolutely no idea what they're doing, it'll probably be faster to level as a group. Mostly because at that point you can spam queue dungeons. And you are not reliant on the random dungeon finder, which obviously this is excessive because I'm on the beta and it is midnight. But, you know, the fact that I can't do dungeons because I don't have a party with me, well, that would be solved if I had 4 other players. So if you do have an entire group of people to level with, suddenly things become a lot faster. Let's see. Polaroth. This is one of the really cool things about Vashj'ir. You have, like, these gigantic level 85 elite sea monsters just swimming. Like, that's where this guy is, and this is the fatigue zone. So he's swimming through the fatigue waters, off the edge of, like, the shelf. And it's just like, I already know that that is meant to just be, like, a Fel Reaver mob, but I still get chills seeing that mob and being like, oh, man, it's spooky. And I know for a fact that when I was a kid, and I was doing this for the first time, like, that really made me go, like, whoa, mobs like that. Like the whale shark and stuff. It's just really cool, really iconic. While Vashj'ir may not be the most efficient zone ever, it is undeniably one of the coolest zones. Gotta get the treasure chest. People also quit during and after Classic for the Star Wars MMO Old Republic. Cataclysm Classic? Are you saying like the original? Yeah, I mean, I played Old Republic. I guess, yeah, you're right, it was around Cata. That being said, there were a bunch of WoW killers back in the day, and I played most of them, and most of them were really not that fun. I don't know. Obviously, I know there's a decent amount of people who enjoy... What? Wait, what? They can anchor you, and it drops you to the... Oh, that is sick. That is a really fun ability. Okay, well, I guess whenever I fight those mobs, I need to make sure I'm standing above one of these little things so it doesn't cause me to plummet down to the bottom. Honestly, that's really fucking cool. Yeah, as long as I stand here, I should be fine. Yeah, here we go. I got anchored again. I can't hit the mobs because it locks my sight. But, yeah, the anchor failed. Okay, perfect. So as long as I stand in the right spot, I don't need to worry about it. Okay, I need to kill Sirkes Naga. I need to... I think I just want to go this way, because there's a lot of quest objectives concentrated in that general area. Yeah, let me keep reading. Gameplay-wise, Cata or Wrath? I think I've kind of already answered that, but yeah, definitely... Definitely Cata. But it's not even close. I didn't hate Wrath class design, but not my favorite. Let me, hold on, let me just find where I left off in chat. Cata was good except for LFR and Spine of Deathwing / Deathwing. I got the wrong mount. Yeah, I think they said their plans for LFR. I forget what exactly they're gonna do. I know they aren't adding it to older raids just because of, like, you know, technology reasons. The thing about LFR is, you know, it's a very controversial subject, right? That's a no-brainer. I was a little bit spooked by that. Oh, that mob got blasted. Okay. Yeah, LFR was definitely like the boogeyman of Cataclysm, and I think it suffered from its poor implementation. Obviously, I am no fan of LFR. I prefer actual raiding, and I'm relatively critical of LFR's implementation in current World of Warcraft. I don't hate the idea of LFR in Cataclysm because I understand why it was added, and I understand why they wanted to, make it a thing. Because they wanted to make it so all types of players could experience the raid content, and I think that as, a stated objective is good, and is what all MMO developers should strive to do in their games. But I think that we can now see, in hindsight, that the way that, Final Fantasy, for instance, has gone about that, and has made it so everybody can do the raids, but, like, normal difficulty raids in Final Fantasy, they're not hard. Like, they are, in some ways, comparable to LFR, and especially they're queuable. But Final Fantasy, you still need to do the mechanics if you want to actually clear the raid. You cannot completely ignore every single mechanic and steamroll it. Now, a lot of times, if somebody is completely clueless and is unwilling to do the mechanics, they may end up getting carried through it because, better players will queue into them from the raid finder roulette. But Final Fantasy does two things really well. It makes the raids not a complete pushover, so people actually feel like they had to do a somewhat decently challenging fight, and that feels more rewarding. And also, because that would be kind of a big ask for, no reward for most people, they give really good rewards, relatively speaking, to experienced players to join those low-level raids and help the new players out. That way, it ends up being something that doesn't take super long for new players to find a group for, and isn't exceedingly difficult for new players because there's veterans helping them out. And the new player doesn't feel like they just had a completely wasted experience, because one of the biggest complaints that a lot of people are going to have going into WoW, and you see this all the time just looking at the WoW forums, is that raiding is face roll easy. Why do new players think raiding is face roll easy? Well, because their only experience with raiding is LFR. They go into LFR, and the amount of times when I've been farming LFR over the last few weeks in Season 4, and I'm doing it, of course, because tier is tier. I don't care if I have an LFR tier piece. If that's what allows me to reach my 4-piece, great. Unfortunately, my Guardian Druid still hasn't managed to get 4-piece, which, unlucky. So I've been doing LFR, and I've seen multiple people be like, hey guys, this is my first time ever doing the raid, I don't really know the fights. Nobody responds to them, because, I'm obviously not gonna, be rude to them or anything, but in my head I'm thinking, oh, this poor dude. This guy has no fucking clue what's going on. And he's going in here worried that people are going to be upset that he doesn't know the fights. Meanwhile, nobody gives a shit. These raids are face roll easy. And it's probably a wake-up call for this guy, brand new player, who's, so worried that he doesn't know the fights that he's typing in raid chat in LFR, like, oh, please don't be mad at me if I do something wrong. And then the boss just melts in 30 seconds and everybody completely ignores every single mechanic, including things like, what's it called? Like, Echo of Neltharion's, whatever the roar is. Oh, there goes Tucker again. Tucker! He's barking really loud.
Don't waste my time.
But yeah, like there's raid wipe mechanics that you can just completely ignore in World of Warcraft's Raid Finder, and like imagine how that seems to a new player who just jumps in, expects that there's going to be some level of challenge, and the thing just completely collapses in front of them. They're going to be like, wow, raiding in this game is fucking dog shit, not realizing that the difference between an LFR raid and a normal raid is pretty massive in terms of mechanical difference. Like, the damage check is surprisingly not that different. Like, LFR bosses have lower health than normal raids, right? But it's still going to take you roughly the same time relative to your gear level. But the difference in mechanics is night and day. Like, there are mechanics in normal difficulty that will kill you, and for most people, Jesus Christ. Tucker! It's fucking 12:11 a.m. What is he barking at? If I had to guess, one of the neighbors just came home and is like making a lot of noise outside. Because he is really barking. You know, he'll sometimes do like the occasional "roof" or whatever, but when he's... I feel like this might be like picking up on the mic because this is like a loud, constant stream of barks. And the thing, like, the reason I'm calling is, like Comic said, Tucker, please reply. But a lot of times, like, this dog, he will literally sit there, whenever there's noise outside, and he gets into, like, one of these barking fits, he will sit there and bark himself hoarse until you go up there and literally look at him and be like, Tucker, what are you doing? And then he kind of, like, realizes and snaps out of it and is like, yeah, maybe there is nothing happening and I'm just barking at air. Tucker! And like, when I call Tucker, there he goes again. There's like a brief 10-second pause where I know he can hear me. And I assume he probably stops and is like frozen because he hears me call Tucker. And then right back at it. And what's probably going to happen is, until I go up there, he'll eventually tire himself out, but at a certain point, it's like, especially when I am the only one home, nobody else is there. Because, like, if my dad is in the room with him, eventually my dad will say, Tucker, cut it out, and he'll stop. But, you know, there's nobody else here to tell Tucker to stop, so he will just keep barking. Like, I have literally listened to him bark for like 15 minutes straight before. I think, yeah, I just kill mobs here. Well, the barking is starting to get intermittent. I have to... Oh, I have to slay these mobs within 40 yards of the totem. Ah. Okay. Ah. Should you abandon green quests? It depends. Generally speaking, yes. Though the thing about green quests is, like, if they are a temporary thing to get you to, like, a section of a zone that has better quests, maybe not. It really depends. Okay, he's stopped barking now. What about 80 to 85? What time does it take? Well, my first run took me around 11.5 hours, but that was very, very slow. So I don't expect it to take that long normally. And obviously, this run's probably going to take me quite some time, but Vashj'ir is also relatively inefficient, and you're probably going to want to do some dungeons along the way regardless, and I am most likely not going to be able to do any dungeons, unless we magically pull a healer out of our ass. I don't think that's happening. Yeah, green quests... Basically, green quests just indicate that it's lower XP than, like, current level. So you don't get, like, reduced experience from it. It just indicates, like, hey, this is probably lower level than you should be doing. So it's not worthless, but obviously the question isn't, should I abandon green quests? It's, if all of the quests in my zone are green, should I leave zones and go somewhere else? Because if you are in a zone and all the quests are green, well then if you continue doing quests, you will probably continue to get all green quests. That being said, there are sometimes little jumps. And it's like, if you're at the very end of a zone, sometimes you'll have 1 or 2 leftover quests that are like slightly below the final zone or the final part of the zone's level bracket, and it's still worth finishing off while you're there. That's why, like, it's very much a case-by-case basis type thing. Generally speaking, the way that it works in Cata onwards is... Obviously, in retail now, we have quest scaling. But generally speaking, you're going to be moving through a zone piece by piece, right? So you'll enter the zone, and... Like, let's take, as an example, Silver Pine Forest, right? It doesn't show up on my map. But Silver Pine Forest, just to give you an idea, you'll start the quest at level 11, and you'll do quests here. By the time you're leaving Forsaken High Command for the Sepulchre, they'll be level 13. Quests in Sepulchre are like around level 13. You get down here, they're like level 14. You get over here, 15, 16, etc. The final quests in the Forsaken Front are more like 17, 18. So as you're progressing through the zone, the quests will start to scale, which is a little bit different than how things used to work, where a lot of, like, questing hubs in Wrath Classic or TBC Classic will have an assortment of, like, Hellfire Peninsula will have quests ranging from levels 60 to 62, or something like that. And you'll pick up all of them at the same time. And sometimes you'll be completing quests and you'll realize you just never got around to finishing that level 60 quest. And if that level 60 quest happens to overlap with level 62 quest by the time you, well, reach level 62, then you might as well complete it. But if there's like a level 60 quest out in the corner of the zone and you're already 62, you're ready to like move to Zanger Marsh or something, well then yeah, there's just kind of no reason to go out of your way and do that one quest. But that's like just kind of antiquated quest design. You don't really encounter that quite a lot.
One wishes to you. Remain vigilant.
Just figure something out. Do all healers have a 9 p.m. bedtime or they'll explode? Yeah, it certainly feels that way sometimes, doesn't it? But I mean, in fairness, it's, you know, it is the PTR. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Alright, I think this is... Oh, depth perception is fucking me here. I can't see where I'm going. I don't even know if that grenade hit. It did hit. Okay, yeah, my Serenite Bomb did damage. Oh my god. Hammer of Wrath really clapping there. Immersion, yeah. You did Silverpine and up to... Hillsbrad up to like 25. Yeah. This last tail hatchling doesn't turn into a mount you're uninstalling. Well, it doesn't turn into a mount, but it does turn into a pet. Do I kill the Shrunken Tentacle? I guess I do, yeah. You don't know where to go at level 30 after Hillsbrad and Cataclysm. There is no war mode to turn on or Tranor. Honestly, that is kind of how I felt on my Goblin. Yeah, I'm curious. Like, well, I do know that Stone Talon Mountains is really good. Up until the RP at the end, which slows down, and you'll probably want to ditch it. The thing about leveling at this stage is a lot of times, if you really want to be efficient, you are going to need to fill in the gaps with dungeons. Because a lot of zones will get really efficient, will get really inefficient, and the way that we handle that in Chromie time is we just stop leveling there and we go somewhere else. Because, like, who's gonna you know, why do you need to level in this inefficient zone? Like, there's no reason to when you have a million other choices. Also, oh, I was about to say, where did my character thing go? But
May the light
the reality of, oh, here, this relic actually, I believe, would be an upgrade. Yeah.
seek the path of the light.
Finally, an actual upgrade. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of times you're going to reach points in the questing experience where the rest of the quests in a zone are really, really slow, but you're like 1 or 2 levels off from going to the next zone, because obviously there are level requirements. At that point, you just queue for dungeons, and you just do a dungeon or two to fill in the gaps. Honestly, just dungeon leveling is really not the worst thing in Cataclysm. It really is just kind of fun. There we go. I got the Vashj'ir achievement. I'm not done with it yet. There's still a few more quests, but level 85 today. That is the plan. I don't know. I mean, I have 6 more hours in this stream until I am forced to stop. As for whether or not I will continue streaming for 6 more hours, kind of depends on how I'm feeling. I am not going to, like, push myself to a point where I am, like, literally just falling asleep. I will note that while it is late, per se, like, it's past midnight for me, my sleep schedule is fucked. I am not, like, really tired. I am completely awake right now. I woke up at, like... What time did I wake up? I woke up around noon. So... I've probably got, like, another good 4-ish hours until I really start to feel, like, fatigue. And I'm like, ooh, I'm really tired. Because I had my archaeology video ready to go last night, and it was, like, almost done. And basically, it was the classic case of, while the video was processing on YouTube, I sat down, because it usually takes, like, 30 minutes or so, and I'm like, alright, I'm gonna... you know, play Honkai Star Rail on my phone for like 30 minutes while the video processes, and then when it's done, I'm gonna get it posted, which was like later at night, and then I fell asleep, and I woke up at like 5 in the morning, and I was like, ah, fuck. It's already pretty late. So I did the finishing touches, it was done at like 6 a.m., I posted it at 6 a.m., but like I hadn't gotten like a full night of sleep, and I had stayed up really late. I had spent a lot of time getting testing stuff done because I really wanted to get the video out like in the middle of the day on Friday. Or, yeah, on Friday, right? And I just didn't really have time. So I had to go with this. I'm just gonna slam Lay on Hands, why not? Do you think we'll get Sod TBC or Sod Wrath? I mean, I think the better question is, like, what do you want out of Sod TBC or Sod Wrath? Because, like, here's the thing, right? Like, Sod... How do I put this? Sod, like, classic, it's not actually classic. And, like, up until recently, I would have said, like, that's probably a good idea, but the classic dev team is already struggling to do, like, basic development work on, like, just expanding original classic. I just don't know if they're skilled enough to continue, like, keep this going. Like, they've already reached a breaking point where, like, I don't really know how they're going to be able to keep this up for another phase and actually keep it interesting. And I just struggle to see how they're going to manage to, like, really pull off, Sod TBC and Sod Class, and Sod, like, Wrath, right? I think it is reasonable to expect that we would continue into, like, the other content, but honestly, I just think that would be a mistake for them to do that. I think nobody really wants Wrath Classic and TBC Classic with, like, some changes. Well, I'm sure there are people who want that, so I shouldn't say nobody wants that. I think the vast majority of people want something different in the Classic style. And SOD is already struggling to appeal to a large amount of people because it's just really missing the mark. And I don't know. Like, I'd rather they just, if they're going to do new stuff, like, really, really experiment. Don't just keep adding new shit with very small differences. Really, really change the formula, is what I think. Yeah, I'm right with you there, though, about wanting Wrath and TBC Era Realms. I personally would not play on them, but I have spoken to a lot of people who would have really enjoyed Wrath and TBC Era Realms, and I am mad on their behalf that we did not get it. It is nonsensical for Blizzard to just not keep at least one server up. Really lame that they didn't do that. So, yeah, I don't blame you for being upset. You keep out-leveling zones with 45% bonus XP. Yeah, that is... It's definitely an issue. And that's kind of like the problem, right? Like, And it's one of the other reasons why you look at a lot of, like, the basic leveling guides of just give you, like, a list of zones to do, and it's just really not that straightforward, right? Leveling in Cataclysm, there's, like, the easy, basic way of, yeah, just follow this zone order, and, like, it kind of works. Like, you could probably take a very similar zone order to my retail route, and, like, if you look in my retail leveling guide, there's a list of, like, bonus zones that I included that are, like, not efficient enough for the route itself, but are still really good. This item begins a quest. Okay. Yeah, so I have a list of zones that are, like, all really good that just didn't quite make it into the route. And if you strung together those in an order, the ones from the Cata revamp zones, you'd get a pretty good Cataclysm leveling route just from that. But it's obviously not that simple because, yeah, like, you are going to start out-leveling zones. There's the question of, like, well, what if there's, like, a gap in the process where, like, the zones don't sync up? And that's kind of what I said earlier about do dungeons, but, you know, then which dungeons do you do, right? Is it maybe better to just start doing dungeons earlier so you can, like, avoid one, kind of like what we do with the whole dodging Arcatraz and escape from Durnhold thing in the retail leveling route? And to answer that question right now, I couldn't. I could not give you a solid answer to what is the most efficient thing, which is why I need to do testing. Because, like, I know, generally speaking, what leveling route I am going to take on my Goblin. And it is pretty much exactly what I just described to you of I am going to use the generally efficient Cataclysm zones that I have been using for years. But as for what the most hyper-efficient thing is going to be, couldn't tell you. And that's what I need to test. And hopefully, after I've done a lot of testing runs and played around with a lot of different possibilities, hopefully then I will have a better idea on what the fastest leveling route will look like. And I hope it won't take me too long to figure that out. Because obviously, like I said, that is going to be a post-launch thing. I just simply do not have the time... Ah, fuck, I barely missed the interrupt on that. But yeah, I do not have the time at this exact moment to get that done. Which is unfortunate. But what I'm hoping is that within, like, a month, at the latest, of Cata launch, I will have time to sit down and get that done. Because I don't think there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. I'm really not going to be spending a shit ton of time doing, like, War Within testing until probably July. And we already know that Rise of the Zandalari is coming in July. So my thinking is, Cata launches, I do all the launch stuff that I want to do. I continue doing primarily 1 to 80 testing, and then I finish my complete 1 to 80 guide, and what I will probably do is I will test Horde first, because I just know Horde more, so I can get that guide done much sooner, because I'm a lot more confident in that route. I can get the 1 to 80 Horde guide done, and then I can do a separate 1 to 80 Alliance guide. And specifically for Cataclysm, I think it's more than fine to separate it into 1 to 80 Horde, 1 to 80 Alliance, because 1 to 60 Alliance and Horde are significantly different. And even in the context of Wrath and TBC Classic, where, like, there is some overlap, the general zone progression is a lot different for both factions, because, like, you have different towns and stuff like that. A lot of people have asked me why I have, why I have one main guide for both factions for retail. And the reality is that, like, so many of the zones overlap. Like, WAD Intro, Gorgron, Spires, it's just all the same. So, that entire WAD section would just be completely identical for both. I'm thinking about ways to optimize that for when I eventually recreate the guide for the War Within and update it based on the changes, but I don't know. There's no easy way to do that. Because, yeah, it's tricky. There's also, like, you know, a certain element of... there's a certain element of, like, SEO where having it both in one video is just better. And I wouldn't, like, make a shitty video just for the sake of search engine optimization, right? Like, I'm definitely not going to do that. The reason why I have, for retail, both Alliance and Horde in one video is because I genuinely think that that is the better way to represent that information, even though it comes with it some difficulties. But the two factors combined are... definitely, you know, make it really hard to do otherwise. It's just one of those things where, like, with Cataclysm Classic, obviously making two separate videos... Ooh! Wait, treasure chest? Okay. That's the first treasure chest I've found so far. At least on this character. I'll just take the two-hander. What do I get? No experience, because they still haven't fixed that, but... Oh, shit! I actually got a usable BOE. That's actually good. A strength belt. Fuck, yeah. What I need to do, though... wow, it's actually wild that this... Look at this 258 belt. It has 114 strength. It's, like, actually so close to this one. Damn. Yeah, the stats are really not that different. One thing that I'll need to do is I'm going to need to carry gems along with me for when I'm leveling, so that I could, like, throw a gem into this thing. But what I have done is I've brought along the materials for nitro boosts, and I can apply that to this belt. Because nitro boosts and the other engineering enchants are actually really impactful. Not really as impactful in Vashj'ir, because I'm underwater half the time, but when I am not underwater half the time, it is quite impactful. Such as in this case, if I time this right, and... Oh, please don't pull, please don't pull, please don't pull, please don't pull. Oh, I might be fucked, I might be fucked. Oh, I forgot. Oh, no. Wait, they're not attacking me? Okay. Apparently they just don't aggro. We're safe. Whew. I was really scared for a second. I thought I would get a lot more distance than I actually did. We're chilling. But yeah, all that to say, what I was saying before is that 1 to 80 is a lot more complicated. A lot more complicated. And it's, honestly, that's the main reason why, Oh, that mob was chasing me. I was wondering why it was running at me. Use it on a bound torrent. Ah, those are the little elementals. One of the main reasons why I never really put in the effort to make a... I guess I need to run up here. I never really put in a ton of effort to make a, like, Wrath Classic leveling guide or something, is the amount of testing that I would need to do just to understand, like, all of the classic zones and stuff. Well, theoretically, if I had, like, started, you know, doing all that back in original Classic, I could have carried that information forward, but, like, figuring out the optimal route from, like, 1 to 60 in Classic zones just for Wrath would have taken me so much time, and then it would have been, like, already wasted by the time Cataclysm came out. The nice thing is, we already know that we're going to have these zones for a very long time, and we are, bare minimum, going to get Mock Classic. Maybe more, we'll see. What do I... Oh, Halaziel the Ascendant! Ah! Hearthstone card! I am the Darkness Knight. I think that's his voice line. I do not think I have ever done this quest in my life. I could be wrong. I have literally zero recollection of ever completing this quest ever. Also, this does not feel intended. But alright, I'm just going to press 1 and read chat. Am I bouncing him into the air? I feel like he's going higher. If I do this, is he gonna clip through the ceiling? He's getting there. I think he'll probably die before he clips through the ceiling, though. Oh! He died in midair. Alright. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. That's the kind of bug I don't mind if they leave in. If it works in my favor, fuck it. Alright. There we go. This is... I guess it's probably better than... Band of the Traitor King, maybe? I don't feel like replacing it. If I had, like, enchants ready to go... Oh, rest in peace, Lagoric. Lagoric rip. Yeah, this is a case where... Hearthing back to Tenebrous Cavern would save, like, 3 minutes bare minimum here. So, I am absolutely going to set up my little Warlock posse in various locations, because just being able to summon myself to major cities and use my Hearthstone as, like, fast travel during questing would save a lot of time, because I don't really have any other ways to, like, quickly get back to major cities. But obviously here, it's just not even an option. I need to go to Dalaran. You keep coping that they'll release them later on? No. I wouldn't expect anything really good from the SOD dev team, or the Classic dev team at this point. It's clear they just don't really know what they're doing. I mean, I really struggle to understand their reasoning for TBC and Wrath servers. It has got to be like a monetary thing of like, we just genuinely don't think there would be enough money in keeping a single server on to justify it. Because it just seems so like weird to me that they should absolutely be able to do that. Defending the Rift. Ah, this is the final quest, right?
What brings you here?
Alright, this is the quest that I know for a fact I never got to do. It actually exists in Catagoose Comics, but I don't have the guild rep to get it. Theoretically, you are correct that, like, if I were to farm guild rep on this character, and my guild had the achievement, because that's one of the other things, I believe only one of those achievements is realistically obtainable before launch. One of them I know for a fact requires, like, kata dungeons or something, so it's not possible. And the other, I think, is theoretically doable, but would be, like, ludicrously hard. So... you can't really get it. No! Not again! No! I swear to God! I'm gonna be so fucking mad if that actually happens. Oh, okay. I'm back.
I sense desperation in
I was going to just cry if it spawned me outside of Throne of the Tides, exactly like what happened however long, 13 years ago when I did this quest the first time. I would have been so fucking mad. Especially because I told that story earlier. Oh my god. That would have been a fucking disaster. It would have been funny as hell, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, as I was loading in there, I was thinking to myself, I'm gonna be kind of pissed if this doesn't work, but also that would just be so fucking perfect. Like, you can't even really be mad if that were to happen. I have absolutely no idea how to do this quest, so I'm just gonna kind of sit back and see what happens. I really hope it doesn't bug out. Oh.
Enough of this! We waste our time here just floating about.
God.
If we are to defend
Oh, I can't believe that almost... I'm still... that initial shock of... holy shit. Anyways, I missed some messages. I hope this doesn't disconnect me again. I'm not gonna try to skip because I don't even want to risk breaking anything.
What hubris these fools possess!
I'm just gonna watch this because I've never seen this cutscene before.
Profit them nothing, save it be a speedy demise. Destroy them!
Oh no, the submarine's gonna implode. Oh. Okay, so I do actually get to fight stuff. See, that's one thing I was never sure about, if, like, there was a battle that I got to participate in, or if the entire thing was just a cutscene. And I'm guessing I need to actually fight these mobs. It looks like none of the other mobs... Oh. Okay. Alright.
We have to move now! We must make our way to the crater. More Naga!
Oh.
Ready!
Am I... Oh, now I can move my character. Now, do I actually do anything this time, or do I just hit the mob for a little bit and then Aranak one-shots it? I wonder if it's like I need to lower the main mob that's attacking me to a certain health percentage, and then it gets one-shot. So I want to watch its health. Yeah, enough. Alright, so I think it's below 70% health. Triggered that? It would be a shame for something to happen to that NPC shaman. Yeah, gee. I wonder if he's going to become a boss or something. Also, small thing, but I love the underwater running animation. Just boing, boing.
You must forgive me. I have no time to stay and play. In my absence, my servants will...
I really hope every single thing isn't just a wave of mobs where you DPS one a little bit, and then Aranak one-taps it. Oh! Shit, Nazgrim. Okay. God, Nazgrim's a badass. I really like... See, that's one thing about the writing in, like, Cataclysm, Mop, etc., that they just have kind of failed to capture in the more recent expansions. All of the really big characters in Dragonflight are these, like, massive lore characters that, like, are already well established, and they just kind of, like, move around and do what the story requires them. And because they already have, like, set backstories and, you know, a set path and stuff like that, it's like... How do I put this? It feels like the characters just have no room to grow. Like, you kind of already know what Ashara's deal is, or what Alexstras's deal is when she shows up in the quest. And all of the actual, like, side characters that they have, aside from, like, maybe... Like, maybe the one exception is, like, Brenna from Azure Span is, like, an alright character. The, like, the Centaur lady, pretty cool. Those, I think, are, like, alright characters. Not necessarily my favorite. But all of, like, Waking Shores is just the main dragons, which is fine, but not, like, necessarily the most interesting thing ever. And then we have, like, Sendrax, who is just the most forgettable NPC throwaway companion ever. But, like, in these Cataclysm quests, there's actually, like, a lot of cool characters throughout the quest lines. Like, obviously, Hillsbred Foothills had a lot of really cool ones. And now here, you know, in Vashj'ir, you're following, like, Nazgrim. And Nazgrim obviously has, like, a really cool arc, both in Vashj'ir and then later on in Mists of Pandaria. And they, like, took this random no-name orc legionnaire and turned him into, like, a really cool character that a lot of people really like. And ended up being, like, a really cool boss in SOO. Yeah, Sendrax dying for the egg. God, it was such a... Like, Sendrax is obviously the really bad example. And Shadowlands had a bunch, like Clea, Pelagos. I'm sure there's some people who like Clea and Pelagos, but I always found them extremely boring. Where Pelagos' entire arc is he's like, I don't know if I can do this. I don't think I'm strong enough. Clea's like, Pelagos, you gotta stop doubting yourself. And then he goes and does something reckless, and she's like, Pelagos, no, we must stop him. And that's like half of the Bastion questline. Like, Maldraxxus is okay. Ardenweald is just like, hee, look how quirky Lady Moonberry is. And I don't even remember the names of any of the side characters in Revendreth outside of, like, Prince Renethal, which, like, I guess Renethal's fine. But, I don't know. And admittedly, I I didn't hate Lady Moonberry. Like, I know I'm kind of, like, shit-talking her a little bit. But Lady Moonberry was fine. All things considered.
Go for victory.
There we go. The quests are done. I'm gonna be honest, that was kind of underwhelming. After waiting so many years to actually do that big battle, I basically did nothing and then I watched a cutscene. It wasn't terrible, but like, eh. Renathal from Hearthstone, yeah, exactly. I guess BFA, I think like the best example in more recent history is like Talanji was a pretty good character. I feel. Talanji was like a character that they built up from scratch. She had no like previously established lore. And Tally, yeah, I didn't do the Alliance quest a lot, but that's a good example. Talia, yeah. I also think Waycrest, or Drustvar, like a lot of the characters in Drustvar were pretty good. I think that's one of the reasons a lot of people like that zone. The Volpera were okay. I don't know, BFA's zones weren't terrible, but they also weren't my favorite. Legion, actually, I would say Legion did a fairly good job. Yeah, there's like enough good examples. I never really vibed with Prince Ferondis, I'm gonna be honest. But like Mela High Mountain, cool character. Stormheim, I can't really remember any specific characters in Stormheim outside of like, I guess you meet Odin, who's like masquerading as that other character. And Odin's kind of a prick. And then, I mean, most of Vashj'ir is about Malfurion and Ysera. Yeah, I didn't hate Prince Ferondis, but I definitely preferred like High Mountain and Stormheim to Azuna. But yeah, it was definitely better than a lot of the more recent characters. The Drust were supposed to carry over. Oh yeah, no, I believe they actually explicitly confirmed that the initial idea for, what was it? I think the zone that ended up being Korthia was supposed to be changed a little bit into the Drust homeland or whatever, like the realm of the Drust, and that was going to be like potentially patch content. And I think the original name of what ended up being Tazavesh was going to be called Korthia, and it was going to be like a bigger city, not necessarily a mega dungeon. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember reading that somewhere where the developers like outlined what was initially supposed to be Shadowlands. It might have been like a Bellular video or something. I don't fucking remember. Also, I think at this point I just go back to Dalaran. Taz was supposed to be the hub of Shadow. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, the auction houses were fucked. Yeah, there's so many missed opportunities in Shadowlands. I don't know. Shadowlands obviously could have been a lot better than it ended up being. I do think Shadowlands conceptually was just ill-considered. I don't know. I just think the inherent idea of going into the realm of death is one of those where somebody should have been like, hold up. This maybe isn't the best idea for an expansion. It leaves too much room for dumb shit, I feel. But oh well. We got it anyway. Yeah, it's a shame that this queue is never gonna pop. The old load screens are so good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Sire Denathrius, I agree, he was a cool villain, but it's like, I'm talking about the story characters that you get in, like, the general zones. Slightly different, but yeah, I know what you mean. Let me scroll up. I missed a few messages earlier. Also, we'll say at this point, hopefully things are a little bit faster because obviously Vashj'ir is very slow and we've already done all of this stuff.
Be safe. May your flames never dawn.
Portal to the Maelstrom. Alright. I should have completed that quest before I went here, but... Alright. Meets W said, you only started out-leveling zones when you started doing dungeons? Yeah. You are the most unlucky Honkai player. You started and rolled 3 Jeopards. Wow. That was a few months ago. You rolled Ron May and haven't opened the game since. Damn. I mean, Ron May is good, but yeah, 3 Jeopards is unfortunate. Like, I would say Jeopard honestly isn't that bad, but obviously getting 3 of him is not great. Especially because he has, like, rather bad Eidolons. And I'm saying that as somebody who has, I think I have Eidolon 3 Jeopard at this point. I've gotten him quite a lot. And I've used him quite a bit. I have him at level 80, and I ran him in Simulated Universe quite a lot. Though, the biggest issue, yeah, his Eidolons are really not good. You just get, like, no value out of them. Honestly, out of all of the standard 5 stars, the only 2 that have good Eidolons are Bronya and Clara. I guess Himiko's aren't terrible, but Bronya has the best by far. Because Bronya's Eidolon that gives her a 50% chance to refund a skill point is, like, really, 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 really good. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. You can see here some people killed Nefarian. Impressive. Nefarian on heroic difficulty. Oh, they're on 10-man, though. That's still pretty cool that somebody managed to do that during the initial testing weekend. I wonder what other bosses people managed to kill. I'd imagine there's some, like, really high-end classic guild or something. I don't know.
What brings you here? Walk with the earth.
Honestly, though, I'm probably going to play in a 10-man guild. There's just, like, no real advantage to 25-man at this point. His revive talent is kind of cool, but it's not good when you think about it. Honestly, the only situation where Jeopard's revive talent is good is Simulated Universe. Outside of Simulated Universe, it's not really that great, because that is pretty much the only content where you have a chance of just having your Jeopard get completely demolished, and none of your other characters are dead. Generally speaking, in, like, Memory of Chaos, if your Jeopard is dying, then the rest of your team is already dead as well. That said, Simulated Universe can have a lot of, like, really heavy targeted damage that just shreds him. And also there are some situations where you want to intentionally proc it right before, like, a boss is about to destroy you. And because it resets his ultimate, you get, like, a free massive shield in your team, so you can use it strategically like that. Also, speaking of his light cone, I actually literally just like an hour ago, well, not an hour ago, an hour before starting the stream, I actually also got his light cone. I can't talk. His light cone. I've been using just Landau's Choice up until this point because, I mean, it's good. But I did the last bit of that current, like, temporary event, and right, I remember the totem thing. And yeah, with like some generic pull that I got, it dropped. So I was like, okay, cool. You were gonna buy it from the shop. Honestly, I would say never buy those five-star light cones from the shop, because the amount of currency that you need to spend just to get one of them is not worth it. It is much better to just get limited banner pulls and just go for whatever the current character is. Way more efficient use of your currency. But it's good that you got one anyway. It's definitely his best light cone. Ranya's is good, but I don't know if I'd say it's worth it. I got lucky, admittedly, and I did get Ranya's light cone, but it is good, but at the same time, it's not like it is so ridiculously overpowered on her that you don't have other options. There are so many good Harmony light cones that while, yes, Ranya's signature light cone is very, very, very powerful, there are also a lot that are equally or close to as good in different situations, especially like even meshing cogs, right? Just gives you more ultimates. So it doesn't offer like all of the benefits of her light cone, but it gives you way more ultimate uptime. And that's like a 3-star light cone, so it's ridiculously easy to just get that at super in position 5. Let me buff up real quick before I forget. Blizzard even said they were going to bring back Sire D in a big way because of the community perception, and they lied. You never know. They might still at some point. But, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I think while the community did like Sire Denathrius overall, the community also hated Shadowlands more than I think they enjoyed Sire Denathrius, so I could see them just not wanting to bring him back, and I would not necessarily blame them. Let's see. Speaking of 10-man ratings, SOD Phase 4 will be dead on arrival if they stick with level 60 raids to 40-man. I mean, SOD Phase 40 is already potentially dead on arrival if they stick with 20-mans. They really need to start adding more 10-man content that is, like, actually comparable. Because 20-man raids have just murdered so many people's will to play the game. It is fucking yuck. We'll see, though. We'll see. You have Jinglu, so a lot of content you could just breeze. Yeah. I do think that Jinglu isn't, like, necessarily as... And I have her, right? I don't think she's as overpowered as a lot of people make her out to be. Because these days, there's a lot of times I don't even use her anymore. But she is good. And, like... she kind of requires a lot of building to really get her full potential. I guess you could say the same about a lot of characters, but... I don't know. I also feel like she's nowhere near as flexible as certain other characters, just because she has a very, very specific playstyle of... you build her, her skill point charges, you enter her damage phase, and then you do big damage, and you try to magnify her damage as much as possible. And she is relatively inflexible, and that can be a little bit frustrating in cases like the recent, I don't know how, I don't want to talk too much about potential spoilers, but I guess the end boss fight of the current Memory of Chaos, which has that phase that completely limits your attacks for like 2 turns, can just completely eat her entire burst window if you're not careful about lining it up. And that can be really annoying, whereas other characters, it's like, okay, you know, I'll just save my burst until after this phase ends. And Jinglu is forced to spend all of her burst timings within those 2 turns if you set it up improperly, and that's frustrating. I just did this quest the other day, and I'm trying to remember. There's like a dead orc over here, And I think the final clue is below... Or no, the final clue is inside this area. Yeah. And then there's the little journal. I remember that more than I expected. Also, I don't want to talk too much about Honkai Star Rail because, well, I could rant about it for a long time. Rant in a good way. I could talk about it a lot. I know there's not a lot of people who are going to understand anything that I am saying. But, yeah. You're playing explicitly free-to-play in the game, so saving for those is one of the better options. Possibly. I mean, there's enough good light cones, though. I genuinely still think it is much better to use that currency for limited banner pulls, and you have plenty of options. Like, even Jeopard, right? Like, obviously, yeah, his light cone is really good for him, but at the same time, if you were a completely free-to-play player and you did not pull Jeopard's limited light cone, Landau's Choice is really just as good. I have been using Landau's Choice on my Jeopard for literally since launch, and I only just got his light cone hours ago by chance. But I've been using level 80 Landau's Choice through all of the hardest simulated universe modes, and it works perfectly fine. It's really good. And for Bronya, there are multiple good ones. There's, like, the Faded Photograph, Meshing Cogs. There's so many good Harmony light cones. So many good options. So, you are spoiled for choice. And, obviously, those are the only two good... those are the only two good ones anyways. Right? Obviously, all of the other store light cones are really shit. Streamer talking about things he likes that are not WoW related. Yeah. In retail, is it worth buying all heirlooms and upgrading them to max? Not necessarily buying all heirlooms, no. I would say buying... But it depends on how much gold you have. Like, I have almost all of the heirlooms upgraded, but there are some heirlooms that even I haven't upgraded. Like, if it's just a shit heirloom that nobody will ever want to use, then, yeah, I'm not going to waste my time upgrading it. Also... Man. This would be a really good point to do dungeons, because... Now, I've already done Deep Home. Like, in the Death Knight run, I did all of Deep Home. So the moment that I finish reaching level 83, I'm going to immediately bounce to Uldum. Because I really, really, really want to do Uldum. But now I have, like, half a level where, like, Deep Home's not terrible. These quests are fine. But it slows down a lot, and I'd much rather do dungeon leveling for... the next half a level. Did I not sunder the Colossus? I guess I did. Oh yeah, its size just wasn't updating. Yeah, so I would say, on the question of heirlooms, it really just kind of depends on you. If you have a shit ton of gold and nothing to spend it on, yeah, getting at least one heirloom for every slot is a good option. Like, obviously, don't buy, like, every Helm heirloom. I have all the Helm heirlooms, for instance, because I level up a shit ton of different characters, so if one character really wants haste, well, I want to give them the haste Helm heirloom because I want to simulate it with the character's best stats. And it's like, I can justify that because, well, A, I have more gold than I know what to do with, and B, it's my job. So, you know, doesn't really matter. It's like, all things considered, the most important thing for me to spend my gold on. But if you're just leveling characters casually, then there's absolutely no advantage for you to get every single strength helm upgraded. Like, what's that going to do for you? It's not going to matter at all. Could you make a video talking about which to upgrade? Yeah, so that's something that I mentioned earlier in the stream. I have a video like that planned, but it won't be soon. You can expect a video like that around like War Within pre-patch. It's something that has been highly requested, and I've wanted to make it. But for context, up until very recently, a lot of heirlooms were bugged. And the only way that you could actually use them is if you had upgraded them prior to them being bugged, and then you just happened to have them on your character, right? The upgrade wasn't necessarily the part that was bugged, just to be clear, in case, you know, somebody doesn't understand what I'm talking about. But you couldn't enchant them with the correct items, and part of an heirloom guide that I would make is obviously what enchants you want to apply to them, because that is a very important part of heirlooms. And the fact that most heirlooms just weren't working correctly meant I couldn't reasonably make an heirloom guide. Thankfully, after almost 2 full years of heirlooms being broken, Blizzard finally fixed it very recently. So I can now finally make a guide, but unfortunately, the time when they decided to fix it is like right in the middle of all this other stuff that I need to work on. So, yeah. Where? There we go. And then, yeah, it just throws me in there. You don't want to do 40-man raids, and definitely not MC, BWL, AQ, Nax. You would consider doing them if they were 10-man. That would be super interesting. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think they've kind of committed to doing 20-man. So while I said before they really need to make 10-man content that's, like, reasonable, I don't actually think they will. And I wouldn't necessarily hate, you know, 20-man raids if they were better designed than Sunken Temple. It's a real shame because Sunken Temple, I think, had a lot of potential, and they just did such a shit job with it. And I don't know, like, the raid could have been good. As a lot of people have, like, correctly pointed out, Sunken Temple just has a gratuitous amount of trash. It is unreasonable how much trash they have put into the Sunken Temple, because there's just no fucking reason. There's absolutely no reason why it needs to have as much trash as it does. And, like, I understand the idea of, like, raids need to have trash, blah, blah, blah. I don't think they should. I love... my favorite raid in Wrath, Trial of the Grand Crusader. Because there was no trash. It was just boss, 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 in, out, 30 minutes, bing, bang, boom. I love that. Had a great time doing it. Everybody says Trial of the Champion was the worst raid of Wrath. In my opinion, it was the best raid of Wrath. I also really liked a lot of the bosses in there. I think Beasts of Northrend and Anubarak were very cool fights. But, besides the point. Point is, I think that you don't really need a lot of trash to make a raid work. But, like, if you want to include some, fine. Like, Black Fathom Deeps had a decent amount of trash, but it didn't feel excessive. There were a few pulls in between every boss. With the exception of, like, Lorcus Jet up to Twilight Lord Kelris, there really weren't that many major trash pulls. And that room had a shit ton of mobs in the original Black Fathom Deep, so I kind of understand. And Gnomeregan, I honestly don't think Gnomeregan trash was that bad. The one thing I wish is that there was no trash before Electrocutioner. Having to clear out that room was just kind of a nuisance every single time. Was not a huge fan. Also, are there any other quests? I could have sworn that I had to kill Trog ambushers while doing this. But I guess not. I have this really overwhelming sense of, yes, there's the quest. I fucking knew it. Yes. Like, all of my instincts were telling me that I was missing a quest. But I wasn't seeing it. Like, I did see it on Questy, but I think it was in the slightly wrong spot. So I didn't notice it when I looked. But yeah, like, I didn't think Gnomeregan was too bad overall. The main issue that I have with Sunken Temple is, like I said, gratuitous amount of trash. But that's the thing. It's like they just They took hallways that did not have trash in the original Sunken Temple and just shoved like 50 fucking trash packs in it. Why? It's just so pointless. Why do we need to have like a million green dragons appear when the bosses die? The trolls, you know what I mean? Like, why are there so many mobs in between like each of those tiny little hallways in the second half of the raid? Just why? It's so pointless. It literally feels like they just went out of their way to shove as much trash as humanly possible into the hallways in Sunken Temple. And it's not even like fun trash. Like the Black Fathom Depths trash was not really hard to deal with. You could literally pull the entire room before Kelris, and it was really easy. Outside of like the Alarmabots, most of the trash in Nomergon really wasn't that bad. But the trash in Sunken Temple is also just so fucking tedious. Like the ghosts that will chase you down, and you constantly need to play like super duper safe because you never know, like, oh boy, is the ghost gonna, you know, one-shot my healer? It's just... oh, it's really annoying. I really don't like it. There's... like I said, there's just so many things about Sunken Temple that I absolutely hate. And it's a shame because, like, some of the bosses are okay. Like, Adelaide Defenders, dog shit fight. Atal Ilarion, potentially okay fight if they didn't just undertune the shit out of it, but it was, like, fine. Festering Rot Slime, I think, is another one where really cool in theory, and then they just nerfed it into the floor, and now it's just stupid. I really enjoyed Festering Rot Slime the first time we killed it, and every kill since then has just been fucking boring. Because they just gutted it, and now it is no longer fun. It's a real shame. You know what I'll do? I'm going to leave the dungeon queue, and I'm going to queue as all 3 roles. And if I get queued as a healer, so be it. And I'm just going to tell them, we're double tanking this shit, because, you know, I'm not healing. But honestly, the dungeons are not hard. You can reasonably do that. But, like, Morphos and Hazaz, or not, I'm thinking Dream Scythe and Weaver. I actually kind of liked that fight the first time. Now it's just a pain in the ass. Morphos and Hazaz, cool concept, terrible execution. Jamalon and Ogam is actually not a bad fight. I think it's maybe one of the better fights in the raid. Especially the fact that it changes week by week, but like in a predictable way, not in like an annoying way of like, oh hey, I need to completely relearn the fight. There's 2 versions of the fight, so it's slightly different each time you do it. I like that. That's good. That's a fun design. And what else? Aranicus is just a terrible fight. It's a shame. It's just conceptually everything about Aranicus is just dog shit. The idea of like you have to bait the clouds so that they're away from people, and if you step in the cloud at the wrong time, you're just, oh wow, that's bad. If you step in the cloud at the wrong time, you're just stunned for like 10 seconds and you can't do shit. And the clouds have like really no great indicator and they can spawn directly beneath you. Absolutely fucking terrible. And the constant ads that just really serve no purpose other than to force you to run heavy AoE DPS to deal with them. And they don't, like, honestly, you could kind of just ignore them, but especially if your DPS is low, then you have to choose between, do I kill the ads or do I just, like, fight the boss? And it's just a pain. It's just not fun design. It's just annoying. And it's just, biggest issue with Aranicus by far is it's just fucking overtuned. They nerfed the hell out of every single boss in the raid, and then they just left Aranicus and Avatar as, like, much harder bosses. For whatever reason, which is just annoying. Because Sunken Temple is a raid now that is not completely face roll, like Black Rock Depths, or, Black Fathom Depths was, but it is trivially easy in the first 2/3 of the raid, and then ludicrously hard relative to everything we've seen in SOD thus far in the form of Aranicus and Avatar. The only fight that really compares is like Mechanical Menagerie, which admittedly was quite a challenging fight for a number of reasons. But just the fact that they made absolutely no attempt to smooth the difficulty curve and just left this one boss as being like significantly harder is just really fucking stupid. So yeah, and then Avatar of Ikar is like the lamest end boss they could have ever thought of. It's just bad. It's just a really, really shit fight. Like, they said, okay, Hakar, wow, we have a lot of design space to work with. So, and then, like, you know, in my head, I'm picturing the whole, like, Squidward taking orders format of, like, you know, how original and stuff. They added a corrupted blood mechanic, which every single iteration of Hakar ever has had. Look at the other side Hakar. And then to clear corrupted blood, you stand at his tank frontal. And it makes you unhealable for a few seconds. And that's the fight. There's also something that makes you hostile to friendly players, but, like, doesn't really do anything. So, like, who cares? I mean, it's just such a half-baked fight. And think about, like, how cool, like, for a low-level fight, Kelris and Alchemy were honestly pretty good twists on the original boss fights, considering the original boss fights had no mechanics, and the ideas behind both fights were pretty cool. And they were challenging, but not bullshit, like Aranicus. And then you have, what's it called? The last two bosses, I really like Mechanical Menagerie. I think it's a really cool fight. And I really like the changes that they made to Thermoplug. I think Thermoplug was a pretty interesting boss, where, like, he has the different suits and stuff and the smashes and the flamethrower. It's a cool fight. So to go from that to then in the same raid tier, not only taking away 10-player, making it so you get less loot, and then also just having the most boring, uninspired boss designs while also being tuned like fucking garbage, there is absolutely no redeeming factors about Sunken Temple. It's just a dog shit raid in a dog shit phase that was, for me and many other people's... God, it's... You know it's starting to get late when I just start tripping over my words like this, but for me and many other people, it's just the final nail in the coffin for SOD, because just, like... Oh, fucking shit game, man. It's a shame. I don't know. It's unfortunate. Obviously, SOD could have been really good. There was a lot of potential here, but I personally, I think they fucked it. And the thing is, we haven't really seen any indication that we're getting new raids at level 60. Because I don't know if this is confirmed, but I read somewhere that apparently they've actually gone back on the promise of... Well, promise is, I suppose, not correct. But they've basically kind of tried to walk back their, like, teasing of Karazhan Crypts. Apparently, we actually aren't getting Karazhan Crypts. They realize that they can't make it. Now, that could just be somebody made that shit up, and it's just people dooming or something like that, and we are getting Kara Crypts, but that's what I read. And if all we have to expect at level 60 is the exact same raids, but with slightly different mechanics, I mean, count me out. Right, that just doesn't sound fucking interesting. So that's kind of why I've said before, I will only play SOD P4 if they really do blow me away with the stuff that they're changing. Because one of the other issues with the way that they've been handling things is they have been repeatedly using the existence of P4 as an excuse to not do shit. Like, they constantly say, well, the reason that we can't actually balance classes is because we're waiting until B4. We don't want to do constant balance changes now, even though we promised early on that we would, because we're actually waiting for the final phase. Because at level 60, when you have access to the full vision for every spec, which, I'm sorry, but that, like, bullshit, right? the idea that at level 60 we're really going to see their vision when there's multiple like random disconnected runes that just don't fit in anywhere, and it's like, where does this come in? Like, suddenly you're just going to make these dead runes magically viable? I don't know, man. But no, it's all part of their vision, and they're finally, actually, for real this time, going to balance the game once we have all the runes. Promise. And, like, I don't know, but that just screams bullshit to me. I don't want to do the catapult quest. I'm gonna be honest. I think that that's just... It's efficient up until this point, and then fuck everything else, because I really don't want to do any of those quests. I'm going to go do the Alliance gunship quests, and I'm really hoping that at some point this fucking Q pops, even if I have to tank as a healer. Or heal as it's... whatever. You know what I mean. Anyways. You think people that hated the TOGC raids were the ones who did all 4 difficulties? Possibly. Yeah, I could maybe see that. Because at that point, it would end up taking a considerable amount of time. But, I don't know. Hard to really blame that on TOGC. And I guess they did fix that for Classic, so, yeah. Slight improvements. Let's see. Yeah, so I do this, and then... Oh shit, that's not the one that I meant to... I drop this totem. Yeah, that's weird. So, it made it an invalid target. Oh, it spawns at the body of whatever one I'm targeting, but it's... Ah, that is jank. No, honestly... Okay. I guess Exorcism wasn't terrible there, because this is... Oh, it's a humanoid? Oh, okay, fuck. I was like, it's a spirit. So surely I use Exorcism, and it's a guaranteed crit. And then it just does not count as undead, which... Why? Bottle of whiskey, spool of rope. Okay, where's the bottle of whiskey? Yeah, that's one of the other problems with these quests. There's no real map indicators because it's moving. Let me turn in this quest before I do anything else. Oh wait, I think I saw the bottle of whiskey. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Alright. They missed the mark on leveling raids with Sunken Temple. You don't mind hard raids, but for leveling raids, make them fun. Yeah. For sure. I don't know. I'm not gonna rant about Sunken Temple anymore, but, like... Yeah, I don't really know what they were going for with that raid. Like, also, it's one of those where they say they don't want leveling raids to be hard, but then, like, why did they massively overtune it? It's just kind of thing where as always, it just feels like it was completely untested. Where it almost felt worse that it was just really, really hard out of the gate. But, like, that's the thing. They say they don't care if the raids are hard or not. But then, like, once again, why make it ridiculously overtuned? Surely, if all you care about is making the raids fun and easy for people, you're not going to buff them by a ridiculous amount on launch to the point where you need to nerf their health by, like, 75% over the course of multiple hotfixes. Maybe even more. That is like a ridiculous level of... And also, how is anybody that bad at math that they can look at the new runes that got added and say, oh yeah, this is definitely going to result in players gaining such a ridiculous amount of damage that we need to make the health like as much as endgame level 60 bosses. I don't know. Just fucking stupid, man. It's like, what did Warlocks get? We got Pandemic. Pandemic and Immolation Aura. Like, yes, I'm sure Warlocks are doing so much additional damage with Pandemic and Immo Aura that we need to buff the boss's health by so much. And obviously, like, yeah, Warriors and Rogues ended up doing a lot more damage, but also a lot of the damage that we're seeing from Warriors and Rogues now is because of their burst. So it's not, like, necessarily super accurate. Here, since this is like 4-star P, where I have absolutely zero interaction with this quest, I'm actually going to quickly run and get coffee, because like this is basically 2 minutes where I just don't even touch the keyboard. Might as well just go that way. Okay. There we go. I don't think I missed too much. I think this might actually be worth... If this had better stats, maybe. I guess I'll hold on to it just in case. This is like so frustrating because I'm so close, but I still can't switch to Uldum. What would have really sucked is if the dungeon queue popped while I was making coffee. At level 60, you want hard raids with all our new tools in mind. Yeah, I think that's one of the other problems with SOD. They've already confirmed that they're not giving us hard raids. Like, well, I guess they did only specify that level up raids would not be hard, so, like, technically speaking, level 60, it's not going to be level up raids, but... I mean, we've already kind of seen what the SOD developers' idea of difficulty is, and it's kind of missed the mark in most cases. I don't know. I am, at this point, I'm just being negative, so... Yeah. Yes. Yeah, for testing positions, one of the classic developers, Artemis Howell, posted... help. Well, actually, I don't know if Artemis Howell is a classic developer per se, but the positions were for classic quality assurance. But yes, they did post that on Twitter. I don't know. I will say, I think that was probably hyperbolic, right? As a way to be like, haha, funny, you know, obviously we all know that Cataclysm is like in a really bad position right now, so haha, you know, wouldn't it be funny if you signed up to be a quality assurance tester for our company? Hee 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 hoo. So I think it's more that. But I do think it's ironic that they have stuff like that, and then you have Kirby, a developer at Blizzard, tweeting that they have like the best quality assurance in the industry, which, oh man, that's just a really dumb thing to say. Like, somebody linked that in my Discord, and I mean, I don't hate Kirby. I know there's a lot of people who watch him kind of like the same way a lot of people watch Blazon. But I do think, and I should note, I respect somebody sticking up for their team. And this is something that, like, my dad always tells me, you know, he has to do with, like, his job, where a lot of times somebody on, like, his team will fuck up, but it's like, you know, as, you know, the project leader, it is his responsibility, and he stands up for his team and, like, has their back. But at the same time, like, you know, there's a difference between, you know, like, in my dad's case, if my dad's boss is giving him shit, right, like, he, you know, he will never do, like, the bullshit, like, I'm going to fire somebody and tell them why they deserve to be fired. Like, you know, he had a situation where, because of, like, cuts, he had to, like, fire a bunch of people on his team, and his boss at the time, this was, like, years ago, told him that he needed to, in, like, his firing reports for the people who he had to choose to be fired, had to explain to them the reason why they were being fired, and he literally told his boss that, if you're forcing me to fire these people, I will do it, obviously, but I will not tell them why they're being fired, because there is no good reason. Like, you're forcing me to fire multiple good people who have done absolutely nothing wrong, and they do good work, and this is literally just a corporate decision, so I'm not going to tell them bullshit. I'm not going to tell them they did something wrong when they didn't. And, like, sticking up for your team like that, you know, yeah, obviously that's, like, what a good, you know, person in authority does. But at the same time, there's a big difference between privately defending people on your team and wanting to support them and, like, putting out, unprompted, a public tweet saying we have the best quality assurance in the industry when all of your games are currently suffering massive bugs. Retail Season 4 has multiple pretty glaring issues. Cataclysm is on fire, basically, and multiple people are pissed off about the poor quality of your games, and your solution is to just, unprompted, tweet out, by the way, our games are great. Like, sorry, buddy. No, they aren't. Like, I'm glad that you're proud of your team, but, like, fuck off. Just, why piss off the entire player base by just saying, yeah, actually, no, our developers, our quality assurance is great, when it is very clearly not. And not saying, just, I stand by our quality assurance people, they're the best in the industry. No, they fucking aren't. Fuck off. Like, that's just, like, I don't know. I just don't understand how you can tweet something like that out without literally going out of your way to try and piss off your player base. Because that is just a blatantly inflammatory statement given the context of when it was posted. So, yeah, fucking stupid, in my opinion. Keta Thunberg said, "Hi, Carlton, I'm a big fan of your content. Could you tell me how far into 81 percentage-wise you can get with pre-questing? Don't know yet." A few people asked about pre-questing earlier. It's really not something that I've looked into. Generally speaking, like, I will probably look into it just because at this point you and a few other people have asked. So clearly there is some interest in pre-questing. And I don't think I'm going to make a main channel video about it, but that's like actually the nice type of thing where I will do research into it. I will maybe make a second channel video about it for, you know, the likely small number of people who are actually curious about that stuff. And I'll share it with you when I've figured it out. The other thing about pre-questing, though, is it's hard to evaluate because, for the record, right? I talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to completely repeat myself just because I know it's going to be, like, a little bit tedious for people who are, like, watching the recording, right? But just the basic summary of the issue with pre-questing is it's not actually applicable to anything except day one launch day leveling. So we can very clearly take into account launch day issues when we're talking about the potential issues with pre-questing. Because pre-questing, I can test it here on beta, but I'm testing in like a completely controlled environment, right? And while it may be like, oh yeah, it's really nice, you know, there's obviously some potential downsides to it. We'll see, though. We'll see. Some pre-quests that I think everybody should do that are very easy ones is, obviously there's a Stormwind counterpart, but the cooking daily, the fishing daily, pretty much just that. Children's Week stuff obviously won't be available. Cooking daily, fishing daily are very, very easy to get. I mean, even in retail, I still do those pre-quests whenever it starts off in Orgrimmar Stormwind. Those are just completely free. One thing that's interesting that I'll have to check is you can see here, I've already gotten completion, according to this, for as Hygel burns, but I have to sit here on Aronis's back. So I'm curious if I were to, like, position a Warlock right here, like on the edge of the mountains going into Hinterlands, and like two other characters, and then as the servers went live, I started the Hygel thing, and then I flew my Warlock up here, got a lock closet, like, as soon as I could, summoned myself basically right up to the top of Mount Hygel. I could theoretically skip that introduction with the dragon if I already have quest completion, which, as far as I can tell, I do. I think this is purely for roleplay purposes. So, yeah. The other thing that I wonder, it might even be faster, right? Where there's an Orgrimmar and Stormwind portal here. So it could be possible that instead of doing that, I could actually just... Maybe the moment that I accept that quest, the portal to Hygel becomes available in the Circle of Elements. And potentially what I could do is have a Warlock sitting at the Circle of Elements, and then the moment that... these quests are level 81? I didn't know that. The moment that I accept it, I summon myself back to the Circle of Elements, and the nice thing about that is because I could already have my warlocks there, I could pre-send the summon before actually starting the quest. That way, the moment I get completion for As Hygel Burns, I just immediately accept it, and bam, I'm back into the place where I need to be. So that's, and like, anything like that would be really important, and that's why, if you're going to do Hygel, which I think most people who are looking to optimize launch day leveling would be doing, well, you're going to want to get here as fast as you possibly can. Because, like, really, there's 3 methods for getting ahead of the pack. There is either doing Vashj'ir and hoping that there's less people there, so it's easier to get ahead of the pack. Obviously, the downside to that being that Vashj'ir is an inferior zone in terms of quest efficiency. There is the strategy of spamming dungeons up to level 82 or 83, and then doing quests in, like, Uldum in between dungeon queues, because then most people will still be questing. So, is that going to spawn another Twilight Inciter right here? Not sure. But most people will still be questing in, like, lower level zones, so if you skip that entire process by doing dungeon spamming, then you could go straight to an uncontested Uldum, and Uldum is rather good, as I will hopefully demonstrate here. And then the final method, rather straightforward, but, you know, also rather difficult to pull off, is just doing Mount Hygel and getting ahead of the pack in Mount Hygel. And one of the issues with pre-quests is that it could be quite difficult to actually accomplish that. Because if you're going around turning in all those quests, well, I don't know. Especially if they're in Northrend, right? I don't know, it's tricky. It's tricky. I think the best situation for pre-quests, the more I think about it, is that dungeon spamming method of, if you don't need to worry about getting ahead immediately in Hygel, and your plan is to just pull ahead later on, well, in that case, it doesn't really matter if you slow down at the start. So yeah, pre-quests are probably good there. I'll have to look into it. TLDR, give me some time to do the testing. But that's not something that will be in, like, the final guide, because the final guide will be oriented for people who are, like, actually leveling characters normally 80 to 85, and pre-questing is, like, super min-maxy, and it only applies to launch day, so we'll see. I am curious. I'm sure there's probably somebody who's already put together, like, a list of the most efficient quests to do from Wrath of the Lich King. But one of the other things to consider is distance between all of the quests. Where, if you have quests scattered around, like, the entirety of Northrend, then it's probably not going to be worth doing. But I would imagine you would want to grab, like, clumps of daily quests, like, maybe... I don't know if it gives experience or not, but, like, the Argent Tournament dailies, there's, like, a shit ton of them in a small area. So that could be one of those cases where, even if it gives slightly less experience per quest than, you know, some of the other ones, since they're all directly next to each other, it could be a much more viable option. Hard to say. Yeah, it is really night and day, going from Vashj'ir, which was, like, ridiculous roleplay. I am actually... Ooh, I really want to test that. I'm obviously not going to stop the speedrun and test it now, but that idea of summoning myself directly to Mount Hygel, I haven't really thought of that before just saying it out loud now. That could be really interesting. Either way. I'm not too concerned with day 1 leveling. I'm not going to min-max it that hard. Though, I would like to do, like, optimized 80 to 85 speedruns. Like, solo speedruns. Basically the shit that I do in, retail. But for Cataclysm. I think that would be a lot of fun. The only issue is, for stuff like that, the question of rule set would come into play, and I guess, yeah, like, I would not allow Warlock summons. But there could be some use cases of, like, I do slash stuck or something while on the dragon. I don't know if that would work, but maybe. Come on. What mobs do I need to kill? I need to kill Vanquishers. Fuck, I did not mean to tab that one. Okay, I'm gonna get that Vanquisher. There we go. This is, I feel like that quest can maybe be slightly faster if you had a second person, because a lot of the mobs are really spread out. That's an annoying one to do completely solo. Let's see.
Hail to the night. May Elune grant us strength.
This is, yeah, kill the fire elementals, and then kill the little guys that pop out of the body. Do this. And, there's a cooldown on doing that. Come on. Tab targeting is really failing me right now. And there we go. Feels weird having such a long cooldown on Consecration. That's probably one of the few things in the Cataclysm version of Prop Paladin that still kind of bothers me. I'm just so used to Consecration being a relatively low cooldown ability that it just feels odd that it takes such a long time to come back up. This quest also has relatively annoying variants. I think this is going to be a major bottleneck on launch day. Something that could be really helpful is knowing where all of the potential Blaze-bound elemental spawns are, because I think most people are going to do the ones that I'm doing right here, which are relatively close to Malfurion. But I believe... Am I really stuck in combat? Oh, that's really fucking annoying. Yeah, but there's a bunch around here that most people don't know to look for. And... I believe... Yeah. Should be some down here, right? No, actually. There's a few in this little area. This is actually maybe the best spot to get it, huh? This is much closer to Malfurion, and it's going to be way less contested. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind for the next time I do this run. Yeah, memorizing all of those spawn locations will be really important. But there's also one literally right behind Malfurion, huh? Another thing I'm curious about. So this quest is relatively annoying, where you have to hide behind cover when Barongeddon does his big explosion. Obviously, you want to wait until right after he does this, and then I'm going to bubble and continue channeling. So, Classes like Prop Paladin have a major advantage in this quest because when I did this on my Death Knight, this absolutely demolished me. And unfortunately, turning into a living bomb, best thing I can do right now is hide under this archway. And then donk my head, good to go. Pick up this. And back here.
Grant us strength.
Oh, a little bit of lag. I don't remember these quests being level 81. They show in my journal? No, it doesn't say anything about them being level 81. Huh. Odd. Then I do this guy. It's there.
What brings you here?
I wonder if there are places where Warlock summons could actually save time just in the general questing process. It would have to be somewhere indoors. But the other thing to consider is, like, if I'm multi-boxing my own Warlocks, then the summon would need to be enough that it's, like, it accounts for the time to quickly tab between my different accounts and click the Warlock gateway, or the Warlock portal. Because I'm thinking about it from this context, right? Like, this quest, the Fandral one, is kind of annoying. Having to, like, escort him out, you're on foot, you obviously don't have a mount, the entire thing is a little bit slow. It's one of the few slow parts of the Hyjal questline outside of the stuff later on. Which makes me curious about whether or not this could be sped up. Though I suspect that if you got yourself summoned, he would not follow you. Hello, Silk Road. I'm good. I hope you're doing good as well. Melissa hasn't had that since Wrath, and it wasn't even crazy. Yeah. I missed that message before, but yeah. I'm trying to think. There's, like, I guess my main focus now for the leveling process is I need to test the Alliance side of things. So, you know, maybe I will do a Worgen speedrun. Hard to say. Because I feel like if I'm going to do an Alliance run, I would probably want to do it on a Druid, and then I would want to do it on a Worgen Druid. Because if I'm going to level a Druid, I might as well.
Anything I encountered in the nightmare. Yet we can't afford to dwell on this.
Gilneas is cool? Yeah, for sure. And I promised I'd do a Worgen speedrun at some point anyways. It's just tricky. I don't know if I have the time. Also, I guess I did hit level 83. Quickly reload. Man, this dungeon queue is, yeah, never gonna pop. There's just nobody doing dungeons at this point in the PTR. I'm gonna go do Old Doom. Just cuz. I need to go back first. Yeah, at this point, it's not worth staying in Hyjal. Will there be a new city, or will Dalaran stay the main city? Well, the way that Cataclysm works is there's no new neutral capital. It's, or honestly, no new major city in general. It's actually, I think, is it the only expansion to do that? I think it might be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure ever since they've been big about making it so every single new expansion has like a new major capital. The main cities in Cataclysm are Orgrimmar and Stormwind for their respective factions. So that's like the main hub that you go back to for all the quests. Because you can see there I just exited Mount Hyjal and it took me to the Circle of Elements, this place in northern Orgrimmar. That's like the main teleport center. Now I have Warchief's Command Old Doom, and I am going to Hearth to Dalaran at this point, because the fastest way to reach Old Doom, unless you have a lock closet, which I will probably set up, this is one that I will absolutely get ready, is you head to Dalaran and you do... Shit mounts. Oh yeah, right, you can't get on a flying mount in the city. You head to the Caverns of Time. And I guarantee you that there is going to be a lot of warlocks selling summons to Old Doom on Cataclysm launch. So if you don't have your Hearthstone set to Dalaran and you're on like a big server like Fairlina or something like that, just check LFG. What the fuck? Huh. I don't remember this rare mob. Oculus the Corrupted. Interesting. But yeah, Old Doom is... This should be interesting. You're on Pagel because the other servers were locked when you went to start. I think Pagel's still a pretty good server. My memory of it isn't fantastic, but yeah, it's pretty solid. Also, I should note just heads up, so I don't think that I would be able to do this run within effectively 4 hours anyways. 2 levels within 4 hours is likely not going to be possible. But what's it called? Because it's going to be, well, I mean, it's already really late, but it's going to be even later by the time that I'm done with these quests. I'm going to do all of Old Doom, and then I'm going to... Are you kidding me? At least it lets me log back in this time, and I don't need to force close the client. Yeah, I'm going to do all of Old Doom, and then... What? Maybe not? Oh. I heard the Dungeon Finder thing click. Yeah, Blizz, okay, there we go. It worked. Okay, never mind. What the fuck is happening? Well, I really hope my game just isn't bricked. The fact that it briefly let me see for a moment there makes me hope that it is slowly fixing itself. Alright. What do you think about Saw? Do you think it sucks? Well, I don't know if you've been listening for the past, well, past, I don't know, hour, really, but, yeah, I made my thoughts on, Sod pretty clear. On the off chance that that was a completely unironic question, and you actually did just join right after I finished ranting about Sod, TLDR, I'm not happy with the current state of it. You learned a lot about why Sod sucks today, yeah. If you are interested in listening to me rant about why I don't like Sod, all you need to do is just rewind the stream, like, an hour or two. And I spent a lot of time. It's like, I hate talking about it again and again, but it does keep coming up. I think because there's a lot of other people who, like me, are really frustrated by Sod and just kind of want to rant about all the missed potential. Don't necessarily blame them. Oh, I didn't even talk about the PvP, so I guess... Wait, it wiped all my buffs! What the fuck? I didn't even notice that. All of my buffs are gone. My flask, all that shit. Why does that get cleared when the server disconnects? That is weird. There we go. Yeah, PvP in Sod is... Yeah. I mean, I don't even really have much to say on that. That hasn't been said a million times by, like, every other person. It is... I think the best way to describe it is a developer embarrassment. Like, I have my gripes with the class design, with the PvE, and all that stuff, but... the PvP is just an absolute fucking joke. And it's just one of those things where anybody with a brain could have seen it from a mile away, and the fact that they have waited so long to do anything about it is baffling to me. Like, the stuff that they are doing to try and address Sod PvP right now, they should have started doing middle of Phase 2. And I think, like, that's maybe Blizzard's biggest weakness, really, is just... and it's not even just the Sod team. The retail team suffers from this issue as well. But they are just so inflexible and so slow to respond to anything. And I remember Agrin was saying that one of the strengths of the Sod team is that because they have so few developers, they're able to more quickly adapt to things and change up their development schedule. And it's like, fucking show us then? Instead of fixing an issue that became blatantly obvious within the first week of P2, like, middle of P3, months later, maybe, like, actually address concerns that people are expressing right now? But it's just, we already know that any issue with Sod is going to take them, like, over a month to fix, so just why play the game? All of the issues have already been clearly outlined for the developers. It's just that they are unwilling or unable to fix them right now. What do you mean? Are you saying that, like, I don't get how game dev works? Like, look, I understand, right, that game development, for the record, it's a long process. And I get that if you're making a... like, making a game from scratch, right? Obviously, yes, I'm well aware that is not how game development works. But that's the thing. It's one thing to say, yeah, you can't completely pivot your game design in the middle. Right? But hotfixes and adjustments absolutely can happen all the time. And should happen quite often. Oh, the dev I'm talking... Yeah, right. Yeah, it's... it's frustrating. And I don't know, the problem with the Sod team is, like, They have just continually overpromised and underdelivered. I think that's maybe the biggest issue. And a lot of people criticize the retail team for not really communicating with the player base. But I think, if anything, the way that the SOD team has been acting has kind of made me understand a little bit why the retail dev team doesn't really talk to the player base that much. Now, for the record, I think there is a happy medium, and I think that developers should be smart enough to communicate properly without talking out of their fucking ass. I think that you can, you know, discuss the way that your game is progressing in a way that isn't the way that Agron talks to everybody on Twitter, which just makes him seem like a fucking asshole. Even though I'm sure that he is nowhere near as insufferable, you know, in person as he comes across on Twitter sometimes, the way that he responds to community stuff just makes him seem like a, you know, oh, what's the word? Disconnected dick, right? Who doesn't actually understand what players want. And when that's the perception that you're giving off to your player base, it's just really hard to have faith in the team to do anything right. And like I said, I'm sure he is not actually that bad. Nobody is as bad as, you know, their worst moments on Twitter, right? There's a reason why I don't like having Twitter, because I know for a fact, right, if I were to have a Twitter account, I would probably get annoyed by something. I would write, like, you know, a nasty, ranty tweet or whatever that's, like, really more just me whining about something for the sake of it. And, I mean, I make posts in my Discord all the time in that sense. But it's, you know, it's my private Discord. Who gives a shit, right? The people in there like listening to me rant. Anyways. But if I were to do that on Twitter, it would absolutely get taken out of context, and people would be like, wow, this guy's a dick. And, like, kind of. But also sometimes I just like ranting for the sake of ranting. And I would end up looking like a massive asshole. And I just, why? Why would I do that? You have a Twitter purely to read it? Yeah. I have made one Twitter post in like the last year or so. And it was actually in regards, a reply to one of the SOD devs who ignore, like, not even accounting for Agron, right? The absolute worst thing that I've seen on Twitter from the SOD devs is one of my viewers, actually. I have no idea if they're watching this. If so, thank you again for doing this. I appreciate it. Who played on my server, Chaos Bolt, was repeatedly tweeting the devs, demanding an explanation for why they killed our server. And they finally responded with this really passive-aggressive bullshit response, basically saying, effectively, you think you do, but you don't, kind of. Or it was, honestly, it wasn't even like you think you do, but you don't. It was like, you may think you do, but we don't give a shit, kind of. Like, I don't give a shit if you want to play on a server like this that you think is more fun to play on. Your server was unhealthy and bad, and we needed to kill it. Sorry, not sorry, basically. And the thing that pissed me off the most is it is undeniable that the way that they are handling server transfers in SOD is fucking garbage. And unfortunately, no lessons were learned because they continue to do it. They fucked over European servers. 1 second. Thought I just saw, like, a light flicker. Maybe. But they continue to fuck over servers even after that. And the only thing that I said in that Twitter post is it was in response to that really just fucking smarmy post by the SOD developer of, like, explaining why my server needed to die, why he needed to fuck over a perfectly healthy server community because, sorry, it didn't fit our vision of what servers should look like. And it's like, I get that you may feel that you need to close the server, but when people are telling you that you really fucked them over and you really screwed their community, and you basically say, I don't give a shit, regardless of whether or not you enjoyed it, your server was unhealthy and it needed to be closed. Basically, just fuck you. And completely disregarding the fact that they handled the entire transfer process in such a poor way, and only addressing the fact that the server population was not healthy. It's like, okay, I get it. You may think that Chaos Bolt didn't have enough players to sustain like a good population long term, and you wanted to do the merges now. But why did you do it with 0 heads up on the final week before Phase 3 launch, and at the start only offer 1 destination server and then panic and change it to multiple destination servers after multiple people had already transferred? You blatantly fucked up the transfer process, and instead of at least admitting that and acknowledging that it caused a lot of stress and frustration for the people on the server, just fuck you. You need to understand that this is how game development works, and sometimes we're just gonna have to close your server. Tough shit. And just, like, what a fucking ass. And that is my genuine opinion. What a fucking ass, right? But I wrote what I think was a really nice response of basically saying, hey, I get that you have your reasons for why you needed to close your server, but I hope you will still understand that the way that you went about this was really bad, poorly organized, and damaging to a lot of communities, and I hope that you consider better ways to handle this if you decide to merge servers in the future. And they haven't. They've just continually been doing the same shit. They just, like I said, did the same shit to Europe. Multiple people in my Discord, you can see, had the exact same problem. Just, they do not give a fuck. It's just, it's depressing, man. It's just fucking depressing. The server thing, honestly, really upsets me. Because that's like, content issues with SOD aside, the most demoralized that I have felt in, like, the last few months is I had so much stuff set up for Phase 2. Or Phase 3, I mean. And I had, like, I bought, like, all of these, like, BOEs that I was gonna, like, flip in the auction house and stuff like that. I had all of it organized on multiple different bank alts and stuff. Like, I was ready for Phase 3 of SOD. And, like, 1 week before, after I had just gotten done doing all of that preparation and all of that investment and stuff, just getting hit with the fucking bombshell of my server's just dead. And, like, not only was that just, like, a massive headache to deal with, period, but, like, I had to then move all of my characters over, and that was, like, a fucking long process. It was a long process, and it was a stressful process, because I just didn't know, like, for a little bit there, I didn't know what my guild was going to do. I didn't know, you know, where everybody was going to be going. We had to replace a bunch of people. It was rough. And, like, all of that. And then by the time I even managed to get most of my characters transferred over, I had to move things, right? Because, like, I had everything stored in banks and stuff like that, and I then had to funnel those characters over one by one and then get that stuff back onto my bank alt, because one of the other things is, like, you don't have a lot of storage space in Classic. So the way that I end up storing a lot of stuff is in the mail. I mail, like, a shit ton of stuff to one character, and then I kind of bounce it back and forth. And you can't do that when you need to transfer a character, because you can't carry over stuff in the mail. So I had to then take out hundreds of items that I had sent to my bank alt, preparing to sell it literally within days, and then create multiple characters to funnel that over to Crusader Strike. And by the time I finished that process, I didn't even want to sell it anymore. And I haven't. I probably spent like 500 gold before SOD P3 started on items that I could have potentially flipped for like 2,000 to 3,000 gold. And I have sold like none of it. I think I maybe sold like 1 or 2 items before I just thought to myself, why am I doing this? Because, like, by that point, I had spent so much time actually getting everything moved over, and it was just... I was fucking tired, man. Like, I had spent so many hours on just, like, the organizational part of getting everything prepared, and I just wanted to fucking play the game. But, like, I also had a bunch of videos that I needed to work on, and them killing my server took away a lot of time that I would have spent working on videos or having fun or whatever. And then it was kind of, honestly, that, more than any of the other issues with SOD, that just made me sit back and realize, why am I playing this stupid fucking game? When, like, the developers made a promise early on that they were going to ensure that every single server was worth playing on, and then they just realized they couldn't do that, so instead of even fucking trying, they just immediately gave up and fucked me over. And it's like, this is the quality of development team that I'm gonna waste my time on? Fuck no. I'm just gonna play a fucking better version of this game. And of course I choose to play, you know, fucking Cataclysm Classic, which while I am really excited for it, same fucking team of clown-ass developers who are doing everything in their power to make this launch that I was really excited for fucked. Man, I hate being negative all the time, but it just, like, why can't the WoW team get its head out of its ass for, like, just any period of time at all? I want to be able to just play the games that I enjoy and not be constantly just, like, pissed off at developer incompetence, but it's just been one thing after another for fucking years. And, like, the amount of times when I sit here and I'm constantly angry at, like, how dog shit Blizzard is at just running their fucking company. And then I think to myself, like, am I the problem? Is it just that I have my expectations set too high? You know, am I expecting too much out of, you know, a small indie company? All memes aside, am I expecting too much out of a company? Are they actually doing their best? And then I look at, like, so many other games that I genuinely enjoy, and I'm like, no, actually, Blizzard's just fucking shit. Like, I really don't have anything negative to say about the Final Fantasy developers. Like, they are not omnipotent, you know, demigods, but everything that I would want a developer to do, they have done, right? I really wish that I, was able to enjoy Final Fantasy more than I do. It's not that I don't enjoy it, but it's like, I like raiding in WoW. And ultimately, Final Fantasy, it's hard for it to ever theoretically be my main game that I play, just because WoW raiding is really fun. And I don't see my opinion on that changing. I'm probably always going to want to continue raiding in World of Warcraft. Also, I'm getting absolutely fucking spanked. I'm gonna bubble, because these mobs, this was probably a bit of an overly aggressive pull. Okay, we're fine. But also, like, small indie developers, right? You know, unironic small indie developers do such a better job than Blizzard at running their games, communicating with their player base and stuff. Like, you know, completely random, but, like, earlier I saw that apparently they're going to make SteamWorld Heist 2, which I don't know how many of you even know what SteamWorld Heist is, but it's like some small indie game, the original that I played years ago and I really enjoyed, and it was refreshing looking at the sequel. And despite it having come out, like, the original game years and years ago, like, quite a long time ago, because I remember playing it, like, pretty much right around when I went to college, which was a while ago, and they're finally making a sequel to it, and it looks like just a polished version of the original. And it was almost, like, crazy to me, where I'm like, wait, it's just a sequel to the original with the same mechanics that I enjoyed the first time around, but, like, more? Cool. I kind of want to play that, because I enjoyed the original game, and I'm probably going to enjoy the sequel, because it looks like just the same thing, but more. And it's like, it reminds me of, like, the way that when Blizzard makes new expansions, there's always some new feature. There's always some new thing they're trying to shove down your throat. Like, you need to do this. And it's like, I just want to fucking play World of Warcraft. I want to play the same game that I have played for God knows how long at this point. Fucking 20... How old am I? 26 in 6 days. Yeah. So, and I played WoW since I was 4 years old, so a long time. The same game that I played for pretty much most of my life, right? I just want to play that, but slightly better and with more content. Hell, it doesn't even need to be slightly better, just more content, right? And like, other shit, right? Like, I don't play Demonology Warlock, but looking at the War Within and seeing a gigantic blue post explaining to people how we realized that Demonology Warlock was too much fun, and as a result, we're going to be doing this laundry list of changes to make Demonology Warlock less fun. Why? Why? Like, and I have friends who play Demolock and are pissed off about that, and I feel for them, because that has happened to multiple specs that I enjoy. Like, fucking Vengeance going into BFA, and really Vengeance, like, for all eternity. There's some people I know who like Vengeance right now, and if you like Vengeance right now, great. I don't. And especially, like, coming out of Legion and seeing the changes that they were making to Vengeance Demon Hunter, and, like, that's the thing, they've gotten better, right? Like, I'm saying, oh, this was Legion going into BFA, right? But they're doing the same shit again to a different spec. And, like, Legion going into BFA, many specs from Legion going into BFA, they were just like, hey, you're having too much fun. Here are the changes we're going to make it so you have less fun. And, like, seeing them basically take away all of Demonology's toys, as somebody who doesn't play Warlock, I feel bad for you guys. Because it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit that Blizzard can say, this spec feels too good to play, we need to rein in its power level. Fuck off, make the other specs more fun to play, instead of saying this spec is too fun, and has too much mobility, and too much fun with its cooldowns. Why the fuck do you think people are playing it? Why the fuck do you think that all of the other Warlock specs are sinking in popularity? Maybe it is because it has all of these things that people really like. Maybe give that to everybody else as well. Maybe stop trying to gimp tanks every single fucking expansion, and at the start of the expansion make all tanks feel miserable to play, and then slowly over time be like, oh hey, we're actually going to buff their, playstyle so they actually can sustain themselves. And we go through the same song and dance every single fucking time. And it's just the teams at Blizzard, I feel, are so obsessed, and it feels to me like it has to be a systemic company-wide issue, because, like, I started off talking about Classic, right? But now I'm talking about retail. And it felt like a pretty seamless transition because they're making the same exact fuck-ups. But there must be some mandate by Blizzard where new features and new bullshit needs to be pushed out just for the sake of being pushed out. And we get this every expansion where some fucking developer thinks they need to reinvent the wheel and thinks they need to make changes to a spec just because, right? Just because, it's a new expansion, right? That must mean that everything needs to work differently. How many Shadow Priest reworks have we gotten? How many Boomkin reworks have we gotten? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. And then specs that desperately need a rework don't fucking get one forever. Oh. What am I doing? Southern hieroglyphics. Let me scroll up and read. I kind of just ranted there for a while and didn't read chat. So just make sure I read chat. I think that's both of the quests, right? Or no, there's this one that I need to... Is this the one where I need to kill skeletons for the rope? Yeah. Yeah. You should join my Discord, you're a content goblin and on that app way too much. Yeah. I mean, my Discord, like, it's not, like, the most super-duper active place ever. But, I mean, if you if you like listening to me rant, then you'll probably love my Discord, because a lot of times I'll just rant about random shit in my Discord. Just, you know, if something annoys me. And I guess maybe a major selling point in my Discord, not that I am selling anything in my Discord, but something that I am told is unusual and people really like about it, is that I talk in it and answer questions, which seems completely insane to me that that's something that people find weird, but I'm routinely told by people that they are, like, really surprised when they ask a question in my Discord and I respond to it. And, like, a lot of times somebody will ask something related to leveling, and within, like, 30 minutes or something, I usually answer if I'm not asleep or, like, super busy. I'll, like, answer their question about leveling, and they're like, oh, wow, the man himself responded to me. And it's like, well, yeah, it's my Discord. Like, you asked the question here. But then, you know, people will tell me that apparently in a lot of other, like, YouTuber Discords, the person who created the Discord, like the YouTuber in question, just doesn't say anything. Apparently, a lot of them just create these Discords and then just let people join. Just, why? Like, what's the point? I don't get it. If all you're gonna do is, like, just not talk in your Discord at all, why fucking make it in the first place? It confuses me. But yeah, like, the entire reason I have one is for people to discuss stuff related to leveling and for me to answer questions about either stuff related to leveling or for me to talk about, like, I don't know, fucking Honkai Star Rail, which every once in a while I'll rant about in the miscellaneous separate channel that I created so that it doesn't actually impact any discussion about important stuff. But, like, yeah, I kind of figured that's, like, the important point, so... Or, yeah, whatever, I can't talk, but... I feel like I've used Lay on Hands a lot while leveling. Also, I think for some of these larger pulls, it's unfortunate that Field of the Righteous is not an AoE damage dealer and is pure single target. But I think I would actually be better off using my Holy Power specifically on Word of Glory. Just because if I'm not really getting that much damage out of my Holy Power anyway, because there's no AoE Holy Power spender, then I may as well just spend it on healing myself and staying alive longer. Obviously there I had, so like here, I should heal myself, now I'm back to full. Now I don't need to worry about having to do other things to heal. Alright, and then I need the Starlight stuff. You will level more classes in the patch in live? Yes. Yeah, I plan on leveling more classes. I don't know how many I will level. One thing that I probably won't do is I don't know if I'm going to do the same thing I did on retail and level every single class. I'm definitely not going to level every single spec, I can say that for sure. But, like, I know when I start doing speedruns, a lot of people like to see me do, like, all these different classes and stuff. And while it is fun, at a certain point, like, it becomes a lot of work to do a lot of these speedruns. And I can't guarantee I'll be able to get around to every single class. And especially when I'm trying to figure out routing stuff, it's much easier for me to focus on figuring out, like, the optimized route for, like, 1 to 80 if I'm doing it with a class that I'm familiar with. Like, if I am doing leveling on a Prot Paladin, and I'm doing, like, 5 different Prot Paladin runs, then I have a very easy comparison to make of, like, oh, this is how efficient this zone felt, compared to this other zone, and I can very easily compare that one-to-one because I did both of them with the exact same class. Whereas, let's say I tested Hillspread Foothills on a Prot Paladin, and then I tested, I don't know, to pick a different zone, Arathi Highlands or something on a Warlock, and I'm keenly familiar with how a Prot Paladin plays, and I'm not familiar with how a Warlock plays, well then it's hard for me to really intuitively say, Did Arathi Highlands feel bad and take longer because I was playing a Warlock? Or was it because Arathi Highlands is just not an efficient leveling zone? I don't know. So, one of the reasons why, for the longest time... oh, right, I can't skip these cutscenes. One of the reasons why, for the longest time, I didn't do many variety leveling runs on retail is because I was still trying to refine the route. Even after my leveling guide was already finished, I still wanted to do more practice and make sure that I got, like, optimizations down. And I think I got a decent amount of optimizations over the years. But at a certain point, I was relatively confident that, like, okay, yeah, this is the fastest route. I found most of, like, the minuscule time saves that I could reasonably find, and I'm not really going to get much more information by doing yet another Guardian Druid or Prot Paladin speedrun. So at that point, yeah, I can start doing, like, every single spec because the route is pretty nailed down. And it's just a question of testing out how all these different specs feel to level. Is this yet another one of those? Yeah, it's yet another unskippable cutscene. That's why, oh wait, I missed a few things. That's why you're only playing Cata. For you, it's the best WoW more than retail and SOD? Yeah. I mean, I think, personally for me, I still think there's a lot to enjoy about retail if you enjoy raiding. But if you are not a raider, then I think Cataclysm is just the objectively best version of WoW at this point. That's my personal opinion, though. And I am someone who happens to like raiding, so I still enjoy retail quite a lot. But outside of retail and maybe Mythic Plus, the game is not the most fun. And there's definitely more to enjoy about Cataclysm, I feel. At this point, SOD feels like it's got good ideas, but it's also showing how pointless it all is, and it's all a waste of time. Yeah. Yeah, I know I've said this a lot, so if you've listened to me rant about SOD multiple times, I apologize, but I'm going to say it again. On the topic of, like, SOD feels like it's pointless, to me, the worst thing that the devs have ever said, and it has kind of colored my entire opinion on SOD, and I really don't think that they should ever say this and should stop saying it because they keep repeating it, is the entire idea that SOD is an experiment. Every single time one of the developers gets criticism and says, well, SOD is an experiment, I cringe. It is the dumbest shit that they can say. Sure, SOD is an experiment, but they keep throwing this around like it is some ironclad defense. Like, the fact that this is their experiment means that it is immune to criticism. And you cannot be justifiably mad that the game is fucking shit because it's only an experiment, and they're only doing this to collect feedback. Like, SOD's not a fucking PTR. And they keep acting, whenever they talk about, like, feedback and stuff, they keep acting like it is a PTR. And they keep describing it in ways like that. Like, it is an experiment, we are gathering feedback so that for future iterations, blah, blah, blah. It's not a fucking testing server. This is a live product that you are giving to people. And when you don't have any PTR whatsoever, and you ship untested garbage to live servers, and people complain about it, it is not an okay defense to say, well, it's just an experiment. Nobody wants to be an unwilling PTR tester. Like, I spend a shit ton of time testing the PTR. I'm doing a fucking speedrun right now on the beta. And I still don't want to have my free time wasted when I'm playing on a live server and I'm experiencing things that show this content was not internally tested whatsoever. That's frustrating to me, as somebody who routinely plays through untested content on the PTR. But on the PTR, I know what I'm getting into. I know, yeah, this is probably going to be rough around the edges, this is probably going to be untested, and I'm going to run into the issues. I don't mind, you know, entering Old Doom earlier and getting disconnected multiple times in a row. Is it a little bit worrying for the future of Cata Classic? A little bit, but that's the kind of stuff that I expect to happen. But it's really not good when that starts to happen on live servers. That's when it starts to become a fucking problem. think I can vendor boots because I already have all that stuff. And leather, don't need. Just keep this for now. Isn't the SOD team like less than 20 people? I think it's a hell of a lot less than that, even. SOD team is not large, right? But that's the thing. It's, you know, you don't need a large team of people to listen to, like, basic feedback and react to it and respond to it. And that's why, like I've said, one of my biggest gripes about SOD is just the way the developers are responding. I don't give a shit if you have 1 developer or 20 developers. Don't fucking tell me that your actual new re-release of Classic is just an experiment and that it's okay if it's unpolished when it's fucking not. Get it fucking right. And, like, look, if they went with the completely opposite approach of if SOD was broken and they apologized, and instead of saying, well, you should understand that it's just an experiment, they said, hey, we're sorry that we fucked this up. We'll do better next time. Then at least I would tell myself, oh, hey, the developers understand. They know it's a problem. They're working on a way to fix it. But I don't. And instead I come away from, like, reading what the developers are saying, and my impression is that they just don't really understand that this is an issue, and that they are in no rush to fix it, because in their minds, this is just a glorified PTR, and it's okay if their game is broken as fuck, because as long as they learn their lessons in a vague sense, and improve upon it in the future, for who? I don't really know. Some imaginary future player who is going to give them the umpteenth chance. Like, I tried SOD because it's new. But, like, they keep acting like they just have infinite goodwill, and that every single person is going to come back and play SOD 2 when they finally get their shit together. And, like, look, I'm sure there will be people who come back and play SOD 2, no matter what. Just like there are people like, hey, like me, who, no matter how much the retail team fucks up, I'll continue playing retail, right? Because at the very least, retail has that one irreplaceable thing for me that no other MMO has, and that is the really good rating. The moment the rating sucks dick, I'm out of retail, but consistently, the raid designers have, by and large, done a good job, except for the Ziskarn guy and the Tindril guy. But, you know, aside from some small blips, generally raids have still been good, and even if the rest of the game feels kind of bleh, I will still come back for that. And I'm sure a lot of people feel the same about Classic. But let's not pretend that when retail stopped being good, every single player came back and was just like, yeah, I'm gonna give you a million chances. No, a lot of people stopped. The same shit's gonna happen for SOD. I don't think they really understand this because they've never had to deal with their own releases, and they're used to just basically polishing up other people's work and shipping it off. And, you know, if they fuck up something, which this really pisses me off, and it's not SOD related, but, like, holy shit, the idea that they're passing off their ineptness as a change. The idea that Cataclysm has hashtag some changes. Gah. That marketing post of we're making hashtag some changes to Cataclysm, and almost all of the hashtag some changes are, oh, by the way, we didn't manage to get this feature working in time, so we're just gonna say that we're removing it, and that's a change. Fuck right off. Like, they couldn't even re-release an old game properly, and then instead of just acknowledging that they couldn't get these features working, because they want to make it seem like, you know, oh, this is all part of the plan, they're acting like it's a change. As if anybody wanted Void Storage to be gone. And so on the topic of Void Storage, because I've seen a lot of discussion back and forth about the issues with them removing it. And a lot of people have said that people are complaining for the sake of complaining, and that people who have no interest in Void Storage are upset that Void Storage is being removed, and they're just looking for a reason to be upset. And you know what? I would consider myself in that category of people who are who have no interest in void storage but are upset at its removal. But I do take offense to the idea that I am complaining for the sake of complaining. Why? Because the reason why I am upset about the removal of void storage is not the removal of the system itself. While, yes, void storage being gone is, like, completely inconsequential, the idea that, like, anybody really needs it is stupid. The thing that pisses me off more is them removing void storage and then trying to pass it off as a genuine design choice. And saying, no, we actually meant it this whole time. We're just removing it because it's no longer necessary. Like, but why is it necessary for it to be removed? Removing void storage does absolutely nothing for anybody. It's not a major downside, right? But also, the non-existence of the system doesn't help anybody either. Now, removing guild levels, on the other hand, that is a genuinely good change. By the fact that guild levels don't exist actually helps us because it means we get easier access to important things like heirlooms. But I get absolutely nothing out of the fact that void storage doesn't exist. It is a objectively helpful system that if you don't care about it, you can just not interact with it. And if you do care about it, then you're probably upset that it's gone. But nobody is going to be like, I'm glad that I no longer have the option to store my goods in a extra spot if I run out of bank space. Nobody is actively celebrating the removal of void storage. So the only logical reason why it is not here is because they were not able to get it working on time. Or they decided that it was not an efficient use of resources to get it working, and they just didn't prioritize it and figured we can just remove it because, like, who actually cares? And look, if they said that, right? And this is my big issue with Blizzard. It's honesty. It is the routine inability for any of the devs to actually just not fucking bullshit us and not treat us like we have 2 fucking brain cells and act like we don't actually understand how they work. If they just fucking told us, hey, look, we are on a strict timeline and we wanted to make sure that we got all of the important parts of Cataclysm Classic working, we decided that due to the fact that the new collection thing exists, it is a lower priority to get void storage working. It will not be in the launch. If they had just said that, I don't think anybody would give a shit. I think everybody would be like, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. But it's the fact that instead of doing that, they try to spin it as like some change that they're making for the benefit of players. Like, we're making these changes for you. And then they put hashtag some changes in their fucking promotional material. That just disgusts me to my core. I hate that shit. That's what pisses me off. That's why I am personally upset about it. But yeah, it's annoying. And I mean, really, the void storage is more like symptomatic of the general rushed design of Cataclysm Classic. Like the fact that we are now getting all of these bugs because they are unable to actually fix it on time. And I mean, they haven't outright confirmed that things such as like the heirlooms being nerfed to level 80 are due to them being unable to keep up with the schedule. But why nerf the heirlooms, right? Unless it is just a temporary thing, the only logical reason why the heirlooms are nerfed is because they realized, whoops, we didn't account for that. Guess we gotta nerf it and just not talk about it. And that's a change, but does it benefit players at all? No. So it's just fucking annoying. Bliss is just complete dog water? Yeah. I don't know. It's like a lot of people will always say, like, you know, Cat M said, as long as we pay them, why would they change? That's a very fair point. And there's the classic argument of like vote with your wallet and stuff like that. And like, look, I'll be honest. I'm going to keep playing this game. It's a little bit trickier with Classic, right? Because I'm going to keep playing retail no matter what. And it's all in the same sub. So, yeah, is it a little bit... fuck, I took Sea Turtle off my bars. Could you argue that it's a little bit hypocritical of me to sit here and complain about these things and still play the game? I'd say that's a fair argument. I would also say that I have every right to argue in favor of, you know, the game that I enjoy getting better. And, of course, there are, as I've stated multiple times, many things about World of Warcraft that I enjoy that I cannot get anywhere else. namely the raids, but also a lot of the class design in WoW feels really good. But I can enjoy the game and hate the company that's creating it. It's, yeah, just how it is. I mean, I'll give you another example, right? I really like Total Warhammer, and I played the shit out of Total Warhammer 2, and I was really disappointed with the launch of Total War Warhammer 3, but I was still really hopeful that they could turn it around and make that game really good. And Creative Assembly, the company behind Total War Warhammer, or well, the Total War franchise in general, completely fucking shit the bed. And did some really stupid, greedy shit. And honestly, they got massive fucking karma. It's a little bit unfortunate because the reality is the fact that Creative Assembly took such a massive hit from their stupidity is potentially going to make Total War Warhammer a worse game. And it might mean that the game that I was really excited for is going to end up being worse than it could have been. But at the same time, if I had to pick between Total War Warhammer 3 being the game that I wished it could be, and, you know, at the same time, and an excessively greedy company stealing shit tons of money out of their players' pockets because they're just fucking greedy, or the situation that we currently have where the game may end up being not as good, but some really greedy executives learned a costly lesson, I take the latter every single time. The executives at Creative Assembly got really fucking greedy. They did some really dumb shit to try and take money from players, and they got fucked. They got absolutely fucked for it. And now they have been spending pretty much the last few months just licking players' boots and basically doing everything they can to try and get people to play the game again and, you know, fix their pricing model and, you know, add free shit to their content DLCs, which, like, great, yeah. I'm all for that. Like, you know, the players are getting more value. But in order to reach this point, we had to deal with Creative Assembly just fucking thinking they could upcharge the shit out of players for absolutely no reason. And it's just a shame that so many companies get fucking taken over by these capitalist douchebags who make the same garbage decisions every single time. And I love World of Warcraft, but Blizzard is clearly rotted to the fucking core with these assholes. And I really, 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 really want this game to succeed, but I also really, 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 really want those assholes to learn a lesson just like Creative Assembly did. So, here's hoping that we get both. Let me grab this last egg, and then I can focus on reading chat. Ah, shit, I thought I would be able to get past that mob. Final Fantasy devs are working on one version of the game. Is that even a fair comparison? Well, yeah. Because WoW has multiple teams. There isn't one World of Warcraft team working on, like, both Classic and Retail. You do understand that, right? There's a Retail team, and then there is a Classic team. So, yeah, it is a fair comparison. If Blizzard has two different teams fucking up, and Final Fantasy, oh, well, they're only working on one game. It's like, okay, but their game is good. So yeah, it is a completely fair comparison. What is unfair about that comparison? Like, what is the issue? And quite frankly, if the issue with World of Warcraft, which I don't necessarily think that this is the issue, people say this, but I think maybe you could argue that it is something contributing to it, that they are spreading themselves too thin, and they don't have enough workforce to cover all the games that they're making. Well, that's still a problem. You can't just, like, give them a free pass, because it's like, well, they're trying to make so many versions of the game. Oh, poor small indie company totally doesn't have the resources to develop 3 versions of the game. Oh, no. They have to... You're telling me they have to develop a new expansion and re-release something that came out 13 years ago and make slightly new content for a version of the game from 2005? Oh, it's possible. How could a small indie company like Blizzard ever afford to do that? Like that's the thing. They have the fucking money to do that. They could absolutely, if they wanted to, allocate resources to get these projects done right. But that's the problem. They fucking don't. And they rely on people, sorry, like you, who say things like, well, can you really make that comparison to Blizzard because they're trying to make multiple versions of the game? So fucking what? Then hire 3 different fucking dev teams. They have the fucking money, right? But they're not, because they don't, in their minds, right? Well, it's probably not worth the cost. Some fucking guy in a suit told them that Cataclysm wouldn't be profitable enough to justify, extra developers. So they do assign one dev team to both SOD and Cataclysm. And then they try to hide behind that fact. I'm not necessarily saying they have explicitly hid behind that fact, but I guess it's more fair to say that people have been using that to kind of give them a pass of, they have 2 different teams. I'm pretty sure none of them will want to come out and say that, yeah, their dev teams are stretched too thin. They probably are. And look, for the record, I kind of feel bad for the developers. Well, I am giving them a little bit of shit, and I do think, if anything is the developers' fault, again, it is the way that they respond to people on Twitter. I don't give a shit about what Blizzard did in terms of allocating developer resources where and when. If you are, as an individual developer, making snarky comments to players on Twitter after their server got closed, whether it was by your hand or not, you are an asshole. It doesn't matter what your currently development situation is. So that stuff, absolutely, I put 100% squarely on the shoulders of the developers, because they're the ones writing snarky responses to players who they've just fucked over. Whether it's, once again, whether it's directly them or not, who did the fucking over of the players, they are the ones making that direct communication. That is on them. Everything else, I do not put squarely on the shoulders of the developers. I'm willing to bet that a large part of it is because they are understaffed and overworked. But that is still Blizzard's fault, the company. I'm sure it sucks to be in that position, but Blizzard absolutely should be able to hire more people. And one of the issues is, I think, based on what I have been reading, I don't know exactly everything that is going on internally with Blizzard, but based on what I have read, it seems like it is not necessarily just a money issue of we are unwilling to spend money on hiring enough developers to cover the development of these games. It is a bureaucracy, dogshit policy type of issue, where right now they are mandating that everybody work in office for pay that doesn't cover the cost of living in Los Angeles. And that seems to be the biggest issue that Blizzard is facing right now, that for whatever fucking reason, the idiots in charge are mandating no work from home, despite the fact that they are unwilling to pay enough to cover the cost of going into work. So I guess in that sense, it is arguably partially a payment thing, because if they really wanted to, they could pay more to cover the cost of living in the Los Angeles area. I think it's Los Angeles. It's in California. The California area, maybe, for lack of a better word. And they are unwilling to do that. But also, I mean, if they were just smart, stuff like quality assurance testing, you do not need to be in office to do shit like that. Because guess what? I do quality assurance testing for free for Blizzard all the fucking time. And this, and I'm not saying that my beta testing is not equivalent to, for the record, a paid position at Blizzard, right? But what I can absolutely, unequivocally assure you is that a quality assurance tester position is not even remotely a position that requires you to work in the office. It is absolutely something that you could do working from home. And if Blizzard's corporate people weren't so fucking stupid and were, were willing to allow people to work from home in those positions, I'm sure that they would have a much easier time filling those spots and getting more workforce for the low price that they are willing to pay their developers. But they are not. And I'm willing to bet that it is not nearly that simple. At this point, Blizzard also has the reputational problem of, a lot of people don't really want to say that they work for, you know, the cube crawling company at this point, payment aside, but that definitely plays a part. And these are all issues that one way or another Blizzard could solve. I mean, a lot of these issues, a lot of these issues could be overcome with money if the, you know, corporate people wanted to spend the money. They clearly don't. The games are suffering as a result. Is it going to bite them in the ass? Remains to be seen. Does it suck as players who are excited for these games? Yes. Do we have every right as consumers to complain about a lower quality product? Yes. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. 1 second, let me make sure I kill these fucking crocolisks. You wish you could love Final Fantasy more, but you just don't. You wish you did. But after you're done with MSQ, you find little joy in the MMO part. Yeah. I mean, I like some of the MMO elements of Final Fantasy, but I will agree that while I do love a lot of Final Fantasy XIV, it doesn't quite scratch the same itch. But I have enough friends who really love those parts of it, so, you know. It's done well. It's just not for me. Final Fantasy XIV is great. You play it as well. For sure better than SOD. Yeah. Well, I will say, comparing Final Fantasy XIV, like, that's one thing that I would say is unfair. Comparing Final Fantasy XIV, the entire game, to one specific version of WoW, yeah. Of course it's going to be better than SOD. That, you know, is a hard comparison. I think it's easier to compare that game more specifically to the War Within retail. Alright, just at this point, we're still in Dragonflight, but, you know. The meme of fun detected with Blizz is too damn real. And then Blizzard got destroyed by corporate decisions. Oh, and then like Blizzard, they got destroyed. Yeah. I haven't played Helldivers, but I have been following that situation. It, honestly, yeah, it kind of fits the exact same topic we're discussing now. And that, in that case, I feel bad for the devs. And honestly, the developers are doing everything right, from what I can see. Because I'm surprised they're allowed to do that, but the Helldivers devs have said publicly that, you know, they understand players' frustrations and they actively do not want this, and it is being forced upon them. Which I'm glad for them that they are allowed to say that, but it sucks, and it definitely seems like it is just, as we've been discussing, stupid corporate decisions that the developers hate. And that's, like I said, I don't want to put too much of the blame on the developers for a lot of, like, the actual quality of the games. But there definitely is a certain level of accountability that we need to hold, you know, big AAA studios to. I don't know, man, everything you're saying is just based off speculation. That's why, like I said, I'm not going to go into super detail. I think I did preface that by saying I don't know Blizzard's exact internal situation. And yes, you could argue that the whole work from home thing is speculation, but it's not really. It's definitely not. Considering I have spoken to, or not directly me spoken to, but I've been in Discord calls with Blizzard developers who have said that, right? And it's literally on Twitter, right? Literally just look at what Armis Howell said. If you go into the Twitter replies of that thing, there's this whole big thing where she's saying, like, you know, please stop asking her about work from home. Sorry, but, like, that's not something that we're, like, offering right now. So, now, you could argue that whether it is as big of an impact as I seem to think it is, that, I suppose you could argue, is speculation. It is objectively true that Blizzard is having a harder time finding talent because of their mandatory work from home policy. I mean, just look at how many people had to leave the company and effectively got soft fired because of their change from allowing people to work from home into forcing work from home, even to existing employees. That is not speculation. That is just provable fact. But the only thing that is speculation is, like I said, how much of an impact that actually had on their ability to find people. And you could definitely make an argument that it's actually not that big of an impact, and the bigger impact is that they are unwilling to pay for the area that they are forcing people to live in. That's That is admittedly outside my area of expertise, so I'm not really going to comment on that. But I do know for sure that the work from home thing is a big issue for them. Big enough issue that their developers are actively talking about it and saying that, yes, this is a major issue for many people, both already on the team, and it is stifling their ability to hire people. So that is directly from the mouths of multiple developers, including posts that you can literally find publicly right now on Twitter. That is not speculation on my part. You work in the video game industry, you understand artists' frustration with return to office, but work from home puts a lot of risk on the table when it comes to leaks and data breaches, which cost the company hundreds of thousands of dollars, which then falls on employees and artists. Yeah! I get where you're coming from, but like... and that's the thing, right? That is a fair point. That is, I will say, very, very fair counter-argument for the downsides of work from home. At the same time, though, that, you know, one of those things where that is the risk that they need to weigh. And if Blizzard was doing just fine, and absolutely none of their games were having problems, and they had the whole work from home policy, I still think it would kind of suck, especially because they did it to people who were already, like, on the team, right, for multiple years. That definitely sucks no matter how you slice it. But you could argue that, like, ends justify the means, right? But in this case, the ends are not justifying the means. So whether that is the solution, right? Whether it is fixing the work from home policy or something else, that much I will say. I am not qualified enough to say for sure. But what I can say is that right now, the ends are not justifying the means, and one thing that is clearly an issue for them is their work from home policy, and they maybe would want to reconsider whether that's a good idea, whether the avoiding leaks thing is really a big problem. And I should also note that while I understand that being a concern within the games industry at large, I think you really need to step back and think, is that really a concern for World of Warcraft, where almost every single thing related to the game is data mined, like, super early on. Now, like, I guess you could argue that if they are working on Midnight and The Last Titan and stuff like that, in advance, like, yes, there would be leaks. Data breaches, obviously, yeah, that's a... Yeah, I get that. But I think leaks are less of a concern in the context of World of Warcraft. But I can understand what you mean. You work as a technical artist in the games industry. You left California for the cost of living reason. Yeah. I would never want to live there. That sounds like, I can't imagine. I mean, personally, I know a lot of people like California because, you know, it's hot and, you know, there's, I guess, theoretically cool stuff to do. I don't know. I don't really know what there is to do in Los Angeles besides, like, you know, hey, there's a... Is that where the Golden... No, that's a different city. My memory of California is shit. I have no interest in California, personally. But I've always said, like, if I can pick anywhere to live, I would want to pick, like, somewhere where there's... What is going on? I think I'm going to reload. I'd pick somewhere where it's just, like, low cost of living, where I can just, like, work, you know, from my house on my computer. That is, like, ideal. And for me, I'd want to pick somewhere remote, where it's, like, not noisy. Probably, like, Maine, I think. It's, like, a nice place. Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, one of those places. I'm also biased because, like, I used to go up to Vermont for skiing all the time, and I really like it up there. But I think it would be really chill to just, like, be up there. Though I'd imagine certain areas in Vermont are probably really expensive to live in. But, like, not one of those places. Like, living anywhere near a ski resort, for instance, I'm sure would be fucking expensive. But, yeah. Do I go for this? Vernal Delta map. Oh, I think it's these mobs. I'm guessing. might be wrong. Also relevant, a lot of games companies allow people to work from home or work from anywhere. Yeah, I mean, I don't know of exact examples, but obviously work from home, like, I guess it wasn't this? Oh, it's off these mobs, okay. Work from home is definitely becoming more prevalent after COVID, but yeah. Admittedly, I don't know names of exact companies that are allowing it. I'm not that familiar with it. New York City and Cali are both too expensive. Tons of people left to work from home, but now a lot of companies are switching back to return to office and drifting away from the hybrid workflow. Yeah. I mean, one thing that I will say, like, disconnected from this entire conversation about, like, whether it is good for, like, data breaches or whatever, and whether it is, like, cost efficient, etc., I do think that, if we're being honest, work from home is the future, and being able to work from anywhere is just better. Now, there are, of course, some obstacles that need to be overcome, and I don't expect it to be perfect in general, especially because it is a relatively major shift in what was otherwise pretty standard practice for a very long time. Like, if you told somebody 20 years ago that, you know, for multiple years, everybody would be working from their office, then they would call you crazy. But, you know, I can't give exact examples in, like, the games industry, for example, but one clear case that I can give that very clearly works really well is my dad. My dad has actually been working mostly from home for quite a while, and across multiple different jobs. He was I'm probably going to butcher it, he was a senior IT architect at IBM for many, many years, pretty much most of my childhood. As long as I can remember, that's what he did. And he always worked from home, like, from pretty much, like, when I was, like, 14 onwards. And he only went into the office, which was, it's relatively close by. It was, like, a 20-minute drive from our house. If there was, like, some really important big meeting that he needed to, like, be there for. If, like, somebody was, like, actually coming in to discuss, like, a project, like some, I don't know, fucking corporate guy from a different state or whatever. But all of, like, the day-to-day stuff he did from home. And one of the main reasons why my dad was doing this stuff well before it was common practice is because most of his team was in India. So my dad had a lot of people who were relatively nearby who were on his team, but also, like, a large team in India, and he needed to have them, like, coordinating and working on the same thing, like the same project all together. And at that point, there was absolutely... Oh, there's a rare mob. Huh. But there was absolutely no advantage to my dad's team working in the office, because half their team was already, like, halfway across the world. So they didn't force him to actually come in. He even had an office, and I saw his office because I remember I went there more when I was a kid. And I remember drawing... like, the day before that it was bring your kid to work day or whatever. And the very day before, I did a dungeon with my dad and my friend Robbie. And I've told this story before, but we did Shadowfang Keep, and my friend Robbie needed on the robes of Aragol that my dad wanted for his warlock, and my friend Robbie was playing a shaman. And he didn't actually need the robes of Aragol, he took it because he wanted a souvenir. But, like, I don't know if it was the very next day, but it was later that week. My dad actually had Bring Your Kids to Work Day, and I remember sitting in his office, drawing a picture of, like, you know, all of us fighting Shadowfang Keep. It's probably still buried somewhere. It's shit, as is most of my art from when I was a kid, but I remember being really happy with how it turned out at the time, because, you know, I didn't know what was good art. Do I need to sit here? I guess I need to just keep killing mobs. But all that to say, yeah, my dad worked from home for a very long time, and he did. There was a period of time, like when I was at the end of high school, where he had to commute to what was it, North Carolina, for some project with AT&T or something. And I mean, I know he hated that. It was a massive pain in the ass. But honestly, it was like relatively inefficient because he was doing all the same stuff that he did at like his previous assignment in IBM, except now he just had to fly every single week just to go down there and do all of the exact same stuff. And half of his team with that project was also still in India, so it was like the exact same stuff. And like I remember he would spend a lot of time not even like in the office, because he'd be working late at night in his hotel room in North Carolina. And I know because the amount of times when like I would call him later at night and ask him for like help with my math homework, and he'd be like, look, I'm working right now. Like I don't know when that man slept at the time, but he was always working. And now, a different job, but he works for Amazon, and he does AWS certification training, and he does that completely from home. And Amazon has like all of these guidelines and stuff. Like he has like his office is in the other room, and it's like he has all this super fancy stuff. Like his recording equipment makes the stuff that I use for YouTube videos like look shameful, basically. He has like super fancy like microphones, and he has all this like camera equipment, and there's this big like green screen thing that he has behind himself. And you know what, like the end result is, right, there's like Amazon has these standards that they force you to do, so they actually like gave him the green screen or mailed it out, and he had to set it up, and there's like regulations as to how it needs to be positioned and whatnot. But they do all that stuff, and it works, and they like all of their trainers work remotely. And that's, I mean, Amazon, I think we can all agree, is a pretty big company. So if they can find a way to do it, and they can teach people completely remotely, and like my dad has never even had to go into the office outside of, I think, like when he very first started, there was maybe some seminar thing that he had to attend. I don't remember. But everything since then has been entirely working from home. So pretty sure if Amazon can do it, other companies can. They just don't want to spend the money and time adapting their systems to work in the context of work from home. But that's just my 2 cents. All I'm trying to say is that I think that ultimately work from home is the future, and while we can sit here and argue the pros and cons of it, I would hope that most of us can at least agree on that aspect of it, and recognize that it is just a net benefit for most companies. And, you know, if Blizzard doesn't want to do it for XYZ reasons, then fine. But at the same time, then they can't be surprised when their games are really struggling with major bugs and stuff on multiple releases, and people are giving them shit for the quality not being where we want it to be. And that was really kind of my entire point. The point I was trying to make is that these are issues that Blizzard could solve if they want to. It is not my problem as, you know, somebody who is playing the video game to understand all of the intricacies of, you know, paying enough employees to get your shit done, and, you know, whether work from home is a profitable business model, and, you know, blah, 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 blah. That's not my fucking job. You know, that's their job. I just play the game, and I say whether or not it's fun and working correctly. And, objectively speaking, many things are not. What is going wrong in the development pipeline to cause that to happen is anybody's guess, but I think we can agree that the hiring stuff and work from home is not helping them or doing them any favors. Okay, hold on. Because I know. Let me read some messages, because I did miss a few at that time. Demonology has been treated very badly multiple times now. Yeah, true. Shadow Priest was great in Legion and too much fun until they unfund it. Yep. Speaking of Shadow Priest rework, they are overdue for one. It's been one patch too long. Yeah. Insert spec nobody plays. No need to rework because nobody plays. Just Blizz logic. Survival Hunter, pretty much, yeah. That definitely is the case with Survival right now. Figure I'll just... That definitely was not worth the experience it cost. The experience to go all the way up here, but yeah, fuck it. Also, I don't think I'm ever going to get this queue to pop at 3 in the morning. Even queuing as a healer. Fuck me. This just means that there'll be more time that I can save down the road when I do runs and actually have dungeon queues. The archaeology grind is real. Oh, absolutely. You loved Cata Legion 2. Those are your favorite versions. What's the fastest way to Desolace from Orgrimmar? Good question. In Cata, the fastest way to get to Desolace would be from Thunderbluff. But if you're starting in Orgrimmar, I guess probably then... It depends on if you have flying or not. If you have flying, honestly, just probably fly. If you don't have flying, probably first take the Zeppelin to Thunderbluff, and then take a nearby flight path, and then try to kind of work your way over. Hard to say for sure. Definitely the fastest, like, way if we're talking all classes would be Portal to Thunderbluff and fly, but I know not everybody would have that option. You start with all capitals flight points in Cata? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I forgot that you get all the flight points. So you wouldn't need to take the Zeppelin there. Testing the frag thing on beta. Does anyone have a tune that is at 450 archaeology with 200 frags? Oh, you know, that's actually a good idea, Ross. I didn't even consider doing that. Shit. I probably should have thought of that. All the Indiana Jones references. Schnotz, Air Troopers. I think I just kill a bunch of them and go for the artifact thing. Gonna try to do an LOS thing here. This is kind of really difficult to LOS all these mobs, but I think it's doable. They do not care about PTR feedback anyway. Do you not remember how they deleted thousands of posts of Outlaw and Legion testing? I actually didn't know that. Damn. I do know that they don't give a shit about PTR testing these days. They almost never actually listen to feedback. But yeah, that's especially bad. They had the nerve to try and say they didn't get any feedback about Outlaw? Wow. Yeah, that I did not know. That is really bad. I feel like you may have told me that story before. I can't remember, but yeah, that is yikes. LOSing these mobs is... I will say, at this point, I think I can definitively claim that Blood Decay is better for leveling. Because I'm starting to struggle with pulls that, like, I could have minced that on my Blood Decay easily. And my Paladin has way more gear. And way better gear. It's not bad. You know, there's a lot of specs who wouldn't be able to do that pull at all. So they're still very good. Okay, I need to combine 6 of these things. Item is locked. Oh, fuck. This is a case where lockpicks could actually come in handy. Also, mobs like this, death grips are really the only way to group them up unless you have some sort of LOS spot. Fuck, my seal fell off. The whole experiment we're trying stuff just makes it equal to not permanent, not building onwards. Like, who's going to collect sod gear for future mobs? Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point. The only thing that's good in sod is the GDKP ban. Yeah. Removing void storage because storage space is expensive. Yeah, honestly. I think most people would have been fine with that explanation. We can still love the game and want to support it and still be disappointed. We just don't have really good ways to get the message across. Yeah, completely agree. You still watch the Aussie, man? Yes. Yeah, gotta love Legend of Total War. Yeah, I haven't actually played Total War Warhammer 3 in like a hot minute, but I still regularly watch Legend videos. Like, I just watched his videos the other day about the new Doom stacks, like the Dwarf Cannons and... what was the other one? Oh yeah, the Steam Tanks. Like, that shit looks ridiculous. Honestly, it looks kind of fun to play, but I don't know. I've heard much better things, admittedly, about the later... well, about this current DLC, I mean. And the changes to Shadows of Change. But I just don't have time to really play it right now. But at the very least, it seems like Creative Assembly is learning their lesson. Even if it took them a little while to reach that point. You didn't want a shitty hero shooter? Yeah. Gotta finish paying Bobby's exit bonus? Yep. Exactly. Every dev team on every game is spread thin. It's an industry-wide problem. Why is my mouse beeping at me? What is your problem? I feel like I might need new batteries in this thing. It's been giving me shit recently. That's not strictly a Blizzard issue on Return to Office. Yeah, that much, no, I'm well aware of that it's like a very broad issue and not just Blizzard. Good morning, Better. This is how you felt when Total War Warhammer 3 came out. Realms of Chaos was so buggy at launch. Realms of Chaos was just, like, not fun to play. You even said that after Realms of Chaos also sucked. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of wondered what they were even doing with Realms of Chaos. Realms of Chaos is kind of like, you know, the thing I said before about Blizzard feeling like they need to reinvent the wheel. That's kind of like how I felt about the existence of Realms of Chaos. Where Creative Assembly, just like, you know, Blizzard always feels like they need to add new systems, they felt like they needed to add a special campaign. Because they did it with the Vortex campaign, which vast majority of people did not like, but they're like, oh, well, we gotta have one of these things. Like, why? Why do you need to have a new special campaign? What does it add? And ultimately, they forced it. Most people didn't like it, and it just, yeah. Tons of wasted development resources when they could have just focused entirely on Immortal Empires from launch, made that just the game, and then now we would have one additional year, if not more, of development into Immortal Empires for everybody to have fun with. What the fuck do I do? Oh, a Titan statue, it's this thing. Okay. Am I meant to fight this? Yeah, I guess I just killed a mob. It's always hard to tell with whenever it's an elite. Sometimes they want you to just fight it. Other times it's like you have to use an item to weaken it and steal blah 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 blah. Ooh, use the meteor on the ground to launch a critical attack. Ooh, okay. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely what they want you to do. Ooh. Spicy. Stuck in combat. I assume I'll be able to fly after this is over. Okay, I caught up to where I was reading before. You moved to California pre-pandemic. You hated every minute of it. Mid-pandemic, you moved out because you could. Work from home made it possible. Now you own a house. Nice. Oh, cutscene. I assume... Yeah, unskippable. Wow. Even though the cost of living is higher in Norway, the government would supplement your income if you couldn't afford it on your current pay. Also, the workers' unions are really strong in Norway. Nice. That's definitely good. For your company, work from home enabled us to get higher talent from more places without restrictions, like needing them to get a US visa. For example, you have amazing engineers from Europe that work for us. Awesome. Hello, Neo. I missed that before. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good as well. Amazon is one of the most powerful companies in the world, and they have literal people whose sole job it is to figure that shit out. Yeah, no. I think I gave that disclaimer at some point, so I think you probably typed that before I said that. But yeah, to be clear, I am not expecting Blizzard to be on the level of Amazon. That wasn't the comparison that I was making. My entire point, when I was giving that example, it wasn't necessarily that, oh, Blizzard should do this. It's that Amazon, you know, obviously is like, you know, a big company that tries to do, you know, big trend stuff like that before other people. And I think that the fact that my dad has been doing work from home stuff is kind of goes to show that this is the future, right? So that wasn't necessarily on the argument of, oh, Blizzard should just do exactly what Amazon does. No, I get it. You know, it's different. I was already moving on to the point of, I think that work from home in general is just the future of, you know, workplace stuff like that. And while I know that it may not be super easy for Blizzard to do that immediately, if we're arguing on whether or not it is a good idea in general to do work from home, I think it is safe to say that it is, and Amazon is clearly showing that. Is this one of those quests where I need to, like, rapidly tap? Yeah, it's not auto-fire. Ugh. Actually, come to think of it, do I need to do anything? What happens if I just sit here and do nothing? Because the thing is, there's a lot of these quests. It's like the WoD intro has that turret quest where it, like, tells you that there's all these, like, obstacles trying to kill you, and none of them actually matter. And all you need to do is kill 200 mobs. And in here, the only objective that I can see is escape the obelisk of the sun. And yeah, you can see there most of them just exploded. And if I'm not actually doing any meaningful damage to these enemies, then I'm willing to bet that I just sit here and wait, I do nothing, and I get credit for the quest when it ends. And the machine gun fire is just something to make me feel better. Blizzard should really take better care of Warlock specs. Just remember that story about how crypto... yeah, true. You missed the zone from the 8.3 patch? Yeah. That's one good thing about Old Doom. They have definitely made good use of this zone in future patches. And they brought back, like, Vortex Pinnacle for Mythic Plus, and personally, I enjoyed it. I know not everybody did. Ah! I was right! It doesn't matter if you press anything. Yes! Aha. Alright, well that's nice to know. That means that despite appearances, that is a I can go get coffee quest. So we know that for the future. Honestly though, like, I think, well, I would rather that that whole thing is skippable. If they're going to force you to watch it like it's a cutscene, I do think it's nice that they gave you like a little mini game to do, because I know for a fact that when I did that quest as a kid, I loved doing that quest because I was always trying to like shoot down the planes because I'm like, you know, I have to protect my plane, and it's like I'm gunning them down, and it's like a nice little mini game that effectively does nothing. As we just saw, you could literally press nothing and win. And it only exists to make you feel better about watching the cutscene, which I think is fun. I actually kind of like that kind of design. I do wish that it maybe told you that, because there's a lot of people who probably had no idea that was a thing. I mean, hell, I didn't know it was a thing until I just sat there and said, you know, what if I just don't press any buttons? And I already know that stuff like that happens often in World of Warcraft, like with the WoD intro, but if I didn't already know that, I probably would assume that if I don't press anything, the plane's gonna die or something. Let's see. What do you reckon is the best to level first out of, Herbalist Inscription or Mining Blacksmithing to 85? That's a tough call. I guess it depends on what your Herbalist is. If your Herbalist is a Druid, probably Druid. Because Druid with Flight Form can very easily do Herbalism, as I'm sure most people know. And it's much easier to do Herbalism while leveling, specifically if you are a Druid, than it is to do like any other gathering professions. Because the other ones are like kind of a time sink. It takes up a lot of time to actually, you know, sit down and... What do I need to grab here? Something record. Okay. Tablets. It takes a lot of time to like go out of your way and grab the nodes, and if you're trying to level efficiently, then that's going to eat away at your time. But especially as a Druid, it's really not bad just in flight form snatching up an herb real quick and moving on. You're not going to lose much, if any, time by doing that. Outside of that, you're going to probably lose a little bit of time worrying about gathering professions. If you don't care, like if you're not looking to speed level... Oh, it's a tar... Oh, yeah. Yeah. If it's a tar and Druid, I would definitely say that, yeah, that's going to be more efficient. As for the crafting professions, hard to say. I mean, I think that it's pretty safe to say that the most profitable professions for crafting are going to be either jewel crafting or, what's it called? I'm drawing a blank. Jewel crafting or alchemy, yeah. For obvious reasons. Jewel crafting, alchemy, I mean, hell, even enchanting, right? I think probably inscription and blacksmithing roughly comparable. Maybe a little bit more demand in terms of, like, cost for blacksmithing. But at the same time, the material cost will be higher, so it'll probably balance out. You're going 3 times alchemy and 1 times inscription. Inscription for Darkmoon cards. Oh yeah, what are the Darkmoon cards? I forgot about that. It was like in earlier expansions, they were... I guess by the time you got to Wrath, at the very least. Wrath already had greatness coming from Inscription. Let me double check. Darkmoon card. Darkmoon card Volcano. When dealing damage with spells, you have a chance to do additional fire damage to your target and gain 1,600 intellect for 12 seconds. And it has flat mastery. I don't know if I said that. Flat intellect, your healing spells have a chance to increase your spirits. This effect can stack up to 5 times, 2-second internal cooldown. Darkmoon card Hurricane, and then there is both a strength and an agility version of this. The effect is the same. Chance to strike your enemies for 5,000 to 8,750 nature damage when dealing damage with melee or ranged attacks. Alright. Earthquake, increasing your dodge. Wow, that's shit. Increases your dodge rating, and then on use just gives you increased max health. It's literally just this, but with dodge instead of stamina. Wow, that is terrible. That is bad. Alright. I mean, Hurricane seems fine. I'd imagine Hurricane will be like a decent introduction trinket for tanks, but I think, at the same time, there's a lot of really good dungeon trinkets this time around. I'm curious to see how good that'll be. I haven't really looked at best in slot lists, but I know that, like, Cataclysm Heroic Dungeons have some really good trinkets, whereas there weren't really that many amazing trinkets from Wrath Heroics. The caster one is cracked? Okay, that makes sense to me, yeah. That one seemed good, but at the same time, I don't really play a caster, so I don't know enough about that. Based on what I've seen from Cata Heroics, like, for instance, what is it? Magnetite Mirror. This thing looks crazy. On use, like, especially as a Blood DK. Oh. Look who came skulking about. My cat just walked into the room. Hello, mister. What can I do for you? But yeah, like, lining that up with Dancing Rune Weapon is going to be really good. I think, kind of, for whatever reason, all of the on-use trinkets that I can see are... Leaden Sphere is also very nice. Yeah. Greatness was very good in Wrath. I definitely can't see the Hurricane trinket being on the level of Greatness. Psst, psst, psst. Yes, okay, okay. What? No. No. That is naughty kitty behavior. No. Oh, he's in my lap now. Okay, hello. Yes. The second boss in Lost City is Omega Bis for Ret. 1 second, Oh, are you just admiring the game, or are you planning on climbing onto my desk? So I need to block my keyboard if you're about to jump up here. You live in Germany now and you just woke up? Good evening, sir. Good evening. Okay, yes. Thank you. Thank you, kitty. Second boss in Lost City. Which one? Why is it not showing? Yeah, I guess I'll look on... Oh my god. Why is this not working? Okay. Finn, please. Please, Finn. Alright, the dungeon journal isn't working. I'll take a look later. I'm trying to balance a cat on my lap while also doing this. Strength plus on-use mastery? Probably not. The thing about... So, yeah, mastery is a good stat, survivability-wise, for both Blood DKs and Prop Paladins. Prop Paladin, I wonder how good it actually is. But Blood DK, I know for a fact because, you know, I used to play with it. Blood Shield is very good. It's a really, really, really nice stat to have. That said, the current version of Mastery does not give tanks flat attack power. So in in future iterations of WoW, all tanks will get flat attack power when they get mastery in addition to their tank bonus, which makes it a viable damage stat in addition to survivability. Unfortunately, right now we don't get that at all. So our mastery is, if I look, yeah. So this is what our mastery does. Increases our chance to block, and then each point of mastery also increases block chance by an additional blah, 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 blah. So it doesn't have the flat attack power gain, which means that for Ret, I'm sure their mastery probably, in that case, gives them a lot of damage. For us, it would not. So we would want raw strength on it. Careful, kitty. You're in a precarious position. Ow, 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 ow. He's intentionally sitting in, like, precarious spots, and then he's holding on by using his claws, which fucking hurt. Hello, Mr. Tomotoki? Rice said, riddle time, what can go up a chimney down, but can't go down a chimney up? What can go up a chimney down, but can't go down a chimney up? Yeah, my instinct said smoke, but, like, I'm trying to think about how that would actually make sense. Because, like, smoke would go up a like, why would smoke be down? I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. Going up in smoke. Oh, is that what it is? I guess that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, that when I saw chimney, my first initial immediate, like, impression was the answer's gotta be Santa Claus, right? But then I'm like, no, wait, that probably doesn't make sense. It's not smoke. Is it Santa Claus? Aw, damn. Oh, fuck. Did my mouse actually die? Oh, no. It's alive again. Oh, this thing is a low cooldown. I should have been using it more often. In Norway, Santa comes from the barn? What the fuck kind of Santas do you have in Norway? From the barn? There we go. Quest complete. What can go up a chimney down, but can't go down a chimney up? An umbrella. Ah, I get it. I get it. Wait, the original Santa is from Norway? Oh, man. Hold on. The crab trinket from TOT is pre-bis from most tanks. I think I know the one you're talking about. I remember seeing that. Though, I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust some of the pre-bis lists I've seen. And, like, we do need to keep in mind, right, that Cataclysm is not nearly as well-tested as, a lot of other stuff. Porcelain crab. Yeah, like, I've seen people say this. I'm not convinced. Because, like, so, okay, here's the thing, right, about Blood DK. Obviously, you need a certain amount of stamina and stuff just to survive, just like always. But you're still gonna have people who tell you that... You're gonna have people who tell you that it's classic, so you need to run, like, defensive stats like dodge and shit. And, like, as long as you have enough stamina, like, Deathstrike works the same fucking way that it does in retail, where you have, like, scaling, like, healing based on your recent damage taken. If you just time your death strikes correctly, you can heal for a ridiculous amount. You don't need to have ridiculous amounts of mitigation stats, especially if you already have a lot of mastery. And also, like, well, I could maybe see that mastery being good depending on what it is for, like, survivability stuff, where, like, if you have rolling survivability and it's, like, always beneficial, I want my blood shields to be consistent. Or if I'm, like, you know, playing Prop Paladin, I want my block chance to be consistent. Because, like, getting a burst of increased block chance, which is effectively what that is, right? That is, like, helpful for me if I'm tanking a dungeon and I'm doing, like, a really big pull, and I get, like, a massive increase in mastery when, like, I'm taking a bunch of hits from multiple different mobs. But is that really going to help me if I'm taking, like, massive tank busters? Not really. So... I just can't see that being good. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I really do not trust the vast majority of classic tank theory crafters. I have, by and large, ignored a lot of them in all of my time playing classic, and I have kind of done fine. And the other thing is, it's not even like I'm completely just doing my own thing, right? Like, I just look at logs, and I look at what a lot of the players in the higher-end guilds are doing, and for years, even in older versions of Classic, a lot of them just fucking build for damage, because it just makes sense. If you can survive the content, why the fuck are you just gonna stack dodge and, like, avoidance and stuff? That's just a waste of time. For Guardian, you can stack up a big Savage defense with the on-proc mastery, and it's also good for snapshot. That's fair. See, I don't know enough about Guardian to say for sure, but if you can build around procs, right, I can see that being good. 100%. But what I'm just trying to say is that for both Blood DK and Prop Paladin, I can't see what advantage we would reasonably get by on-proc mastery. I just can't see that being good. Because either we would want on-use mastery, because on-use mastery, if, like, you're playing a Blood DK and you want to get some big, beefy blood shields, well, in that case, yeah, having on-use mastery for when you're about to do a bunch of death strikes to get those big blood shields, I could see that, because you can time it correctly. Prop Paladin, same thing. If you're tanking a bunch of mobs in, like, a dungeon or something like that, and you have an on-use mastery to increase your block chance, yeah, for sure, I could totally see that as well. But yeah, Druid, admittedly, I have not really looked into Guardian much, so I can't speak to that. But if you're saying that you can snapshot stuff, and I guess that another thing to consider is, like you said, you can snapshot rips. How does mastery work for Feral? Do you get, like, a Guardian Feral and a Cat Feral depending on which form you're in? Because if so, then suddenly mastery gets a shit ton more value for you, because you're actually getting damage out of it whenever you shift into Cat form. If that is how it works. I would imagine it has to. It's based on... Oh, yeah, okay. So then, just by that fact alone, it is infinitely better for Druid than it is for any of the other tanks. Yeah, that makes it a hell of a lot more enticing. Because we get absolutely no damage out of our mastery. And I'm sure, like, I still want some mastery regardless. But that's the other thing. It's like, I get dodge rating off that. Like, why do I want that? So, for instance, what are some other trinkets? Like, why is the dungeon journal bugging out? Come on. God, this is so annoying. If I reload, will it fix? You don't trust them big time. You want a lot of DPS gear because it has more stam than the tank gear. Yeah, wait. Really? That makes sense to me for the record on the, you know, you want the DPS gear more. Oh, fuck. I want to distract them. What the hell? Oh, I see. I'm very confused. What are the bomb bots for? You want a laser T-Rex and a hammerhead shark right now? Yeah. I mean, they did eventually add it in, what was it? Nazjatar. So, it technically did eventually end up in the game. And then we killed Twizzleflux. Oh, you mean IRL. Yeah, you know, that would be cool, too. But yeah, so for Blood DK, if what you're saying is true, Ross McCullough, which, you know, I have no reason to doubt you, then it would absolutely make sense to use the higher stam gear, and if the DPS gear has higher stam, then yeah. Because I can't speak for the other tanks, I've mostly looked into Blood DK, but Blood DK obviously always wants to have high stam in all versions of WoW because it has healing. But also, the way that Vengeance works... let me make sure I don't die here. Cutting it a little bit close, but if it works, it works. The way that Vengeance works in Cataclysm is... What are you doing? My cat is trying to climb into a bag. Every time you take damage, you gain 5% of the damage taken as attack power, up to a maximum of 10% of your health. So, the more stamina you have, the more damage you're getting out of Vengeance. So Vengeance actually turns stamina into a damage stat, in addition to a survivability stat. So that makes Vengeance suddenly the most valuable tank, or it makes stamina one of the most valuable tanking stats for all tanks, because it kind of double dips like that. What are you doing? Are you having fun with that paperback? The DPS gear doesn't have higher stams. Some pieces come with mastery and expertise, making it usable with no dead stats for DPS. But the tank gear has stamina socket bonuses and such. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure. Ooh, here we go. Time for the best quest in the game. This one I very clearly remember. Also, how could I forget this quest? Because in the Hearthstone Tombs of Terror, one of my favorite builds to run, or really the only builds I usually go for, is Gnome Obliteration is a treasure that you can find. And it's 2 mana, deal 10 damage to an enemy, and then when you get to the final boss of your run, you deal 10 damage to the boss for every single time that you cast Gnome Obliterator during your like roguelike run, effectively. And normally what that would mean is you would only be able to get that a maximum of 7 times. Though technically, if you use the ability on the final boss of the fight, it does the 10 damage, and then it does a bonus 10 damage to him right then and there. Which is pretty cool. But there is a build that you can do with Reno Jackson, where you could... what? Oh, what the hell? Bugged out, I guess. You can play a special build with Reno Jackson where you can generate infinite artifacts, and it allows you to generate an infinite number of gnome obliterators, given, you know, enough time spent trying to do the trick. And then after you've gotten like 10 gnome obliterators in one fight, you can use Hearthstone, which is also randomly generated, and the Hearthstone artifact will teleport you back to the tavern and reset the fight. And if you manage to repeat this process enough times, you can use the gnome obliterator treasure to deal 300 damage and one-shot the final boss. And it is the most fun way to play that Hearthstone mode, in my opinion. So I have this seared into my memory because of that. Level 85? No, not quite. We're getting there, but, you know, it takes time. Ah, fuck, I think... Well, we've already learned from before that the moment I accidentally step outside of bounds, it's going to break it, even if I get back in. Ma Fabe, I don't know if I said that correctly, said, love your content long time ago. If I see your item level and the time, you're a little scared. How long does it take to get those 5 levels done? Well, keep in mind that this is effectively the entire, like, new expansion leveling process for Cataclysm. So it may seem like, oh, it's only 5 levels, but everything's a matter of perspective. I mean, Blizzard could just put, like how much experience does it take to get to the next level? This is what, 5 million experience from levels 83 to 84. What if Blizzard, like, let's say in the War Within, obviously they're not doing this, but if in the War Within, Blizzard were to make, you're not actually getting 10 levels, you're only getting 1 level. You're going only from level 70 to level 71. Oh. But level 70 to 71 requires, you know, 5 bajillion experience to actually get there. It's just a number, right? It's just now, it's the exact same amount of experience, the exact same amount of time, roughly, that it would have taken to go from 70 to 80 back in Wrath of the Lich King. Except now, it's spread across 5 levels instead of across 10 levels. It is just a matter of perspective. Except in this case, I would actually say that the amount of time required to get through all of the content is actually less. It is faster to go 80 to 85 than it is for... Oh, wow. Yeah, that's an improvement, I would say. That is to go 70 to 80. Whew. I'm yawning. No. Cataclysm is way faster than Wrath? Yeah. For sure. One second. Oh, the cat has left the room. I need to turn this in. Alright, nice little bonus. trying to remember how all of this works. Because I remember there's like the quests up there where you fight the black dragon, and there's the quests down here. And isn't there like a whole separate quest chain where you fight like the Schnatz guys over there? Like, yeah, apparently I'm not really that close to being done with Uldum. Yeah, the Schnatzties. Yeah, I put this. I am relatively close to 84. Yeah. I'm gonna be completely real. I'm kind of exhausted. It is 4 a.m. my time. You didn't... well, unfortunate timing, Valu. Yeah. I mean, I planned for it to be a long stream. Almost went 8 hours. And I'll be honest, I thought Vashj'ir would be slow, but I did not expect it to be as slow as it was. At the very least, we've done the full thing. We've confirmed that it is, in fact, slow. I think the unfortunate thing, like, a combination of Vashj'ir was slower than I thought, and, I didn't expect there to be literally nobody on doing dungeon testing. I guess it makes sense considering I started the run really late. You went live right when I was in bed, damn. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, there you go, 8 hours of sleep, pretty much. So, obviously, the way that I like to do these types of things, so I should make it clear, I'm stopping now. Interestingly, a lot more people did join the stream, I assume, for, yeah, EU people just woke up. I feel bad, because I have noticed that it is kind of funny, you can see, like, the views kind of were, like, going down a little bit, and then suddenly curved upwards over, like, the last hour, so... I know a lot of people are just joining in now, and, I wish that I could keep going, but I am just fucking tired. And the other thing is, I would have to stop this stream short anyways, so it's pretty much either I really try to push myself to finish Uldum in this particular stream, and then still have to do a part 2, or I just say, fuck it, I'm doing a part 2 anyway. So, I don't know exactly when it'll be, just because I'll take a quick nap after this, and then I do really want to get my video done for the thing that I teased early on in this particular stream. And I want to get that information to you guys as soon as possible, because I think it is very important. But I do want to finish this, and as usual, the part 2 for this stuff will be streamed on Twitch, and the recording will be put on my second channel. Both links you can find at the top of the description of this video. And I want to get this run done soon-ish. We'll see, though. Really, it all depends on how long it takes me to get the information that I need for the video that I want to make. And if that doesn't take me that long, I should also note, again, I said this earlier in the stream, but if you have a level 80 character in Cataclysm and you are not on US Fairlina, sorry, but, you know, obviously I want to, at the very least on my server for now, make sure that I'm able to test it on my own, right? But if you are on a different server and you want to help me test it and make sure, like, on your server you can do it too, shoot me a DM. I could use a little bit more help getting, like, a better sample size of the thing that I am testing. I suspect that it will not be a waste of your time. I think it will be an interesting thing to test. But I could definitely use that information. And when I am done gathering that, I will try to do the stream. It probably won't have time by Monday night because there's a few other things that I want to do. But I will maybe try to do it on either Tuesday or Wednesday on Twitch. And then the recording will be on YouTube whenever it's done. And as for future runs of this... Oh, Valo became a member. Thank you. Glad you managed to wake up in time for the stream then, to catch the very tail ends. But what was I saying? Got distracted. Yeah, I'm gonna stream a few more attempts of this, but I will probably do a lot more of my 80 to 85 testing off stream. Just because if I stream every single attempt, it does slow me down a little bit, and it means that I need to like set aside a block of time. I kind of want to start doing things in short bursts, and I especially want to start testing individual zones. Like for instance, I copy my character over, I guess, or what I mean is, I see how long it takes me to do specifically just high gel 80 to 82, or how long it takes me to do dungeons 80 to 81, etc. Stuff like that to get a better idea of what the most optimal route would be, which quests are efficient, which quests aren't. That is stuff that is hard to do in a streamed run where I'm trying to do the whole thing in one sitting and also, interact with chat and not focus too much on like the math and details behind it. But I do need to do some of that testing at some point. So I don't know how many more runs I'm going to fully stream, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, yeah, expect that bonus video. If you are interested in helping me test, shoot me a DM on Discord. And part 2 of this will be streamed on Twitch. I will post information about when that stream will be in my Discord whenever I know for sure. It should hopefully be relatively soon-ish. I don't want to delay it too much longer, because then I want to get on to the next run. Yeah, but anyways, thanks for watching. Sorry that I couldn't do the entire thing in one sitting. Problem with testing Vashj'ir, But I do hope you enjoyed the 8 hours of the stream that we did get done. And if you're interested in part 2 and you're watching the recording, the link should hopefully be in the description whenever that is. But yeah, catch you later. I am going to go